Hello everyone, welcome to this class. I am CMA Paravathi and I will be a faculty for CMA Final Paper 17 Cost and Management Audit. Just by seeing the thumbnail, you would have already known that this video is regarding a marathon. Yes, this is a marathon video for CMA Final Paper 17 Cost and Management Audit. Now, what is this marathon going to cover? In this marathon, I'm going to cover Section A, Section C, and Section D. What is Section A? Section A is cost audit. Section C is internal audit, internal control, and operational audit and audit of different service organizations. Section D is forensic audit and anti-money laundering. Regarding all these concepts, we have covered in this marathon. This marathon is going to be in two parts, Part A and Part B. Part A is regarding Section A and Part B you will get Section C and Section D. Entire concepts, all concepts have been covered in this marathon. Just by looking into this marathon, just by listening to this marathon, you can score up to 80 plus marks in your examination. Yes, that's true. You can score up to 80 plus marks in your examination. Even if you are first time listeners, you can listen to this marathon. Even if you have taken classes from any of the faculties, you can listen to this marathon and get more conceptual clarity and revise the concepts. In this marathon, I have covered the entire concepts from Section A, Section C, and Section D in detailed. You can understand it very easily. I have used a very simple language. You can understand each and every concept in detail in examination point of view. Now, what are the sources which I have used in this particular marathon? I have used the concept book and handwritten notes. Where you can get the concept book and handwritten notes? Books availability, concept book. A color concept book will be available soon in our BCCA app. You can go there and purchase your hard copies for your concept books. And coming to workbook will be provided to you as a soft copy. You can download it, you can purchase the workbook, you can purchase the concept book and get the workbook. You can take the printout of workbook soft copy, and whatever the handwritten notes which I have used in this particular marathon, soft copy will be provided to you. You can take printout of it and make use of it by listening to this marathon. So that is regarding the introduction of the marathon. And coming to the upcoming videos for December 2024 attempt. Yes, this is part 1 marathon. Part 2 marathon is going to come. And what are the additional videos which I am going to make you to able to pass or get through this exam in December 2024. I am going to upload important questions, practical questions which are relevant for upcoming examination. Around 20 to 30 main important practical questions I am going to discuss in detail with solutions, explanations in a separate video. And yes, MCQs video is also going to be released. So stay tuned to our channel, be updated. You will get your videos very soon. And last but not the least, the last but not the least, about the recorded classes. Yes, 100% English recorded classes are also available in our app. If you are going to write your exams for June 2025 attempt or December 2025 attempt, you can purchase 100% English recorded classes through our app. And the same concept book, workbook, and handwritten notes will be used in that particular regular classes also. And in detail explanation regarding each and everything will be there in regular classes. Regarding how much hours the regular classes will be and what all the concepts which are covered, how the regular classes will be conducted, in detail video will also be uploaded in this YouTube channel. So that's it regarding the introduction. Enjoy the marathon. I hope you understand each and every concept with joy. Thank you. Okay. Hello everyone. Good morning. I'm Parvati. I'm a qualified cost and management accountant, and I will be a faculty for CMA Final Paper 17 Cost and Management Audit. Okay, so this is a exam oriented batch, and our dates for the batch is 28th, 29th, 30 and 31st. These are the 4 days which we have got. But 31st is Diwali, and you'll have your families, I'll have my families. So 31st, in this 3 days, I'll try to cover the syllabus. And if it's not done, we'll go for 31st. Okay, just for important questions or something like that, I'm trying to take it on 31st. Okay, and what is the syllabus which we are going to cover in this? So this will be our material. This is our first page, cost and management audit, and this is all preface and all. Yes, this is the index of our concept book. What is the syllabus which we have in this cost and management audit? We have 4 sections. Section A, cost audit. Section B, management audit. Section C, internal audit and operational audit. And coming to section D, forensic audit and anti-money laundering. These are the 4 sections which we have. Coming to the weightage and all, we'll see in a quite while. Okay. So what we are going to discuss in this particular exam oriented batch. This is the handwritten notes of mine. Okay, this is just for an introduction. First, coming to the syllabus. This is the syllabus which we have seen just now. In section A, cost audit, ICMAI, as per ICMAI, the weightage is around 50 marks. And if we compare it with past term new syllabus papers which we have, June 24, December 23 and June 23. These are the 3 new syllabus papers which we have. In June 24, just from cost audit, 63 marks has been asked. And in December 23, 65 marks. June 23, 66 marks. So it is very clear, just by preparing section A cost audit, you will get your exemption. Okay. But we have another 3 sections. Section B, management audit, as per ICMAI, it is 25 marks weightage. In past term papers, June 23, June 24, it has been asked for 31 marks. December 23 for 18 marks and June 23 for 46 marks. So combinedly, section A and section B are more than sufficient for our preparation. But section C, internal audit, internal control, which has very minimal syllabus, which is ICMAI weightage 15 marks. In June 24 for 17 marks, December 23, 20 marks, June 24 for 10 marks. So this weightage is around 10 marks to 15 marks. Section D, forensic audit, anti-money laundering, least syllabus in the entire portion which we have. ICMAI weightage 10 marks, June 24 for 16 marks, December 23 for 14 marks and June 23 for 10 marks. So this weightage will also be around 15 to 10 marks. Just by preparing section A, which has most of content in it, section C, least content, section D, very minimal content, we can score around 100 marks without touching management audit. Okay. So in this exam oriented batch, I am going to take cost audit, section C, internal audit, internal control and operational audit, section D, forensic audit and anti-money laundering. And if you have any doubt regarding management audit, ma'am, you're not at all touching management audit, what if it will come for 46 marks? Expecting that it will not go that much beyond, but if due to any syllabus changes or paper pattern changes, if it's around 40 marks, then what will be our strategy is, I'll tell you what are the most important topics which are very frequently asked from management audit. If you are just preparing those topics, those concepts, that will be more than sufficient. You don't have to go entire management audit. Okay. So that is regarding our this. And in total paper, our total paper will be around 120 to 130 marks. In June 24, it was around 127 marks. In December 23, 128 marks. And in June 23, it was around 132 marks. Okay. So our paper will be around 122, 130 marks. But how much we have to attempt? We have to attempt only for 100 marks. This is our paper pattern. MCQs will be 15 marks, 15 questions, 2 marks each, around 30 marks. And rest questions will have around 7 questions from question number 2 to question number 8. Each question will have 2 subparts in it, part A and part B. In that part A and part B, the total questions will be around 7 questions, which will be descriptive questions. 3 questions will be practical questions, okay, which you have to attempt. In these 3 practical questions, if we keep full on focus, what will be practical questions based on? Mostly it will come from cost audit. Only 1 question, if it is asking, will be go for management audit. Okay. What will be asked from management audit practical question? I'll tell you. Just by preparing those questions, that will be sufficient. Okay. So, yes, we have to attempt for 100 marks. And what is the marks you are aiming for? I am expecting you to aim for 60 to 80 marks, which will be very much easy to cover. Okay. So in this EO batch, our target is to get in examination 80 plus marks. Okay. How you have to go through it, how to, what are the concepts you have to cover to get 80 plus marks. We'll discuss on this EO classes. Okay. Yes. And coming to the material, what are the materials which you get? You'll get concept book, you'll get workbook, and you'll get my handwritten notes. Okay. This handwritten notes is only for your quick preparation. Okay. In workbook itself, I have covered all the MCQs. Okay. So this is our concept book. So before getting into the syllabus which we have and getting into the sections, we'll have a brief introduction regarding our subject. What is this subject? Why are we learning it? We have to know about it. Coming to cost and management audit. This cost and management audit is divided into 2. One is cost audit, second one is management audit. Why we are learning it? We have many other audits. We have financial audit, we have internal audit, we have environmental audit, we have statutory audit, we have many other audits. But why we have a separate subject for cost audit and management audit? We have to know about it. Coming to financial audit and cost audit. Who will have to do financial audit? Those who are preparing financial statements. Who will prepare financial statements? Nothing but companies. In that companies, industries will also cover. So, financials compliance is mandatory requirement. Okay. Complying with financials is mandatory requirement. Whoever preparing financial statements have to mandatorily go for financial audit. Now, coming to cost audit. Who will have to do this cost audit? Manufacturing entities, or we have certain regulated sectors who have to comply with this cost audit. What are regulated sectors who have to go for cost audit? What are the manufacturing industries which come under cost audit? That is our entire syllabus which we are going to see. And coming to cost audit requirements, who have to comply it? That we have a separate unit which we are going to discuss. So, is this cost audit compliance mandatory? Only mandatory for certain manufacturing industries which are coming under the principles or rules. Not mandatory for entire all. But coming to financial audits, it has to be complied by all without any industry perspective or specific company perspective. That is the differentiation between financial audit and cost audit. But why as a CME educators or CMA qualification, in CMA qualification, why we are going for cost audit? Because cost audit will be done by cost auditors, and who can be appointed as a cost auditor? Nothing but we who are cost and management accountants. So financial audit will be done by chartered accountants. Cost audit will be done by us, cost and management accountants. So who have to learn about it? We have to learn about it. So in our CMA final, we have a separate subject called as cost and management audit. Clear? So coming to our syllabus which we have. Section A, cost audit. What we are going to see in this cost audit? We have basics of cost audit. Nothing but we are going to learn about introduction of cost audit. How this cost audit has been born, how it has been introduced, why it has been introduced, what are the main objectives, why this cost audit has been brought up, and what is the genesis of this cost audit, in which year what has been done, and at last what is the cost audit, what are the main regulations or laws for which this cost audit will be complied on. That will be dealt in basics of cost audit. And coming to the next, cost records and audit rules 2014. What are these cost records and audit rules? These are nothing but the rules which has to be complied by certain regulated sectors or certain non-regulated sectors. We have around 6 rules which we have in our syllabus. So what are those 6 rules dealt with? Who are the companies or industries which come under this cost records and audit rules perspective? What they have to do when they are under that compliance? That we'll see in unit 2. And coming to third, cost auditor. Who will be appointed as cost auditor? What are his qualifications? What are his disqualifications? What are his main works which he has to do? What are his rights? What are his duties? Everything will be covered in cost auditor unit. Coming to fourth, overview of cost accounting standards and GASAP. GASAP is nothing but generally accepted cost accounting principles. So in this, we'll see certain standards which we have. We have around 24 standards. What are those 24 standards? And what dealt in those standards? What are the requirements? What are the disclosure requirements? What is the main standard talks about? We'll see about it. And coming to principles. What is the difference between standards and principles? When we have already standards, why we are coming for principles? Is principles mandatory? Is standards mandatory? What have to be complied by whom? That we'll see in unit 4. And coming to unit 5, cost auditing and assurance standards. These should be followed by industries. Coming to cost auditing standards will be followed by cost auditor. What are the certain standards which auditor has to comply with? We'll see in unit 5. Coming to unit 6, cost audit program. Cost auditor is appointed. Cost accounting standards are complied. Now, what is a program that has to be complied by a cost auditor? How you have to maintain a plan for it? How you have to prepare a strategy to go on with that cost audit? Everything will be dealt in unit 6. Coming to unit 7, cost audit documentation. Now, cost auditor has a certain plan. He will go on with that plan. He'll have certain strategies. After getting into plan and doing cost audit, there needs to be documentation. He have to keep a record of everything. That what all should be recorded, how it has to be documented, we'll see in cost audit documentation. What is audit process and how that should be executed. That will be dealt in unit 7. Coming to unit 8, preparation and filing of cost audit. After everything is done, he has verified it, he has examined it, everything is completed. Now, at last he have to prepare a cost audit report. How that report will be prepared? Who will he submit it? After that, company has to submit it to government or not? What are the time limits for doing it? If there are any forms, what are the forms which has to be done with? That will be dealt in unit 8. So these is the units which we have in section A, cost audit. Is it clear till now? Now, getting into cost audit, our first unit, basics of cost audit. Now, what is cost audit? Till now we have discussed what we are going to learn in cost audit. But what is cost audit? We'll see now. Okay, this is the handwritten notes which I have prepared for you. This is just for your understanding. Okay. Yes. So, unit 1, basics of cost audit. Before getting into cost audit definition, we'll first see what is cost, what is audit. What is cost? Cost is nothing but a price that must be paid for something or to cause loss of something. For example, there is a pencil in my hand. For this, there will be a price for it. If I am not paying this price, what I am losing? I am losing this pencil. So when there is a price to be paid for something, or if you're not paying that price, if you're losing something, that is called as a cost. Okay. Now, what is the difference between cost and a price? If for anything which is related to normal general thing, it is not related to materials, it is not related to any industry perspective, it is not related to any regulations, then that is called as a price. For everything, that will be a price. But what is cost? Cost is also a price. But when we are talking in terms of auditing, in terms of accounting, we'll call that price as a cost. Okay. Coming to audit. What is audit? Audit is nothing but an official examination of present state of something. So we have certain things in front of us. We are trying to verify it. We are trying to examine it. That is nothing but audit. So we are checking what is there in front of us. That is nothing but auditing. Especially financial records and books. If you are doing any records and books examination or verification, that is called as audit. Now coming to our subject, cost audit. What is cost audit? Cost audit is nothing but examination, verification of cost statements, cost records, and other cost related information of the entity. In entity, they will prepare certain cost statements, they will prepare certain cost records, there will be other documents related to this cost statements and cost records. Examining everything and verifying everything is nothing but cost audit. Now coming to cost accounting. What is different between cost auditing and cost accounting? If there is already written document, already written records, already there cost statements, verifying it is nothing but cost audit. But preparing itself is cost accounting. The process of identification, classification, measurement, assignment of cost to various cost objects. What does this cost objects mean? If we are giving a cost to anything, that is called as cost object. For example, I am giving a cost for this mobile, then this will be a cost object. If I am giving a cost for any plant, that plant will be cost object. If I am giving a cost to any department, that department will be cost object. For anything we are calculating cost or we are assigning cost to it, that is nothing but a cost object. So, process of identifying what is the cost of that cost object, process of classifying that cost, if it is direct cost, if it is indirect cost, if it is related to material, if it is related to labor, that is nothing but classification. Classification of that cost, measurement, measuring of that cost, assigning that cost to that cost object. The entire process of doing it is nothing but cost accounting. And who will do this cost accounting? Cost accounting will be done by management. Management will do all the identification, measurement, everything, and they will record it in certain cost statements that have to be analyzed by us, who are nothing but cost and management accountants, who will be appointed as a cost auditor in that particular industry. Clear now? So this is the basic introduction of our cost and management audit. Not management audit, cost audit. Now coming to cost accounting. For cost accounting to be complied with, we have certain cost accounting standards. What are the standards? Standards are nothing but guidelines or rules for companies, which will be dealt as cost accounting treatment. What is the treatment for cost accounting? What are the disclosure requirements, and who have to be ensured with comparability? Why this cost accounting standards are followed? For example, there is an company or there is an entity in which there is a owner or proprietor in it, and what he is doing, he is taking certain statements which has been prepared in that particular entity, going to 5 different accountants: accountant 1, accountant 2, accountant 3, accountant 4, and accountant 5. And he's asking them to just analyze this cost statements and give me a report about it. What this 5 accountants doing are, they are doing the analysis in their own perspective. They're not following any standards. They're not going with any principles. They're just doing it as per their own wish. And all the 5 accountants are giving 5 different kind of analysis. How that owner or proprietor will compare them? How will he get to know which cost analysis better for that particular industry or entity? For example, these 5 accountants have prepared those analysis based on certain standards which we have, based on certain principles which we have. Then that particular owner or proprietor will have a comparability analysis. He will compare one analysis with the other analysis and he'll see which one is better. And come to the next, consistency. If 1 year, one accounting standard has been followed, that has to be followed in a consistent basis. Why consistent basis? If we are following one accounting standard in this year and if we are changing it to the next year, then we can compare 1 year with the other year. No, we cannot compare it. So we have to maintain a consistency in following. And completeness of cost records. To have a completeness, each and everything which has to be dealt in cost records will be given in cost accounting standards. What have to be included, what not have to be included will be dealt in cost accounting standards. So guidelines or rules providing everything will be dealt in cost accounting standards, which has to be followed by the management while doing cost accounting. Now coming to cost auditing. For cost auditing, we have certain standards on cost auditing, which be a guide for cost auditor. While doing this cost audit, what are the procedures to be followed by that cost auditor? What are the responsibilities which that cost auditor have for reporting the analysis which has been done by him, and for streamlining audit, nothing but planning that particular audit, better planning, documentation and effective implementation of the plan. Everything will be dealt in standards on cost auditing, which has to be complied by cost auditor while doing cost auditing. So this is nothing but cost accounting and cost auditing. Now, following both cost accounting and cost auditing will improve the overall quality of the audit, which will help in decision making for the company. If required and satisfied, the cost auditor can rely on the work done by another auditor. Why we have this certain point? For example, there is an entity which is going for cost audit, and this will be year end, this will be the this will be the year start, and this will be the year end. For example, at middle of this cost audit, the cost auditor is not able to continue his service due to any of the reasons, due to his insolvency or due to his unable to do it, like due to any death, or he's not willing to continue with that particular audit and is trying to resign from the office. Then we have to appoint a new auditor in his place. What will that auditor do? He has to also analyze and verify the cost statements. What first, when that new auditor comes to that entity, what he'll do, he'll first analyze the statements which has been prepared by the previous cost auditor. What is the analysis till now done by that cost auditor will be analyzed. After that, if he is satisfied with that particular analysis, he will continue, or else he can go on from the starting. Okay, so for that we have this point. If required and satisfied, the cost auditor, the new cost auditor who is being appointed, can rely on the work done by another auditor. Not only in this particular year, but also when cost auditor has been appointed, but in previous years, there is another cost auditor who has done his auditing and completed a cost audit report. He can also verify the cost audit report to know about the past experiences or analysis of the company. Okay, so this is regarding the introduction. Coming to our material, so this will be a material. Concept 1, introduction. Cost audit is an independent examination of cost statements, cost records, other related information of an entity with a view to express an opinion. There are not only verification is important, but giving an opinion, analysis about it is also important. This is the main definition of cost audit. Whatever question comes in your examination from cost audit, the first point should be your definition. Okay. After that, you will get to your answer. But first point should be what is cost audit. Now coming to practices, procedures, principles relating to cost accounting will be covered in cost accounting standards. Relating to cost auditing will be covered on standards on cost auditing, which we have discussed. Now, standards on cost auditing provides guidance to the cost auditor for complying with these. Clear? That is the basic introduction of cost audit. Now, coming to the next part. What is the scope of cost audit? What does the scope means? Where this cost audit will be applicable? In which circumstances we have to follow with this cost audit? When this cost audit will be done? That is nothing but a scope. Okay. What is the main objective of cost auditing? Cost audit is done to know about the accuracy of cost data. How effective the cost audit has been, how cost data has been prepared. Whether the cost information related to that entity is true and fair or not. To know about that we are doing cost audit. Now, and exact computation of cost of product. What is the exact cost of that particular product? To know about that we are doing cost audit. That is the main objective. Now, coming to the scope. Cost audit is not just a compliance tool. Not only doing cost audit is just a compliance for that particular entity, but also it has a wider scope. It can be affected in other different perspectives also. We have other elements also which will be helpful if we do cost audit. What are the other elements? Control over element wise cost. If cost audit is done, then there will be a control over element wise cost. What is this element wise cost? Helps in monitoring and identifying areas where cost may be reduced. So there will be a cost unit, there will be a cost center. What is this cost unit? A measuring of a cost. If, for example, we are measuring the distance with kilometers, if you are measuring any value in tons, for example, that petrol or something, if you are valuing it in tons, if you are valuing it in liters, that will be called as unit of measurement. That is called as cost unit. Coming to cost center, the unit which we are assigning it to is called as cost center. For example, if you are calculating any cost for a department, that department will be cost center. Then that is also a cost object. No. What is the difference between cost object and a cost center? If we are assigning a cost to any center and that center will not directly put any effect into our profit, then that is a cost center. For example, there will be a HR department in every company. There will be a cost which has to be expend for that particular HR department. Will this HR department will directly impact our profit? No. What does this HR department actually do? They'll try to recruit, they'll give training to the employees. These are the courses which will done in the HR. But this is just a part of that particular entity that doesn't directly reflect on the profit. What is the main profit purpose? They will try to manufacture something, they'll do this business, and by selling those products they'll get the profit. That is the main purpose. But this HR department does not directly relate to that profit. Similar kind, research and development department, the cost has to be implemented or expended on that particular research and development department. We are trying to analyze something, we are trying to research on certain products, but that does not directly reflect on the profit which we have. The cost which we are assigning to that particular center, which is not directly reflecting on the profit, that is called as cost center. Okay. By doing cost audit, we'll try to know what is the cost unit, what is the cost which will be assigned to that particular cost center, what is the cost which will be assigned to that particular cost object, everything will be known. And also we'll try to able to monitor it. And by monitoring, if there is any reduction in the cost, we'll try to rectify it. That will be done in cost audit. Coming to the next point, determining sale price and margin. We have just now seen to determine the cost of product, we are doing cost auditing. By cost auditing, we'll try to know whether there are any defects in particular product, whether there are any qualities which are not there in the other products. We'll try to improve those qualities. We'll try to improve the quantity of that product. And by improving everything, we can determine what is the sale price and what will be the profit margin. We are analyzing the cost, we are determining the sale price, we'll also able to determine the profit margin. And coming to the next, supports management decision. As we are preparing cost statements, that will be analyzed by cost auditor. He will give his opinion on it. And regarding that opinion and cost audit report, what will management do? Management will take that in their decision part. So that will be helpful in decision making. And coming to standards and budgetary controls. Till now, we have a cost audit report, which talks about our product, which talks about cost, which talks about profit, which we have earned. Everything will be there in that particular report. By just analyzing that report, can't we prepare budget for the next term? We will be able to prepare the budget. If we are trying to minimize the cost from previous term, we can do that also. We can control the cost also. That also could be done just by doing cost audit. And coming to that other thing, improving efficiency. If we want to improve the efficiency of our business, if we want to improve the profits of our business, if we want to improve the quality of our business, then also that could be done by cost auditing. So this is the scope for which we are doing the cost auditing. Till now, is it clear? So same points are there here. Okay. The primary objective of cost audit is accuracy of cost data, accumulation and exact computation of cost. What is the scope? Control over element-wise cost, help in determining sales margin and price, assist management in decision making, setting of standards, budgetary controls, overall efficiency improvement. This cost audit is not a compliance tool, but beyond the compliance. These are the points which we have discussed just now. Clear with the concept 2? Now, coming to concept 3. What is the genesis of cost audit? How this cost audit has been born first? We have to know about it. When did this the born? How this cost audit has come into picture? Why we are complying with this cost audit? Now, methods and techniques of cost auditing and cost accounting and audit of cost accounts can be traced back to pre-independence era. This cost audit does not start after Corona or something. We have this before itself, like before independence itself. We have entities, we have manufacturing entities, we have companies. They also have certain standards, but in their own way. Now, before independence or during that pre-independence era, what did government do? Government of India used to give many contracts to large number of firms. Why they used to give contracts? Because to improve the country. They want to improve, and when independence has come and there were not many companies who are willing to be coming to India to have a startup. So what does government do? No. Government used to give us support. You are under us. Whatever expenditures which has been expended by you will be given by government. What you have to do? You have to just go on with the business. Whatever expenditure is there, we'll give it to you. Whatever cost you have incurred, we'll give it to you. Unless other than that, we'll also give a profit margin for you. We'll also give a commission for you for doing that work. Everything will be given by us. What you have to do? You have to just start up. You have to do the business. That's it. That has been given by the government of India. This government of India given contracts to large number of firms to go on with the business in cost plus basis. What is this cost plus basis? Cost which is incurred will be given by the government, plus the profit margin or the commission margin will also be given by the government. And this government not only gave work but also gave another thing to verify and investigate the cost structure. You will do the business. Also, you will try to verify and investigate regarding the cost structure, which all entities combinedly following till now. After World War II, what is the time period of World War II? 1939 to 1942. After World War II, government has recognized the cost as a different concept because they have given contracts, they have verified it, they have investigated what is the cost structure, and they have come to know that no, we have to keep more importance in the cost. We have to keep certain standards because no one is following a certain standard while doing it. We have to bring standards. We have to bring principles so that everyone will follow it. Now, in mid 1950s, after independence, what has been done? In mid 1950s, we have a case of Dalmia and Jain companies. What does this Dalmia Jain companies do? They have fraud and other commercial crimes. They have tried to misstate the entire financials which they have. They try to manipulate the cost, every records. They try to deceive the shareholders. They try to deceive the customers who are coming to that particular company. They try to fraud everyone and falsified us accounts. They try to falsify it. They tampered the records for personal gains and also done the tax evasion. After doing all these, they have done all this. The government had known about the Dalmia Jain companies that they are committing a fraud, but the proof for it couldn't be got. Why the proof hasn't been there? Because there weren't any standards on it. There weren't any principles on it. If there would have been any standards or principles, the government would have said that you haven't followed the standards and principles and you are under our compliance. You have to do it. But because there weren't any standards and principles, what did happen? The Dalmia Jain companies have committed a fraud and there wasn't any sufficient evidence or proof which government could say that this is under fraud. So for that, what they have done, they have appointed 2 commissions and 1 committee. Vivian Bose Commission, Datta Commission and Dafa Sastry Committee. These are the 2 commissions and committee. Why this commission and committee has been appointed by the government? To recommend about the efficient system of cost accounting and cost auditing to improve the corporate disclosures. So till now the companies hasn't followed anything. There are many frauds which are happening in the world. So to prevent it to happen, what did government do? They have appointed a commission and committee and told and gave them work to effectively analyze everything and give us the regulatory standards, certain standards which has to be complied by each and everyone. After which a mechanism of cost audit and maintenance of cost data were considered as important instruments. After they have analyzed each and everything, they have known what are the loopholes which everyone has and they have tried to rectify and cover up all the loopholes. Okay. So this is the introduction which we have here regarding Dalmia Jain companies, regarding the appointment of Vivian Bose Commission, Datta Commission and Dafa Sastry Committee. And also these bodies identified there are certain inadequacies in financial accounting and auditing systems and they try to recommend a more effective system. During the early phase of industrial development, there was an acute shortage of goods and materials, due to which the government appointed bought a policy of permits and licensing. Because of acute shortage of goods and materials, what does this companies used to do is, the companies used to increase the demand. By increasing the demand, they increase the prices of goods. When prices of goods were increased, will public go to the company or go to the government? Because everything will be governed by the government only. These companies are under the government. So public will go to government and question the government regarding the prices, isn't it? So for that, what did government bring? They bought a policy of permits and licensing. They bought the MRP system. They permitted only certain industries to give prices on certain products only to this level. There is a license for that particular industry to only produce up to this particular goods and put on the price on that particular particular product this much only. That is nothing but policy of permits and licensing. Thus, cost audit emerged as a unique feature of corporate management in India. So this is the genesis. And coming to the history which we have. This is the history of cost audit. Before getting into the history of cost audit, we'll try to know our institute first. We have an institute for our cost and management. What is the institute which we have? In 1944, Institute of Cost and Work Accountants of India, ICWAI, was set up under the Companies Act 1913 as a company. First, this institute which we have has started as a company. After that, it has in 1959 incorporated as a statutory body, a separate body under a new act which is Cost and Work Accountants Act 1959 and which has been renamed as Institute of Cost Accountants of India in 2012. Remembering these years are important. Mainly they will ask us about 2012 when this Cost and Work Accounts has been renamed into ICAI. It has been renamed in 2012. That has to be remembered by you. Okay. Coming to the history of cost audit. Remembering these years is also very, very important. Okay. In 1965, the cost audit was introduced. This cost audit introduced on in section 233B of Companies Act 1956 and section 209 subsection 1 clause D for maintenance of cost records. Who have to maintain cost records? Who will be having a mandatory requirement of cost audit, cost records maintenance, who have to do cost audit? Everything was previously there in Companies Acts. Okay. So in 1965, cost audit was introduced. Then in 1965 to 2008, in this period, what did happen? Only 44 industries were covered under the cost audit. There were many industries, there were many companies, but after also introduction, there were only 44 industries which were covered, and government isn't satisfied with it. No, all have to comply with it. What? Only 44 industries are covered in it. So in 2008, to study existing system of maintenance of cost records and cost auditing, an expert group was set up, and that expert group have verified the cost audit which was there in 1965. After that, they have prepared a report and submitted that report to the government on 2009. In 2011, after analyzing the report which has been submitted by this expert group, the government has brought a mandatory cost audit of cost records maintained by the companies. Who are the certain industries who have to comply? The compulsory and mandatorily they have to do the cost auditing. They have to do the cost records. They have to maintain it. They have to preserve it. Everything was brought in 2011 as a mandatory requirement. This 2011 is also important. Okay, when did cost records and cost audit mandatory requirement has brought in? Can be asked in MCQs. Okay, in 2011. In 2011, mandatory requirement has brought in, but for all companies, no. Only for manufacturing, for mining and processing of operations. In 2014, Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014 was issued under the Companies Act 2013. Okay. So in 2014, a separate rules just for cost records and cost audit maintenance has been brought in Companies Act 2013. So this is the history which we have. So these are the things which we have. And what you have to remember mainly 2012 and 2011. Okay, these are the 2 points which you have to remember compulsorily. And here you have to remember regarding the scope, because this has been asked as a question in your past term questions. Okay, scope of cost audit is a 7 marks question. Okay, before in 2016 syllabus, only in one attempt, like in 2021 attempt, a question from basics of cost audit has been asked. It wasn't a frequently asked question in 2016 syllabus, but in 2022 syllabus we have 3 attempts, and in all 3 attempts the first question in your paper will be from basics of cost audit. Okay, first 7 marks question will be from this unit. So just by learning 4 concepts you will get 7 marks. Okay, so coming to the next concept, what are the objectives of cost audit? So till now we have discussed cost audit, that has been brought as a price control mechanism. To control the price, cost audit has been brought. Now, what are the objectives? In initial years, the government has brought cost audit just to regulate the pricing mechanism. We have seen it has been brought a policy of permits and licensing. Just for that reason, the main objective was that regarding the government. But to provide authentic data to the government, regulated demand and supply through price control mechanism. To control demand, to control supply, each and everything, the government has brought price control mechanism which is called as cost audit. But after that, we have certain objectives for both general objectives and social objectives. What are these general objectives? It is as a general, like which the entities which are complying with this cost records and cost audit, there are certain objectives which has to be complied with them in that perspective. It is only related to an entity perspective. But coming to social objectives, it is regarding society. What cost audit has certain objectives which has to reflect on the society as a whole. Okay, so these are the general objectives and social objectives. What are the general objectives which we have? Verification of cost accounts. Cost audit has to verify cost accounts. That is the first objective. Ensuring that all laws, procedures, principles has been followed. That is the second objective. To determine the inventory valuation, to do the valuation for inventory which has there in the entity. To do periodic reconciliation between the cost accounts and financial accounts, and to detect if there are any abnormal loss. What is abnormal loss? Any loss which has been occurred due to any uncertain events. That is abnormal loss. To detect and correct regarding the abnormal loss. To facilitate fixation of prices of goods and services, and to ensure that the resources are utilized optimizely. So these are the general objectives which is only related to that particular entity which has to be done as a cost audit. Now coming to the social objectives. Verifying pricing of products are justified. Verifying that whatever price has been put on that product is in terms with the quality or not. Whether the quality is in worth for that price or not. That is a social objective. Preventing overpricing and underpricing. When products are in global market, looking into no cost economic imbalance. Now, products are produced or manufactured. Will that be only sold in India? No, it can be in the global market also. When we have a product in the global market, will that product will be a single product? Like it will be a specific product? No, there are many products. If I have an Apple iPhone with me, is there only mobile phone which has been produced by Apple? No, we have Samsung, we have Oppo, we have MI, we have many other things. So the price which has been charged by one entity, which is Apple, shouldn't be compromising with the other mobile producers. So that is nothing but cost-based economic imbalance. So there doesn't be any imbalance in the cost for that particular product in the global market. And coming to the next, removing differences between the prices in the market. If our product is in lower price and the similar product is in higher prices, then they will purchase our product. But if our product is in higher prices and the prices of other products are in lower, they'll go for those products. If quality, quantity, everything are similar, then this comparison will be coming. But if the quality of our product is much more higher, then the prices would be higher only. But if there are similar products in the global market and there are any price differences, then to correct the differences, cost audit will be helpful. And coming to the last, efficient utilization of resources. The same is there in general objectives also. But what is the difference to the social objectives? To promote pricing that benefit the society, so that the pricing which has there for that product will benefit the society. In that perspective, we are utilizing the resources. So we have around 4 social objectives and 7 general objectives. Okay, this 7 general objectives I've only given in a 5 points in your book. Okay, I've just classified it in 2 to 3. Will learning only 5 plus 4 points will be sufficient for our examination? Will be more than sufficient. Okay, if separately a 7 marks question can be asked, okay, just state about general objectives, state about social objectives can be asked, has been asked in the previous attempts. Okay, this is also an important question. If if only a question of general objectives has been asked, how you have to answer it? First, you have to write the definition of cost audit. Then you have to write a basic introduction regarding the cost audit. You have to write this 5 points about the general objectives. And last point should be cost audit is not just a compliance tool, but beyond a compliance tool. That should be your last point. You'll get a 7 marks without losing 1 mark. Okay. Similarly, same for social objectives. If social objectives question has been asked, how you have to write? You have to write cost audit definition, write 4 points of social objectives, write that cost audit is not a compliance tool. You'll get 7 marks. If both general objectives and social objectives has been asked, write 3 points and 3 points each, write cost audit definition, write the last point, 7 marks. Clear? So what, for how many marks, what question has been asked? According to that, your answer should be presented in the examination. Each and every answer should be in point wise only. No paragraphs for one point to other point. There should be a one-line space. Okay. Regarding presentation all and all, we'll go on see it. Okay. Now coming to the next fifth concept. What are the benefits of cost audit? So till now we have seen what is the scope. We have seen what is the objectives. Now coming to the benefits. As per International Federation of Accountants, we have certain benefits. What are the benefits? Helps to ascertain whether organization records are maintained and gives true and fair view or not. Of what? Of cost of production, of processing, manufacturing, mining of product. What that particular industry or entity deals with. On that perspective, whether the cost records and cost audit is done or not, whether the cost statements gives a true and fair view or not. That is the main benefit of cost audit. Helps to identify whether there are weaknesses in the system. Also helps us to drive down the cost by detecting whether there is any wastage or inefficiencies. Also assists the government in helping to formulate taxation policies. So these are the major benefits of the cost audit. When cost audit is being asked in your examination as a question, in suggested answer they are giving this, benefits of cost information. So what will be there in cost audit? Nothing but analysis of cost information. So benefits of cost information are taken as benefits of cost audit in your examination. But I have given you this in my handwritten notes. Okay. Writing this plus writing any 3 points or 2 points from this will be enough. Okay. First write the benefits of cost audit and write about the benefits of cost information. Okay. Now coming to the benefits of cost information which we have. We have around 5 benefits. What are the 5 benefits? Cost information use, assessing performance, scope of costing, decision support and data consistency. What are these points dealing with? Cost information use. What is this cost information use? Enables all the stakeholders or shareholders or investors, customers, they'll try to understand regarding the performance of our entity. Just by looking into the cost information, just by looking into the cost audit report, they'll know about the analysis performance of our company, isn't it? So that is the cost information use. Coming to assessing performance. All like evaluating organizational performance, shareholder, stakeholder value, operational efficiency. After analyzing performance, what is the value of that shareholder? What is the value of investors? How much customers are benefiting from it? That is nothing but assessing performance. In first point, we'll try to know about the performance. In second point, we'll try to assess the performance. We'll try to make the decisions out of the performance. Third, scope of costing. We have discussed the scope of costing till now. All these are nothing but benefits of cost information. After getting the cost information analysis only, we are getting this done. So this is a scope of cost audit. Coming to decision support. By seeing the cost audit report, whether the organization management will be able to take decisions or not. Yes, they will be able to take the decisions. So that will be a decision support. Meeting customer expectations and profitability targets. They'll know about the profitability targets. What are the continuous improvements can be done, and guiding product mix and investment decision. So this will be a decision support. And nextly, data consistency. Working from a common data source ensures reconcilable output reports for different audiences. So how this cost audit report will be prepared? By analyzing cost statements and cost records. So whatever, if there is any error or any inefficiencies in the cost audit report, what they'll do? They'll go to the cost statements. If there are any management issues, what they'll do? They'll go to cost statements, analyze it again. If there is any internal control issues, they'll go to cost statements and analyze it. So everything which has been in the organization, if they want to get to know about anything, they'll try to go and start from the start, which is verifying and analyzing of cost statements and cost records. These are the benefits of cost information. So we have 2 benefits, cost audit benefits and cost information benefits. Okay. Now coming to the last concept which we have, cost accounting standards. Regarding this cost accounting standards, we have a separate unit. We are going to see in that particular unit. But in this, what we have, this cost accounting standards are mainly given to ensure that there is a uniformity, that everyone are complying with, there is a uniform accounting has been done in all entities, and there is a consistency in following it. To ensure that there is a uniformity and consistency, cost accounting standards has been brought. And these are the objectives which we have: to have a structured approach, to have integration and standardization of doing it, to have a guidance for uniformity, to have that compliance, everyone have to comply with it, to support for attestation and clear understanding. What is this attestation? Attesting the documents, information regarding it, attaching it is nothing but attestation. And to have a clear understanding. These are the main objectives of cost accounting standards. Will this be asked from the unit 1? No. Okay, so what will be asked from unit 1 as a question? Can be asked as a scope. What is scope of cost audit? What are the objectives of cost audit? What are the benefits of cost audit? These are the 3 questions which can be asked. And coming to Genesis, Genesis will not be asked as a separate question, but can be asked in the MCQs. Okay, but Genesis of cost audit question is there in your ICMAI material. Okay, in the last there will be questions, isn't it? So in that questions, Genesis of cost audit is a main question, but till now it hasn't been asked in the examination. So you have to mainly concentrate on 3 things: scope, objectives, benefits. Clear? So this will be the questions from basics of cost audit. Now, before getting into the second unit, you don't have books, right? So what I am going to do is, how will you prepare, or how will you see this? So yes, I'll send 3 screenshots of scope, objectives, and what? Benefits of cost information. What you're going to do is, you're going to learn it now itself. I'll give you around 10 minutes or 15 minutes time. Just try to revise it. Okay. After that, we'll see the main thing. Okay. Just a moment. I'll try to pause it. Cheers. Before getting into our unit 2, we have completed unit 1, basics of cost audit. Our unit 2 is cost records and audit rules 2014. Companies cost records and audit rules 2014. Before getting into it, we have to know about a section. One section which we have, which is section 148 of Companies Act 2013. What is this section? What does it deal with? This section gave central government certain powers. What are those central government powers? Central government to specify audit of items of cost in respect of certain companies. So central government has a power. So that will tell the certain companies to have a cost audit. How that has to be done? Manner of doing the cost audit. Everything will be said by whom? Government. That power for the government is given in section 148 of Companies Act 2013. Okay, so these are nothing but subsections which I have given you. Okay, so this you have to lead this as 148 subsection 1. Okay, 1 talks about central government can order certain class of companies. What are those certain class of companies? Production of certain goods, providing certain services such as may be prescribed by the government. Certain companies are providing certain services or producing those goods. For those companies, central government can give order to include in books of accounts how they are utilizing the materials, how they are utilizing the labor, and certain items related to cost. They have to include these information in books of accounts. That can be ordered by central government. If companies are registered by special act, then government have to take permission from that special act to give order to certain companies. After getting the approval from the special act, like if it is insurance company, then there is a Insurance Regulation Act. If central governments take permission from the act, they can give order to that insurance company. Similar like that Banking Regulation Act, we have certain acts, isn't it? So if government takes special permission from those special acts, that government can give order to certain companies. So giving order is in 148 subsection 1. Now coming to section 2. Central government, if is of opinion to do so, can direct a manner of conducting audit of cost records of certain class of companies. But to give a manner of conducting of audit, the central government will give a turnover and net worth requirements. If that company is exceeding this much of turnover, exceeding this much of net worth, then those have to comply with the directions of government. What are these net worth and turnover limits? That will be set by government when they are issuing that particular rule. Okay. Now coming to the third 148 subsection 3, which we have. Audit to be conducted by whom? By a cost accountant in practice. And this cost accountant in practice shall be appointed by board as a cost auditor. Auditor of the company who is already a auditor, like internal auditor, statutory auditor or financial auditor, cannot be appointed as a cost auditor. Only a cost accountant in practice can be appointed as a cost auditor. And cost auditor shall have to comply with the cost auditing standards. So this is 148 subsection 3, which is very, very important, will be asked in your MCQs. Okay. Now coming to fourth, cost accountant should submit a report on the cost audit report. To whom he will submit? To the board, because board has appointed the cost auditor. He will submit his report to the board. In a form, there is a certain form. What is that form? We'll discuss it. And that report has to be submitted by, after cost accountant submitting the report to the board, the company has to submit it to the central government within 30 days of receipt. So auditor will prepare a report, he will submit it to the board, board have to submit it to the central government within 30 days. Okay. For this also we have a certain form. What is it? We'll see. Report shall be given to the central government with certain explanations and information. What are those explanations? What are the information related to cost audit report? Like what are the basis for his opinion on it? Like what are the principles which has been followed by him? What are the records which he took into consideration while preparing that report? That has to be attested with the report and send it to the central government. And central government may ask for additional information if required. That is 148 subsection 6. And at last we have 148 subsection 7. If any of the above subsections are not complied with, company or cost auditor, we have default. Then that default we have certain penalties. Company and every officer of company shall be punishable according to section 147 subsection 1. This section 147 is nothing but a punishment for non-compliance. Okay. Cost auditor of company, if he is not complying with, then he have to take the punishment according to 147 subsection 2 and 147 subsection 5. Remembering these sections are also important, asked in MCQs. Okay. 147 subsection 1 is for company and every officer of company. 147 subsection 2 and 147 subsection 5 is for cost auditor of company not complying with. Okay. So this is regarding 148. Clear till now? What is 148? So before getting into unit 2, we have to know about 148. So this is 148. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to start with our unit 2, which deals with companies, cost records and audit rules 2014. So in this unit 2, what we are going to see? We are going to see what are the rules which we have. What are this companies, cost records and audit rules? In these rules, we have around 6 rules. What are those rules? For whom it is applicable? What are the compliance requirements of those particular rules we are going to see. And we have certain forms which has to be complied, which has also been mentioned in this Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014. That is what we are going to see in this unit. Okay. So, basic introduction about this unit. Section 148 of Companies Act 2013. What is this section 148? We have seen now. So, this section 148 gave powers to central government. We know this. This powers is given to central government to make rules regarding maintenance of cost records. So, certain industries have to maintain cost records. That mandatory rule can be made by certain central government. The power to the central government is given by section 148. This maintenance of cost records is only for companies engaged in specified industries, manufacturing or providing goods or services. This only for this companies central government will give order to make rules. Okay. The power which the central government has, is only a subordinate legislative power. What is this subordinate legislative power? It is a process by which executive is given power by primary legislation. Who will be primary legislation? Companies Act 2013. So, Companies Act 2013 gave power through section 148 to central government. Central government is also having power, but that power is called as subordinate legislative power. It is subordinate to Companies Act 2013. This subordinate legislative power is given by primary legislation to make laws in order to implement and administer the requirements of primary legislation. So, what primary legislation giving the requirements to be fulfilled by central government, that will be fulfilled as a subordinate legislative power. So, that has been given here. Primary legislation is the act which has been passed in the parliament, which is nothing but Companies Act 2013. Coming to subordinate legislative power, central government, which has only power to make small changes, but it cannot touch the whole act. It can make changes in the rules which has been given by central government, but it cannot touch the act itself. Central government from time to time can issue certain notifications or orders regarding the rules which has been implemented by it. Okay. What are these notifications, orders? We are not going to go in deep. Hoping that you know what is notification and order. Okay. Notification is only a guidance or clarification regarding the rules which are there in the act. But order is made only for certain specific kind of group. Those which has to be complied by that particular group only, which is the order. But notification is for general, just for clarification or giving rules, implementing new procedures, that will be notification. Okay. So, this is the basic introduction regarding companies cost records and audit rules. Now, getting into the rules which we have around 6 rules. Rule 1 is title and commencement. Rule 2, definitions. Rule 3, application of cost records. Rule 4, applicability for cost audit. Rule 5, maintenance of cost records. And Rule 6, cost audit. What are these rules? What are in those rules? We'll see now. Okay. Now coming to Rule 1. Rule 1 is nothing but title and commencement. What is the title which we have? Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014. It is the title. Now, what is the commencement date? It has been commenced from 30th of June 2014. Remembering this date is very, very important. Okay. Title is Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014 and it has been commenced from 30th June of 2014. How how it has been commenced? Before this issuing of rules, central government has published it in an official gazette. By publishing it in official gazette, this has been become as a rule in Companies Act 2013. What is an official gazette? Official gazette is nothing but a official newspaper which has been for the government. In that government, whatever new rules, whatever new guidelines or whatever new approaches which has to be bought by the central government, it could be laws, regulations, whatever it is, it will be published in an official gazette. That official gazette, by publishing it, it will be a compliance requirement for everyone. That has to be complied with everyone compulsorily, because that is a rule. So companies' cost records and audit rules has been brought in official gazette on 30th June 2014. That is our rule 1. Coming to rule 2, we have certain definitions. What are these definitions? We'll see now. We have around 7 definitions. No, 8, 9 definitions. Okay. First one is act. What is act? Wherever in these rules we see act word, the act is nothing but Companies Act 2013. Customs Tariff Act heading. What is this Customs Tariff Act heading? As per Schedule 1, first schedule, additional notes in Customs Tariff Act 1975. So we have Customs Tariff Act 1975. In this Customs Tariff Act, if you open the bare act and if you go to first schedule, you will see certain tables in it. In these tables, there are goods and services which has been mentioned. For one particular good, there is a code which has been given. That code is nothing but Customs Tariff Act heading. How will that be? That will be in digits, like 2006 or 1997, like that. Okay? Like a code, a digit, 4-digit number will be given. That is nothing but Customs Tariff Act heading. That 4-digit heading is to specify that under that heading that good is specified, or under that heading that services is specified. In our concept book, I have given you this table. Regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors table. Okay. So in this, I have given you this 2016, 2709, 2715. These are nothing but Customs Tariff Act headings. Okay. If you open the bare act of Customs Tariff and if you see under this heading, you will find drugs and pharmaceuticals. Okay. To have that comparison, like where did we get these rules from? Where did the good come from? To have that comparability, we have taken it from Customs Tariff Act heading. To specify it, we have this table. Okay. So that is nothing but Customs Tariff Act heading. Coming to cost accountant in practice. Who can be appointed as a cost accountant? Who will be a cost accountant in practice? A qualified cost and management accountant holding a valid certificate of practice and is deemed to be in practice. Not only holding a valid certificate is enough. He has to be working in practice. And it will also include a firm or LLP, Limited Liability Partnership, in which most of the members and partners are cost and management accountants. Okay. So that is nothing but cost accountant in practice. And whenever this firm and LLP is coming into picture, the members and partners are CMAs and they have to work only in regard to this cost audit perspective, not regarding to income tax. They are also CMAs, but working in other fields like taxation fields or any other financial fields, that will not be considered as cost accountant practice. Those who are working under the field of cost accounting practices, they will be considered as firm and LLP who is cost accountant in practice. Clear? Now coming to cost auditor. Who can be a cost auditor? Any cost accountant in practice can be a cost auditor. It could be an individual, it could be a firm, it could be a LLP. Coming to cost audit report. Any report which has been prepared by cost auditor and which is a duly signed report on cost records, cost statements. It has to be prepared on the basis of analysis of cost records and cost statements, and that has to be duly signed by him. And that has to be prepared as per rules. It could include observations by that particular cost auditor. What are the qualifications of that cost auditor? What are the requirement annexures, if there are any annexures, observations, qualifications, or any other additional information with that cost auditor want to give? Everything including will be called as cost audit report. Okay. Coming to cost records. What are these cost records? Books of accounts relating to utilization of material and labor, other costs relating to production of goods or provision of services. So wherever in books there is a saying about the utilization of material or labor, those books will be called as cost records. In this definitions, what you have to see is cost records. One question has been asked in the previous term stating that are books of accounts called as cost records or not? Not the same question, but the question was like this. Books of accounts can be classified as cost records or not. If books of accounts are stating about the utilization of material and labor, which is in according to the production of goods or services, then those books will be classified as cost records. That should be your answer. Okay, clear? Now coming to form. What are the form? Whichever form which we are going to see now, what are the forms? Those forms, if they are annexed with the cost audit report and prepared as per rules, those will be called as forms. Coming to Ind AS. Ind AS is nothing but what you know, Indian Accounting Standards, which has been referred in companies Ind AS Rules 2015. Oh shit. Just a moment. Okay. Sorry, there wasn't proper screen here. The screen was stuck. So this is the thing which we have discussed till now. Okay. Unit 2, Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014. We have discussed section 148, gave power to central government as a subordinate legislative power. And primary legislation is nothing but Companies Act 2013. Central government from time to time can issue notifications or orders. And we have discussed what are the rules which we have. These are the rules which we have. Rule 1 is title and commencement. Rule 2, definitions, application of cost records, applicability for cost audit, maintenance of cost records and cost audit. Rule 1, title and commencement. Title is nothing but company's cost records and audit rules, and it has been commenced from 30th June 2014. And coming to definitions, till now we have discussed what is Act, which is nothing but Companies Act 2013. Customs Tariff Act heading, which has been mentioned in Customs Tariff Act 1975 first schedule. Cost accountant in practice, a CMA holding valid certificate of practice and deemed to be in practice including a firm and LLP. Cost auditor is nothing but cost accountant in practice appointed by board will be cost auditor, and cost audit report is a report which has been prepared according about cost records and cost statements and which is duly signed and prepared as per rules will be cost audit report. And coming to cost records, books of accounts relating to utilization of material and labor in according to production of goods or provision of services is cost records. And coming to form annexed to these rules, Ind AS referred to in companies Ind AS rules 2014. Institute is nothing but our ICAI institute. So these are the definitions which we have. Okay. Now coming to rule 3 and very important rule in our unit 2. What is rule 3? Rule 3 talks about applicability of cost records. For whom these cost records are being applicable? What are the industries which come under applicability of cost records? Who have to maintain cost records? Okay. Now maintenance of cost records by whom? By companies which can be domestic or foreign companies engaged in production of specified goods or providing services. What are the specified goods or providing services which has been mentioned in regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors? What are those regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors? These are the regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors. We have a huge table of goods or services, providing of goods or providing of services table, which has been mentioned as regulated sectors table or non-regulated sectors table. Whichever goods or services specified in this sectors, for those type of engaged companies, it could be domestic or foreign, they have to maintain cost records. Okay. This regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors also have to only maintain cost records when the turnover is more than or equal to 35 crores in preceding financial year. We'll only see what is the turnover in preceding financial year. So overall turnover from all products and services should be more than or equal to 35 crores in the preceding financial year. In that case, the company which is engaged in those specified goods or services which has been said in regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors table, those have to comply with maintenance of cost records. Now, maintenance of cost records does not apply on specially to what are those foreign companies having only liaison office. What does this liaison office mean? For example, there is a office in outside India, like in foreign country, and there is an office in India, and the foreign country office and Indian company office is trying to make a business relationship. They're trying to get into a business relationship. And now, whatever the dealings happening between that foreign company and Indian company has to be dealt with a mediator. That mediator will be none other than the foreign company's mediator office. That is called as liaison office. This liaison office will not do any businesses for that foreign company. It will only be as a mediator for the business relationships between the foreign company and Indian company. Such kind of office is called as liaison office. It is only a connection or bonding office between two entities. Okay, it is such as a representative office. So any foreign company having only liaison office need not maintain cost records. And companies classified into micro enterprises or small enterprises as per our MSME Development Act, those kind of micro enterprises or small enterprises need not maintain cost records. So other than these two, whatever entities coming under this regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors table and are having overall turnover from all products and services more than or equal to 35 crores in the preceding financial year have to maintain cost records. Clear till now? That is our rule 3. This is important. Okay. This is also not questioned very often, but this is question which do not come under the maintenance of cost records purview. This is a question which has been asked in your examination. So make sure you learn it perfectly. Okay. So this is regarding the introduction which we have seen in our concept book. Authority is nothing but section 148 of Companies Act. Legislative power, central government has a subordinate legislative power. Historical context is nothing but it can give certain notifications from time to time. And rule 1, short title and commencement. Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014 will be the title and 30th June 2014 will be the commencement date. Rule 2, definitions. These are the definitions which we have and we have seen it in detail. And coming to rule 3, application of cost records. Subsection 1 of section 148 of the Act includes both domestic and foreign companies engaged in production of goods or providing services. Turnover threshold will be 35 crores or more in immediate preceding financial year. If you are writing only more than or equal to 35 crores in your examination, don't expect any marks. Okay. If you are writing immediate preceding financial year only, you will get marks. Okay. Requirement, what is the requirement? It should include cost records in the books of accounts for specified products or services. What are the specified products or services given in regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors table? Exclusions are only 2. Foreign company with only having liaison office, companies classified as micro enterprises or small enterprises. So, exclusions we have seen from rule 3 is foreign companies with only liaison office and companies classified as micro or small enterprises as per the turnover limits. Okay, so this is the rule 3 which we have. Coming to the regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors table. Is the table remembrance important for your examination? Yes, it is important. They will ask a direct question giving a good or service and ask you to state whether these are regulated sectors or not. That question can be asked. Or they can give you a name of particular good or service and ask whether rule 3 is applicable or not. That question can be asked. So remembrance of this rule, regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors table is important. Okay. So how we will be able to remember? There is a huge table. There is a huge list of this much. How we can remember? I'll tell you a way for it. In regulated sectors table, we only have 6 goods and services. So just remember these 6 points. Telecommunication services, generation, transmission, distribution and supply of electricity, petroleum products, drugs and pharmaceuticals, fertilizers, sugar and industrial alcohol. These 6 products or services will be in regulated sectors, and whatever question which has been asked in your examination will be from non-regulated sectors. Okay? But don't just skip non-regulated sectors table. Just go through, but don't be most perfect. Don't by heart it. Just go through what are there in non-regulated sectors and table. Okay. Just remember regulated sectors table perfectly. Those 6 points. Okay. And coming to the question, this question has been asked. Okay. This 33rd point from non-regulated sectors table, it has been asked as a question whether the cardiac stunts and this cardiac stunts and this chemical medical devices, will it be applicable rule 3 or not? A question from like that has been asked in your examination. Okay, that will be in our workbook. You can go through with those questions, like how questions are being asked, and whether this construction industry will come under the rule 3 purview or not. That question has also been asked in your examination. So you have to see what are the goods and services which are involved in this regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors. Okay. So yes, that is regarding rule 3. Coming to rule 4. Rule 4 talks about applicability of cost audit. Now cost records will be maintained by those regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors stable industries. Now even after rule 3 is applicable, rule 4 will it be applicable or not? We have to check it out. Now regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors, we have a classification. For regulated sectors we have to see 2 points. 1, overall annual turnover during immediate preceding financial. Overall turnover, it could be regulated sector product, it could be non-regulated sector product, it could be a product which is not there in both the tables. Whatever the products are manufactured by that particular entity, overall turnover should be more than or equal to 50 crores in the immediate preceding financial year. And coming to aggregate turnover of individual products or services. Aggregate turnover of regulated sector products and non-regulated sector products should be more than or equal to 25 crores. If both these are satisfied, then for the products which are there in regulated sector stable, cost audit should be done. Clear? Now, for non-regulated sectors, overall turnover during immediate preceding financial should be more than or equal to 100 crores. And what are the products which are covered in these two should have overall turnover of more than or equal to 35 crores. If these two are satisfied and these two are satisfied, for all the products cost audit should be done. Clear? For this, I have examples. We'll go through the examples. Okay. Now, see case 1. Miss XYZ and Company Limited. Turnover of Table A products are 6 crores. Table B products are 9 crores. And turnover of other products which are not Table A and Table B. Table A is nothing but regulated sectors table and Table B is nothing but non-regulated sectors table. Other products are around 18 crores. Now first we'll check whether rule 3 is applicable or not. For rule 3, what should be? Overall turnover should be more than or equal to 35 crores in the immediate preceding financial year. Now the total is 33 crores. So rule 3 is not applicable. What is rule 3? Applicability of cost records. Now when cost records are also not applicable, they are not going to prepare cost records. What will they do with cost audit? They'll not have anything to verify it. So if cost records are not maintained, cost audit need not be done. Clear? Now coming to third case which we have. Turnover of Table A products are 11 crores. Table B 14 crores. Other products are 28 crores. Now first, rule 3 is applicable or not? Overall turnover is 53 crores. Rule 3 is applicable. More than or equal to 35 crores. Rule 3 is applicable. Now coming to rule 4. For rule 4, first we'll go with regulated sectors turnover limits. Now for regulated sectors, overall should be more than or equal to 50 crores. Now what is overall? 53 crores. So one condition, satisfied. Now the second condition, aggregate of table A and table B should be more than or equal to 25 crores. Now how much it is? It is exactly 25 crores, more than or equal to 25 crores. So first is satisfied. For table A products, cost audit should be done. Now for table B products, we'll check. Overall turnover should be how much? More than or equal to 100 crores. First condition, isn't it? Not satisfied. So for only table A products, cost audit should be done. Okay. Cost audit is only applicable for table A products. Clear? Now coming to the fifth case which we have. Turnover of table A is 20 crores. Table B 22 crores. Other products 63 crores. Now overall turnover is 105. Rule 3 is applicable. More than or equal to 35 crores. Rule 3 is applicable. Cost records should be maintained. Now coming to rule 4. First rule is nothing but for overall turnover should be more than or equal to 50 crores for regulated sector. Overall turnover is 105. More than or equal to 50, that is satisfied. For table A and table B products should be more than or equal to 25 crores. It is 42 crores. So it is satisfied. For table A products, cost audit should be done. Now for table B products, overall turnover should be more than or equal to 100 crores. Satisfied. Table A and table B should be more than or equal to 35 crores. Satisfied. So for all the products, cost audit should be done. Clear? This is how you have to analyze. Now, non-applicability of rule 4 but applicability of rule 3. Even though cost records are maintained, cost audit need not be done for certain companies. What are those companies? We have 3 companies. If companies that could be regulated or non-regulated, whatever it could be, if revenue from exports, foreign exchange is more than or equal to 25% of total revenue, which means the company which is working on is mostly on exports. It is only dealing on exports. The currency which they are getting, the income which they are deriving is only from foreign exchange. That is nothing but foreign income. Those kind of companies need not maintain cost audit, need not do cost audit. Okay. When if more than 25% of revenue is from foreign exchange. Now second, if operating from SEZ, special economic zone, then they need not do the cost audit, but cost records preparation is important. Engaged in generation of electricity for captive consumption through captive generating plant. What is this captive consumption? For example, there is an electricity company and they want electricity for consuming that electricity. For producing that electricity itself, they need some electricity. For that, what they are doing, they are having a separate plant which is only for generating the electricity which is used in that particular electricity generation company. Now, for that plant, they are generating the electricity and they are utilizing more than 51% for themselves itself. If the consumed electricity, generated electricity is used at least 51% for own consumption, then that is called as captive consumption. If any electricity company is having a own captive generating plant and they are utilizing it for captive consumption, which means at least 51% is used for own consumption, then for that company also cost audit need not be done. So in this 3 companies, cost audit need not be done. Rule 4 is not applicable. Rule 3 is applicable. Clear till now? So that is what we have in here, rule 4. Okay. So company specified in table item A, item B, item or table same. Item A is regulated, item B is non-regulated. Overall annual turnover should be 50 crores. Aggregate should be 25 crores. For table B, overall should be 100 crores. Aggregate should be 35 crores. Exclusions, whose revenue from exports from foreign exchange exceeds 75% of total revenue. Operating from special economic zone. Engaged in generation of electricity for captive consumption through captive generating plant. So these are the exclusions. From rule 3 and rule 4, turnover limits are important, and more than that, exclusions are very, very important. Okay. So that is regarding Rule 3 and Rule 4. Coming to Rule 5, maintenance of cost records. Now, cost records should be prepared. Cost audit should be done. Who have to maintain those cost records which has been prepared? Companies, units or branches have to maintain cost records in CRA 1 form. So maintenance of cost records is given in form CRA 1. Important to remember form numbers. Okay, CRA 1 form is for maintenance of cost records. This maintenance of cost records in CRA 1 has been become applicable from 1st of April 2014. For what companies? For all companies. But only for these sectors, it has been applicable from 2015th of 1st of April. Okay. What are those non-regulated sectors? For coffee and tea, milk powder, electricals, electronic machinery. Only for this non-regulated sector for goods or services, this Form CRA 1 maintenance has been applicable only from 1st of April 2015. Okay. Now, why we are maintaining cost records? Maintenance of cost records will help us to calculate per unit cost of production or operations, cost of sales and sales margin can be done. We have seen what are the benefits of cost audit, nothing but this. For every year, monthly basis or quarterly basis, half yearly basis, cost audit will be done, which will help in decision making part. Helps company to exercise control over various operations, control over cost to achieve optimum utilization of resources, and to provide necessary data which is required to furnish under these rules. So for all these requirements which we have seen in the first unit itself, cost records maintenance is important. Clear? So that is given in Rule 5. So I have given here in Rule 5. Now, the requirement of maintenance of cost records in Form CRA 1. In this Form CRA 1, we have this following records. Okay. So, everything regarding this have to be in Form CRA 1. Regarding production, raw material consumption record should be there. Production report should be there. Reduction wastage or scrap report should be there. Like what should be there for which category in Form CRA 1. That is given here. Is this important for your examination? Not important. Okay. You don't have to remember this all. Remember, just in Form CRA 1, maintenance of cost records will be done. That's it. Now, coming to Rule 6, cost audit. This is nothing but 148 section which we have seen. Okay. Board meeting shall be conducted. When board meeting will be conducted? Within 180 days of commencement of financial year. When financial year is commenced, within 180 days, first board meeting should be commenced. In that first board meeting, cost auditor should be appointed by board. Okay. Appointment of cost auditor should be done by board of directors in first board meeting. Then company have to inform regarding that appointment to that particular cost auditor. His or his appointment. Regarding that appointment, company has to inform it to the cost auditor that you have been appointed as a cost auditor for this particular term in our company, and this is the scope of your work. Each and everything has to be dealt with. And not only giving the information regarding the appointment, they also have to receive from them or obtain from that particular cost auditor a consent letter. What does this consent letter is? That he is willing to be appointed as a cost auditor in our company, that he is not disqualified to be appointed as a cost auditor. He has complied with all the laws and regulations to be appointed as a cost auditor. Everything has to be there in a consent letter. And he shall also obtain a certificate from him. So company has to obtain two things, consent letter and a certificate from the cost auditor. In that certificate, what all should be dealt? That cost auditor is individual or a firm or LLP. Regarding that, details has to be there. And if he is eligible to be appointed, qualifications are satisfied or not. Satisfies the criteria provided in section 141. This section 141 deals with qualification, disqualifications, and responsibility of cost auditor. Whether the section 141 is complied with or not. And appointment is within the limits as per rules or not. Matter disclosed in certificate is true and correct. These all related information should be there in this certificate, and this certificate and consent letter should be obtained by company from cost auditor who is being appointed. Okay. Now, company should file a notice to the central government that this particular individual, firm or LLP has been appointed as a cost auditor in our company. That has to be done within 30 days of board meeting in which such appointment is made. Within 30 days of appointment of cost auditor, company has to file it with the central government. That has to be done in form CRA 2. Okay. Within 30 days or 180 days from the commencement of financial year. Within 180 days, board meeting should be conducted. If board meeting is not conducted also, then if cost auditor is appointed, that cost auditor appointment should be filed with the central government. If not appointed, why not appointed? The reasons should be given. From commencement of financial year 180 days or within 30 days of board meeting conducted, whichever is earlier. In that circumstances, company shall file that this person has been appointed as a cost auditor to the central government in form CRA 2 through electronic mode along with prescribed fees. So CRA 1 is about maintenance of cost records. CRA 2 is filing about a notice to the central government that cost auditor has been appointed. Now, auditor to continue in his office. Till when the cost auditor can be continuing? Till expiry of 180 days from the closure of financial year. After financial year is completed, till 180 days he can be in office, or till he submits his report. Why he is being appointed? To give us a report. If he is not giving us a report and 180 days is expired, will he leave his office? No. He has to submit his report and leave his office. Okay. Cost auditor appointed can be removed from his office before expiry of his term. But for that, a board's resolution should be given and reasonable opportunity of being heard should be given to that particular cost auditor. And board shall also record the reasons in writing for such removal. And when removal is there, resignation will also be there. So, if the cost auditor wants to resign from his office also, he can do so. He can resign from his office. For appointing a new auditor in the place of old auditor, if he is removed or resigned, then it has to be done, and again form CRA 2 should be filed to the central government. The new auditor has been replaced by the old auditor. They have to file CRA 2 form again. Okay. Now, there could be a casual vacancy when there is removal, resignation, or any kind of other things like death, or he has been left the office without any notice or anything. There will be a casual vacancy. Till when this casual vacancy should be filled? Within 30 days, the casual vacancy should be filled by the board. Like if the cost auditor is removed from his office, within 30 days of his removal, new auditor should be appointed. If cost auditor has been resigned, within 30 days, new auditor should be appointed. Whatever the reason for casual vacancy should be, within 30 days of casual vacancy, new auditor should be appointed by the board of directors. After appointment, within 30 days, they have to file in form CRA 2 to the central government. Clear till now? Now, cost statements, other statements to be annexed to the cost audit report. Whatever cost audit report will be prepared, to that cost statements and other statements should be annexed with. And before giving this cost statement and cost records to be analyzed by the cost auditor, it should be first signed by the board of directors. Before verification, before the records and statements are giving for verification to the cost auditor, board have to sign on that particular statements. After that, that will be given to the cost auditor and he will verify and analyze it and give a cost audit report. Now, cost auditor should submit cost audit report duly signed in CRA 3 form, and that should be with along reservations, qualifications, observations and suggestions. With all these including, he have to prepare a cost audit report and should be submitted to the board in form CRA 3. The cost auditor should submit to the board of directors within 180 days. Okay, within 180 days from his appointment, he have to submit his cost audit report. After submission by the cost auditor, the company have to submit it or furnish the cost audit report to the central government within 30 days from the receipt of copy of cost audit report. Clear till now? In form CRA 4. CRA 1 is maintenance of cost records. CRA 2 is filing of the appointment of cost auditor by company to the central government. CRA 3, cost audit report by cost auditor to company. CRA 4, company is giving that cost auditor report to central government. These are the 4 forms which we have. And remembering of time limits are also important. Okay. Now this is the timeline for Rule 6 which I have prepared for you. This is financial year start, financial year end. In this financial year, when cost auditor is being appointed, within 180 days from the commencement of financial year, cost auditor should be appointed. Within 30 days of appointment, the company has to intimate to the central government in form CRA 2. After year end, within 180 days, cost auditor has to submit his cost auditor report in form CRA 3. And within submission within 180 days, within 30 days, the company has to furnish to central government in form CRA 4. Clear? So this is the thing which you have to remember in Rule 6. Clear till now? So this is what I have given you here. Okay. Now, next, 4 forms. We have seen what are the 4 forms. What is included in that forms, we'll see now. Okay. Remembering everything in the form, is it important? No. I'll tell you what to be remembered. Those, if you are revising it, that will be sufficient. Okay. Now, concept 8, CRA 1. CRA 1 is nothing but forms in which cost records shall be maintained. In CRA 1, we have around 31 headings, in which details regarding everything has to be there in that particular form. Regarding material cost, employee cost, utilities, direct expenses, fixed assets, depreciation, overheads, regarding pollution control, regarding capacity determination, each and everything. What all in that particular entity is there, for everything one heading is given. And in this 31 headings, each and every information should be there in CRA 1 form. Clear? Remembering these headings is not important. But from these 2 headings, only from these 31 headings, only 2 headings are being asked as a question in your examination till now. What are those 2 headings I have given in your notes? Heading 18, which talks about capacity determination. This 2 headings is being asked in the examination. Even if you are not seeing this also, going in examination, sitting and in your paper, if you see about it, you can write it. How? I'll tell you. Heading 18 talks about capacity determination. How capacity can be measured is through this. For this capacity determination, we have certain practical questions. Okay. Are you all first time listeners of paper 17? No, first time listener, huh? Okay. This capacity determination can be measured using how many products are made, amount of service, machine hours and man hours. Based on this, the capacity will be determined. And we have different kinds of capacity: installed capacity, normal capacity, available capacity, actual capacity. We have 4 kinds of capacities. For this capacity determination, we have a most important question, okay, which we'll discuss in Cost Accounting Standards. Cost Accounting Standard 2 talks about capacity determination, in which we have practical question regarding this. So even if you're not reading here, if you're studying in Cost Accounting Standards, that will be enough for your answer writing. Okay. So what is installed capacity, normal capacity, we'll see there in Cost Accounting Standards. Now that is nothing but CRA 1 form. And the other question which is being asked is related party transactions question. Okay. How related party transactions should be made? See this 24th point, related party transactions. This related party transactions is nothing but your DT question, which you will see in international taxation. Like whatever dealing is being done with related party transactions should be in arm's length price. For calculating that arm's length price, we have certain methods: cup method, resale price method. That is nothing but your answer, which you have to write. Okay, these are the two questions which are being asked in examination. One is regarding capacity determination, other is regarding related party transactions. That is regarding Form CRA 1. Clear? Now, coming to Form CRA 2. In Form CRA 2, what you have to see is Form CRA 2 is nothing but appointment of cost auditor by company, intimation it to the central government. Like giving the intimation regarding the appointment to the central government is in Form CRA 2. And this is the form which we have. In CRA 2 form, what we'll have regarding corporate, this is nothing but a form which we have. What are the details which we write in form? Corporate identity number, foreign company registration number. In certain cases, we'll have a global location number. This global location number is a 13-digit unique identification number to know about the location of that particular entity. Okay, regarding these numbers, regarding general information of that particular company, like what is the company's name, is it individual firm or LLP or that particular sole proprietorship firm, what is the email ID, what is the address, what is phone number, nature of intimation of appointment, how they have intimated it, firm, if there is a firm, then what is the registration of the firm, name of auditor, if there is any casual vacancy for which this auditor is being appointed, then what is the date and reason for such casual vacancy. This all should be there in general information. And coming to third, regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors. In form, you'll see two boxes. In these two boxes, you'll have regulated sectors and non-regulated sector box. Okay. In this form, you have to mention the scope of work which that cost auditor is going to handle. Is he going to handle regulated sector products? Is he going to handle non-regulated sector products? That you have to write in that form. And details of cost auditor. What is, whether he is individual firm or LLP, his membership number, name, address, city, state, country and PIN code, date of board meeting in which he is being appointed, what is the type of appointment, if it's original or casual vacancy or it is reappointment, scope of audit, everything has to be given as details of cost auditor. This has to be there in CRA 1 form, it has been replaced. Okay, so that is regarding CRA 2 form. So that is nothing but here which I have given you, and there will be certain attachments also, like copy of board's resolution, and if there are any reasons for such removal of the previous auditor, those reasons will also be given in CRA 2 form. And optional attachments, if company want to attach any other documents also, they can attach. These will be there in form CRA 2. Okay. Now coming to form CRA 3. CRA 3 form is nothing but cost audit report. In this cost audit report, we have 4 parts. These 4 parts are very, very important, which you have to remember. Okay. Part A is regarding general information, in which regarding company's details, general details, which we have seen, name, code, what is the address of that particular company, everything will be there in general details. And what is cost accounting policy, what are products or service details, that will be there in general information. And part B is for manufacturing sector. If it is manufacturing sector, then these are the things which has to be complied with. Quantitative information, abridged cost statement has to be prepared, details of materials consumed, utilities consumed, and industry specific operating expenses. These all have to be there in manufacturing sector part B. If it is of service sector, then same things for service sector also. Okay. And coming to part D, which is very, very important, product and service profitability statement, profit reconciliation statement, which we have practical question. Okay. For profit reconciliation, we have a practical question. And value addition and distribution of earnings. For value addition also, we have a practical question, which is frequently being asked in our examination. Okay. And financial position and ratio analysis, related party transactions, reconciliation of indirect taxes. These all will be dealt in part D. In your MCQs, a question can be asked like, in form CRA 3 part D, in 2 or in 3, what will be dealt? In 2, profit reconciliation statement, in 3, value addition. Or a question can be asked like this also. In part D of form CRA 3, in value addition, will be dealt in which part and in which number of CRA 3 form. That has also been asked as a MCQs. Okay, so this you have to remember. 2 is dealt with profit reconciliation, 3 is value addition. And the yes, second is profit reconciliation, third is value addition. Okay, and one more question that you have to remember is, which I have given in the workbook. Okay, in form CRA 3, cost auditor will give about cost audit report, isn't it? And if cost auditor want to state about any material deficiencies which he has come across during the cost audit, then he can give in form CRA 3 from point 1 to point 6. In our ICMAI material, a form for CRA 3 has been given. And in that particular form, how it will be is, first headings regarding the form, and there will be certain points from point 1 to point 6. And note points will be there, and at last signature of cost auditor will be there. This is the format of CRA 3 form. And in this format, point 1 to point 6 is where cost auditor will give about his details regarding cost audit. What is his opinion he'll give. So, if he finds any material deficiencies in that particular cost audit, then he will give his report on material deficiencies from point 1 to point 6 in form CRA 3. This will be your answer. Okay. So, this has been asked in your examination. So, that is regarding CRA 3 form. Only these two remembrance is more than enough. Okay. And coming to CRA 4 form. CRA form is nothing but cost audit report is submitted or furnished to the central government by company. And the same thing which we have seen in CRA 2 form, same things are there. Corporate identity number, foreign company registration number, general information regarding that particular company, details of industry, sectors or products covered, and not covered, like regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors, details of cost auditors appointed, details of observation of cost audit report, and attachments. In these attachments, CRA 4 form or cost audit report should be given by cost auditor in XBRL document. Regarding this XBRL, we have in our syllabus, we are going to see what is XBRL and all. Okay. Cost audit report should be filed by cost auditor in XBRL document, and that document will be furnished by company to central government. Attach XBRL document related to cost audit report along with optional attachment. So this is regarding CRA 4 form. Clear? Now coming to two main important practical questions which we have in unit 2. One practical question is must in your question paper. One value addition question can be asked. Two profit reconciliation question can be asked. Any one question, not both. Okay. If profit reconciliation question is being asked or value addition is being asked, you have to know it. Okay. Now, are we going to discuss practical question? No. But I am going to tell you how you have to write those practical questions, like how you'll understand it, how you have to deal with those practical questions. First, we'll see what is value addition is. Okay. See. So first, what is value addition? Value addition is nothing but increase in value of business by transforming raw materials or inputs into finished goods or services. See, for example, there is a manufacturing entity. They are bringing raw material into the place of use. Their industry, they are bringing raw materials. And after purchasing those raw materials, there will be a value addition to it. They'll include all the materials, like they'll use all the inputs, they'll use the electricity consumed, they'll use power, they'll use water, they'll use some compressed air, everything will be used to make that raw material into a finished good. Whatever the input which has been used in middle to convert that raw material into finished good is nothing but value addition. Okay. Now, if it is difference between the input and output. So what is the input has been bought, what is the finished good has been sold. Whatever the price incurred in between is nothing but value addition. Process of enhancing value of product. So we are enhancing the value of product through various activities like manufacturing, processing, packing, branding, customer service. So whatever cost in relating to this has been in your question should be in your value addition table. Okay. Manufacturing, what all cost incurred for manufacturing, for processing, packing, branding, customer service. Everything has to be there in our value addition. So this is the value addition table. Okay. This will be how you have to do it. You don't have to take more of stress. Everything will be given in your question that you have to put in a certain format. That's it. Nothing much of calculation like SFM or DT. Everything will be there in your question. Just you have to put it in this format. That's it. Okay. Now, value addition. First, you will take revenue from operations, which will be given as sales in your question. You will take those revenue from operations. Then, if any taxes or duties included in that sales, you will reduce it. Then you will get net sales, net revenue from operations. Export incentives. If export incentives are given in your question, then you will add those export incentives. Next, if there is any adjustment in stock, if any opening stock or like undervaluation of closing stock, overvaluation of closing stock, that adjustments are given, then you have to do the add or less of that particular adjustments. Then less cost of bought out inputs. This is nothing but the value addition which we have. Now, when raw material is bought, then cost of materials consumed. So, whatever raw material has bought and this raw material has put it into production. For putting this raw material into production, such cost has to be incurred by the entity. That cost of consumed of material, that will be taken into value addition. Process materials are chemicals. Whatever materials used to process, that will be taken. Whatever chemicals used, that will be taken. Consumption of stores and spares. Certain stores, spares like power, electricity are being used, that will be taken. Utilities, power, fuel, that will be taken. Others, if anything you think that this will be added to the raw material cost and after that the finished good will be coming, that will be less from that particular product. Then at last you will get value addition. Add income from other sources. Income from other sources will be given in your question that you have to add. If you add, you will get what earnings available for distribution. You will calculate value addition. Then you will add income from other sources to it. You will get incomes available for distribution. This incomes available for distribution will be distributed to whom? For employees as salaries, for shareholders as dividends, for company as retained funds, for government as taxes, and if there are any other expenditures, that will be also taken. So this will be the format. Okay. For your understanding, I'm not going to explain the entire question. Okay. See, this will be the question. Okay. This will be our workbook too. Okay. This will be our workbook. In every question, I'll give from which question paper, like in past paper, this question has been asked. This will be our value addition question. At last, they have asked to calculate the value addition. They have asked to calculate earnings available for distribution and distribute the earnings to the claimants. So first we'll calculate the value addition. Everything will be given. You'll take net sales, you'll add export incentives, then you'll increase in value of stock of finished goods. There is a increase in value of stock of finished goods. To remember the adjustments, I'll tell you one thing. What's happening? Okay. Okay. So I can't switch or something. Okay. So to remember the adjustments, we have adjustments of finished stock and opening stock. I hope you know this. You already know this, or should I have to tell it? Okay. So there could be increase in finished good, decrease in finished goods, increase in opening stock, reduce in opening stock. Just remember the profit and loss account. Opening stock will be there in debit side, closing stock will be there in credit side. Till now is it clear? Now, if there is any increase in opening stock, what will happen in the profit? Profit will reduce. If opening stock decreases, profit will increase. So opening stock and profit will have a adverse effect. Okay. Now closing stock. If closing stock increases, profit will increase. If closing stock decreases, profit will decrease. So closing finished stock and profit will have same effect. Clear till now? Just remember this and you can solve any adjustment in reconciliation and in value addition. Okay. Appa. Till now was it like this? Like when I am moving to notes and okay. So you'll add the increase in stock of finished goods. So it is increased, so profit will increase, you will add it. Next, you'll reduce raw materials consumed, direct wages, salaries will not be considered because this will be taken as earnings available for distribution. So whatever we have seen now, salaries, like any dividends to shareholders or any tax paying to authorities, whatever it is, those will not be taken into the value addition calculation. Only till raw materials to finished goods. Whatever cost incurred will be taken in the value addition calculation. Raw materials consumed, power and fuel, stores and spares, other manufacturing overheads, in administrative overheads, audit fees. Coming to this audit fees. This audit fees, you will think that this is not related to the production. Like raw material to finished goods, this audit fees is not included. You will think like that. But whatever audit fees is included in this value addition question is not the audit which is done after completion of statements. But when finished goods are completed and when this are put it into sale, before putting it into sale, we'll do the audit of the finished goods. That audit of finished goods is nothing but audit fees which we are paying. Okay. So it is before getting that finished goods into sale. So it is also considered as a value addition. Clear? So audit fees will be included in your value addition. And when you are including this value addition, write it as a note point that this audit fees is not after completion of finished goods, but will be included in the value addition calculation. You have to write note points. Okay. And next, salaries will not be considered. Other overheads, selling and distribution overheads, salaries and wages will not be considered. Packing and forwarding charges will be considered. Now, depreciation. This depreciation will also be taken in the earnings available for distribution. Interest charges on working capital loans from bank. Is working capital related to production or not? Working capital. Working capital is nothing but to day-to-day consumption operation expenses. So that is related to production. So this will be taken in value addition. Fixed loans from IDBI will not be considered. On debentures, earnings available for distribution. Tax paid, earnings available for distribution. Dividend there, dividend distribution tax there. Clear? So first in step 1, you will take value addition. So first you will take net sales and from that you will less cost of bought out inputs which are material, power and fuel, everything. Then finally you will get value addition. That will be your step 1. And step 2, you will take it as a calculation of earnings available for distribution. Step 1, calculation of value addition. Step 2, calculation of earnings available for distribution. You'll take a table again. You'll write the value addition which is calculated above. Add other income. Income from other sources which is given in the question. Other income which is given, that you will add. And you will get earnings available for distribution. Close the table. Now, step 3. Distributing earnings to the different claimants. Then you will take first step, whatever distribution of earnings total you have got, that you'll take above, and you'll take whatever salaries which have given, whatever loan is there, debentures, taxes, everything will be written down. And the balancing figure which you will get the balancing figure. The balancing figure which you will get will be the retained earnings of that particular company. Okay, this will be your balancing figure. You have to write from the start, and retained earnings should be between something, not in the last. Last will be your earnings available for distribution total. Okay, retained earnings should be above, and don't write it as balancing figure. Okay, don't write it, because balancing figures will be in financials, not in costings. Okay, that will consider it as retained earnings. We have to write it, but don't write it as balancing figure. That will be our step 3 calculation. So this is the simple answer which you have to do it. Clear till now? Now, coming to profit reconciliation, you already know how profit reconciliation will be there. Cost statements will be given, financials will be given, financial profit will be given, and you have to derive cost profit. Clear? So these are the questions which we have. Workbook will be sent to you by today evening. Try to practice value addition and profit reconciliation problems. If you have any doubt in it, you can ask in tomorrow's class. Okay, I'll try to explain it. So this is value addition and this is profit reconciliation. You'll add the incomes which are not considered in cost accounts less the expenses which are not considered in cost accounts. To do profit reconciliation more effectively, what I'll say is use your two hands. One is your financials, one is your costing. Okay. If financial profit will be given in your question. If financial profit is increasing and cost profit is still here, then you need cost. You have to reduce it. Financials is given. Costing you have to get. If financial account has written any profit and it is in higher stage, you have to reduce it to match it. If financials has expenditure, if financial accounts recorded any expenditure, the profit will reduce and the cost accounts is still here. So you have to add the expenditure which is not considered in the cost accounts. Clear? So that is the thing which you have to do in both. Try to solve the problems, and if you have any doubt, we'll discuss it tomorrow. Okay. So this is regarding Unit 2, Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014. In this, what will be asked in your examination is the rules which we have. In rules also, Rule 3, Rule 4 are very, very, very important. And coming to Rule 6 is important regarding cost audit. Okay, Rule 6 is important. And forms. In forms, all form names are important. And coming to Form 3, cost auditor, cost audit report, that is important. Okay, that's it. That is regarding Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014. Clear till now? Yes. Now we are going to start with our Unit 3, which is Cost Auditor. In this unit, we are going to cover regarding Cost Auditor, who can be appointed as a cost auditor and what are his qualifications, what are his disqualifications, what are the main objectives of this cost auditor should be when conducting cost audit. Regarding everything, we are going to learn about that particular individual who are going to be appointed as a cost auditor, who can be appointed, after appointment, what he can be done. Everything will be dealt in this particular unit. Okay. So yes, this is our Unit 3, Cost Auditor. Now, as per Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014, Cost Auditor in rule, we have discussed rules and Rule 2 talks about definitions. In Rule 2C, which means third point, we have discussed regarding Cost Auditor, who can be a cost accountant in practice and who is appointed by board. Whoever is a cost accountant in practice and who is appointed by board will be none other than cost auditor. Now, cost accountant in practice. Cost accountant as defined in ICWA Act 1959. Who will be a cost accountant? Who is a qualified cost and management as per ICWA, and hold a valid certificate of practice. Not only holding a valid certificate, but should be deemed to be in practice. He has to be working on that particular work, and it can be individual, firm and LLP of CMS. So in this firm and LLP, most of members or partners will be none other than CMS. So this is the introduction which we know till now. Okay. As per ICWA Act 1959 and regulations, every member should follow certain professional ethics and code of conduct. What are the professional ethics and code of conduct mean? This professional ethics are nothing but how that particular individual who is being appointed as a cost auditor have to behave himself. What are all the things which shouldn't be done by him? What are all the activities which are considered as his professional misconduct, which means he is going against his work? What are the certain professionals misconduct and what are code of conduct? Professional misconduct is nothing but act or omission given in the schedules. We have certain professional misconducts, we have certain schedules, we have two schedules, first schedule and second schedule, and we have parts in it. What are in that parts, we'll see now in this unit. Okay, so in this there are certain activities which have been said, like if these activities done by that particular cost accountant who has been appointed, if he is doing these works, then it will be considered as professional misconduct. Not to constrain powers or duties of individuals. These professional misconduct standards are given not to restrain the power which that cost accountant has, but to make that cost accountant realize that he is under the ICWA Act. So whatever act or whatever work done by this particular individual will directly or indirectly have an impact on ICWI Institute. So ICWI Institute will always look after the work done by this particular cost accountant. What all, not only regarding his work, but also about his behavior with the society, behavior with the clients. How is he behaving with himself? Inquire on the conduct of any member. Whoever is a member of that particular institute, how they are conducting, how they are behaving will be checked on. That is professional or misconduct. Coming to code of conduct, guidelines and expectations on behavior of individual with organization or community to which that cost accountant is working. It could be an organization or community. How he have to give his work. His work shouldn't be involved in any fraudulent or shouldn't be under any influence. Always the work done by that particular cost auditor should be independent work. And he always have to provide his work in a true and fair manner. Ensure compliance of law to prevent with misconduct. He have to comply with all laws and regulations which they have. And examples could be workplace behavior, interactions with clients, colleagues and company values. These are nothing but professional code of conduct. How he is basically behaving. What are all the activities which should be done, which shouldn't be done. We are going to see in this particular unit. Okay. Now, coming to the first major factor which is important for our examination from this unit. Qualifications of cost auditor. What are the qualifications of cost auditor? Companies Act 2013 section 141 talks about qualifications, eligibility, disqualifications of the auditor in the company. Read with section 148 of Companies Act 2013 along with cost records and audit rules 2014. So for this qualifications, we are going to follow section 141, section 148 and cost records and audit rules 2014. What are the qualifications which we have, which the cost auditor should have? He should be a person, that is important first. Then he should be a cost accountant. That cost accountant who is defined as per ICWA Act, he should hold a valid certificate of practice. He should also be a member of institute. Not only holding valid certificate is important, but also to be a member of institute. Regarding this member, if any cost accountant who is a qualified cost accountant, just by getting that qualification, will he be a member of institute? No. For becoming a member, he should have a 3 years of experience. After having 3 years of experience in any work, he have to apply for his membership with certain prescribed fees. By paying that prescribed fees and by giving his work details, he can become a member of institute. So he should have a valid certificate of practice. He should have been worked in that practice for 3 continuous years. Then he have to apply as a member. The member should be in practice. Okay. And that member name should be appear in the register of members, which this register of members will be held on by the ICWI institute. So where the institute will have a register. In that register, this member name should be displayed. Eligible for appointment, not disqualified, satisfies section 141. If he is satisfied with all 3, he is eligible to be appointed. He is not disqualified. What are the disqualifications? We'll see next. Okay. And he is satisfying with the section 141. If everything is satisfied, including individuals, partnership firm, LLP. And this partnership firm, majority practicing in India and qualified for appointment. The partnership firm partners should be practicing in India, not practicing outside India. They should be practicing in India. In that case, the majority partners are CMAs, then that partnership firm will be a cost accountant in practice. LLP, in LLP, only partners who are cost accountants authorized to act and sign on behalf of the firm. So in LLP, there will be lot of other partners, other members also. But when this LLP is appointed as a cost auditor, who will act and sign on behalf? Only the cost accountant in practice will be act and sign on behalf of LLP. Okay. Not other partners who are not cost accountants will come to the work of auditing. Only cost accountants in LLP will come on behalf of LLP. Okay. So if everything is satisfied, then that particular person can be a cost auditor. These are the qualifications which we have. This is the introduction. Cost auditor definition, cost accountant in practice, professional ethics and code of conduct. What is professional and other misconduct? Duty to report fraud. Regarding this duty to report fraud, we'll discuss in rights and duties. Okay. We have certain rights and duties for cost auditor. In that place, I'll discuss this. Now, these are the sections which are applicable. From section 139 to 147. This section 139 to 147 of Companies Act 2013 basically discuss about financial auditors. Why we are discussing financial auditors when we are discussing about cost auditors? Because whatever sections applicable for financial auditor will equally applicable to cost auditor. There aren't any separate sections just displaying about cost auditor, but whatever sections applicable for financial auditor will be applicable for cost auditor also. But we have a special section for cost auditor which we have discussed, section 148, which only talks about cost auditing. Okay. So in this unit we are going to discuss regarding section 139 to 147, section 148 along with these companies audit auditors rules 2014, companies cost records and audit rules 2014, and cost and work accountants act 1959. These are the sections we are going to deal with. Okay. Now, qualifications: must be a cost accountant. Cost accountant definition is nothing but should have a valid certificate of practice and should be holding a practice. Membership of institute. You should have a membership in institute. Eligibility of individual or firm. Can be an individual, firm. Firm as a cost auditor. If a firm is appointed as a cost auditor, then majority of firms partners should be practicing in India. And limited liability partnership eligibility. If it is LLP, then only partners who are cost accountants shall be authorized to act and sign on behalf of the firm. Clear? So this is the difference between concept book and handwritten notes. In concept book, the concepts will be in such a way that you will be able to write the answers. But handwritten notes is for your understanding. Okay. Same thing is there in handwritten notes and concept book. But concept book is in detail. Handwritten notes is for explanation. Okay. Now coming to disqualifications. We have discussed qualifications. Now coming to disqualifications of cost auditor. Companies Act 2013 section 141 talks about everything, we know that. Now we are dealing with rule 10 of companies auditor and audit rules 2014. In this companies audit and auditors rule 2014, rule 10, disqualifications regarding auditors has been given. Mostly the companies act, what you'll see disqualifications, and this disqualifications are mostly similar. Okay, now these disqualifications are for individuals or entities. It could be firm, LLP or individual. What are the disqualifications? Body corporate. Body corporate cannot be appointed as a cost auditor. What is the body corporate? First, do you know what is body corporate? Try it out. What is body corporate? Our institute is body corporate. See, body corporate is nothing but group of persons incorporated to carry out a specific enterprise. Includes all entities registered in India or outside India. Companies Act 2013 is for companies. Companies are registered in India. Body corporate is a company or an entity which is registered in India or outside India, which is having a group of persons and working on a specific work in India. The work is happening in India, but the registration could be in India or outside India. That is a body corporate. Okay. So this body corporate cannot be appointed as a cost auditor except LLP. Limited liability partnership can be a cost auditor. Okay, company's officer or employee. If any company is there and a officer or employee is working in that particular company, cannot be a cost auditor for that company. Clear? Now, person associated with officer or company. Any person who could be a relative or a friend of that particular officer or employee is working in our organization. That relative or that connected person cannot be appointed as a cost auditor in our company. Not in all companies. Only with that company in which that officer or person is connected with, in that company, he is disqualified to be appointed as. Person or relative or partner holds securities, has interest in cash. Cash is nothing but company, associate company, subsidiary company, holding company. Okay. Person, relative or partner holding securities has interest in that company or associate company or subsidiary company or holding company. He should not have any security interest. If he is having any security interest, he is disqualified. Okay. Now, relative of any partner of audit firm holds securities in company of more than 1 lakh rupees. If any audit firm is there who's going to be appointed and partner's relative is holding any security in the company in which they are being appointed of more than 1 lakh rupees, then that relative, that person disqualified. Person or relative or partner indebted to our company, to our associate company, subsidiary company or holding company. They have taken debt from our company and that debt is also more than 5 lakh rupees. Then they are disqualified. Person or relative or partner given guarantee for indebtedness of third party. Third party is having a debt in our company, associate company, subsidiary company and holding company, and the person, relative or the partner who is working as a cost auditor is giving guarantee to them. Then they are disqualified. Person or firm directly or indirectly has any business relationship with our company, associate company, subsidiary company, holding company or subsidiary of holding company. Any company through any source, they shouldn't have any business relationship with us because they have to work as an independent cost auditor. If there is any relationship between the company and that auditor will not give us a efficient service. So for that we have certain disqualifications. He shouldn't have any type of connection with our company. Okay, whatever type of connection, through him or through his relative or through his connected person, he shouldn't have any. He shouldn't at least know about our company till now. He should come and work as a cost auditor. Okay. Relative as a director or KMP. If any director or key managerial person is working in our company and his relative is coming as a cost auditor, then he cannot come, because already director and KMP will know everything about the company. If his relative is coming, relative will also know everything about our company. What will he come and analyze? Full-time employment elsewhere. Who can be a cost auditor first? A cost accountant in practice only can become a cost auditor. But he is already a full-time employee elsewhere. Then how can he become a cost auditor? He cannot become a cost auditor. Exceeding the auditor limit. A person can be as a auditor for only up to 20 companies. Exceeding the limit of 20 companies, he cannot be appointed as a cost auditor for 21st company. Okay. Convicted for fraud and 10 years period not elapsed. You have done any mistake, you have committed any fraud, you have gone to jail, and the 10 years period has not elapsed from the imprisonment. Then you cannot be appointed. After 10 years, you can be appointed. Engaged in specialized services. What are the specialized services? I'll tell you. Okay. So here I have given you regarding cash, company, associate, subsidiary of holding. Auditor's limit can be up to 20. Body corporate, we have seen just now. Business relationship is nothing but any relationship entered into a commercial purpose. Okay. Like if he's purchasing goods from our organization, or he's trying to be a mediator to sell our goods or something, whatever it could be, he shouldn't have any kind of business relationship. Where any person appointed as auditor of the company incurs any disqualifications after appointment, what he have to do? He have to vacate the office. And even due to disqualifications, he is vacating the office. That would lead to casual vacancy. Any casual vacancy should be filled up by board of directors within 30 days. Okay. So that is regarding this. And coming to all disqualifications which we have, at last we have certain specialized services. What are these specialized services? If till now what we have discussed, any person is providing these kind of specialized services to company, associate company, holding company, or subsidiary company, whatever company it could be. If he is providing any of these services, then he will be disqualified to be appointed as a cost auditor. What are these services? Accounting and bookkeeping services. Accounting services are nothing but tax planning, preparing tax returns, auditing of internal or external, financial analysis, financial statements preparation. Bookkeeping services, doing any payroll services, bank reconciliation, recording transaction, everything will be bookkeeping services. If any person is providing accounting services or bookkeeping services, he will be disqualified to be appointed. Internal audit, he is conducting any internal audit. As we have seen starting itself, company's auditor cannot become a cost auditor. So internal audit, if he is doing, he should be an internal auditor. So he cannot be appointed as a cost auditor. Design and implementation of financial information system. If he is being appointed as a cost auditor, he is coming to analyze and verify regarding the financial information. He himself is preparing financial information. How will he verify? He'll say everything is true and fair because I have prepared it. So he cannot do it. Actuarial services. What are these actuarial services? Actuarial services are applying mathematical and statistical techniques into preparation or running the business. Use models to predict future events. So what will be the prediction, like preparing budgets, or what will be our profit for next 5 years? They'll do 5 years analysis knowing about the product development or profits which they get. So doing any future events prediction helps business in making decision regarding risk management, pricing, and strategic planning. If all these services are provided, they will called as actuarial services. So if any person is providing any actuarial services, Investment advisory banking services. If he's providing any investment services like if you invest in these particular sectors, your profit will be higher or like that. Advisory services, he is giving advices. Banking services, providing any banking services. Outsourced financial services, like he is being a mediator and providing financial services to the company through a outsourcing. From outside, he is providing any financial services. Management services, providing any management related services. These all are called as specialized services. Question from this is being asked. Okay, what are specialized services which couldn't be done by cost auditor? This is section 144. Okay, these you have to write, not only headings but in details also you have to write it down. So these are the disqualifications which we have, that is here. And regarding the sections, you don't have to remember the subsections and all. Just remember section 141 talks about qualifications, disqualifications. That's it. When you're, if any question asked about qualification and disqualification, write as you will write in law itself. Section 141 of Companies Act 2013 deals with qualifications of cost auditor, and write qualifications and disqualifications. That's it. Okay. So this is in, and these are the engagement and specialized services which deals in section 144. Okay. Now, clear till now? Qualifications, disqualifications. Now, appointment of cost auditor. Regarding appointment of cost auditor, we have discussed in section 148. The same thing is there here also. So, who will be appointed as a cost auditor, cost accountant in practice, who can appoint board of directors, till when? From the commencement of year 180 days, the cost auditor shall be appointed. Whatever we have discussed in section 148, it is regarding appointment of cost auditor. Okay. Regarding resignation, section 140 subsection 2 of Companies Act 2013 talks about resignation of cost auditor. While discussing 148, we have said that if cost auditor wants to resign from his office, he can resign. Now, auditor shall resign from his office within 30 days from resignation. The company shall file a formal statement with, the cost auditor who is resigning shall file a formal statement with the company and ROC, Registrar of Companies. This formal statement should be filed in form ADT 3. This is important, you have to remember. In this form ADT 3, he have to file a formal statement with the company and ROC. Only in this case we'll see ROC. Okay. Everywhere there will be only central government. But only in this case, when resignation is there, ROC will come into picture. Penalty for non-compliance. For example, cost auditor is resigning from the office and he is not giving his statement or is not giving it as per form ADT 3. Then fine can be not less than 50,000 rupees, may extend to maximum 2 lakh rupees. Is this penalty important? Not so important, but try to remember it. Okay. Which penalty is important? I will tell you. Like I have already told you, 147 penalty, 148 section while discussing. 148 subsection 1, 147 subsection 1, 147 2, 147 5. That section is important. And we have one other section also, I'll tell you. Okay. So that is regarding resignation. Coming to rotation. Regarding rotation, there isn't any concept separately dealing about rotation of cost auditors. Okay. There isn't any mandatory requirement like rotation has to be done compulsorily for cost auditors. But if any entity is interested to implement the rotation policy also for cost auditors, then they can do it. If they want to do it, then what is the rule which they have to follow? They have to follow the rule which is there for financial auditors rotation. Whatever rule which is there in section 139 subsection 3, the same rotation principles can be followed by the entity which want to implement the policy of rotation for cost auditors. There is no legal requirement for the rotation. Companies may choose to adopt their own rotation policies. If companies want to adopt, they have to follow section 139 subsection 3. Now coming to remuneration. This is very, very, very important and very, very simple. Okay. Appointing and determining remuneration of cost auditor. Section 148 subsection 3 talks about this, and Rule 14 of Companies Audit and Auditors Rules 2014. Now, this remuneration can be talked in two parts. If company has audit committee, if company does not have audit committee. If companies have audit committee, then appointment will be recommended by audit committee. Board of directors will decide about the appointment, and after that they will appoint that person as a cost auditor. Regarding remuneration, similarly audit committee will recommend, board of directors will decide the remuneration. After deciding the remuneration, it should be ratified by shareholders. Ratified, nothing but should be signed by, should be given consent for that particular remuneration. If there isn't any audit committee itself, board of directors directly decides about the appointment of that cost auditor, and he will be appointed as a cost auditor. Regarding remuneration also, board of directors will decide the remuneration for cost auditor. They will implement that remuneration, and that should be ratified by shareholders. That's it. Clear? So this is important. This has been asked as a question in your examination. See, think of if remuneration question is asking for 7 marks. Wow. Easy paper, isn't it? Okay. Audit committee, who shall have an audit committee? The section 177 you already have in law. Okay. So we are not going to discuss this again. This is not important for our syllabus also. Now, coming to the removal. This we have already discussed. Removal is dealt in Rule 6 of Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014. Board of Directors, before expiry of the term of cost auditor, can remove cost auditor by passing both resolution to be given reasonable opportunity of being heard. Casual vacancy can be through resignation, removal or death. Board of Directors must fill within 30 days of its occurrence. Within 30 days of appointment, inform central government, inform CRA 2. Clear? Now, till now everything is clear. So concept 4 deals with appointment of cost auditor. Everything which we have discussed before. Concept 5 is resignation. Concept 6 rotation. Concept 7 remuneration. Concept 8 removal. Till now everything is clear. Okay. Are you trying to match it with the handwritten notes and concept book? I'm not telling in concept book because you already have in hand. The same content which is there in concept book is in handwritten notes. Just in a neat way and proper understandable way. Okay. Now, getting into the next. Cost auditor rights and duties. Section 148 subsection 5 of Companies Act 2013 talks about rights and duties of cost auditor. What are the rights and duties? We have 5 rights, 5 duties. Rights, access to records and information. He'll get full access to verify records and get the information. Assistance from the company. Whatever assistance required, he can get it as a right. Independence. The work done by that particular cost auditor is independent. He need not give explanation to anyone. Okay. After conducting of cost audit report, if management is coming and asking why this cost audit report is in this way, then he can give explanation regarding it. But while conducting cost audit, he is independent from anyone. He need not go and tell everyone regarding his work. He need not, after preparing an audit plan, he need not go to the management and compulsorily tell that this is the audit plan what I am working with. If he want to share it, he can share it. Unless otherwise required, need not. Reporting of fraud. The reporting of fraud is a right of a cost auditor and also a duty of a cost auditor. Regarding this reporting of fraud, we'll discuss. Protection from liability. Regarding this reporting of fraud, only protection of liability is also being dealt. Yes, this is, see, section 143 subsection 12 talks about reporting of fraud. Auditor, if he has reason to believe that offense of any fraud is committed by officers or employees of company, then he shall report it to the management or government. When he will report it to the management, if the amount involved in that particular fraud is lesser than the specified amount. What is the specified amount will be told by the government from time to time. Okay. If that fraud amount is less than specified amount, then he can directly go and report it to the audit committee or board of directors. If there is audit committee, will go to the audit committee. If there is no audit committee, will directly go to the board of directors. And that reporting of fraud shall be disclosed in board's report. If the fraudulent amount is more than the specified amount, then cost auditor has to directly report it to the central government without even knowing to the management, without even approval of management. He can go and directly report it to the central government. What will be there in that particular report? Nature of fraud, amount involved, parties involved, remedial actions taken. Everything will be there in that particular report. And these are the contents of report regarding the confirmation that information is obtained as true and fair, verification that cost records are maintained, unit-wise cost statements are kept, assurance received returns from the branch offices and not visited also, opinion regarding the books and records. Everything will be there in which? In cost audit report. Now, when this cost auditor is not coming to the management, is not coming to the board, but directly going and reporting it to the central government, is it so that cost auditor is not complying with any provisions? Because cost auditor is being appointed by the board of directors. But that cost auditor is not coming to the board and asking about the fraudulent activity, but directly going to the central government. Is it that it is not complying with any of the work or laws and regulations? No. That is nothing but protection from liability. If auditor is reporting to the central government in good faith, then he will be protected by law. So law itself is telling that if cost auditor is coming directly to the central government and reporting to any fraud, then he is protected by me. He is not complying with any laws or regulations. He is complying only because of that particular fraud, and it is of a higher and huge amount. He is coming and reporting it to me. So that is protection of law which has been provided by the central government to the cost auditor. Auditor has to report fraud immediately but not later than 2 days after he or she becomes aware of that particular fraud. When he becomes aware, within 2 days he have to report it to the government or audit committee. Now that is regarding reporting of fraud, protection from liability. Now duties. What are the duties? He have to comply with standards. He have to submit his report. And what are the contents of report? These are there. He have to give a confirmation. He have to give verification, assurance and opinion. Everything should be given. Reporting of fraud should be done, and he shall give a report within time, which is nothing but within 180 days. Okay. So these are the duties and rights of cost auditor. Now coming to the major important section. This is very, very important. Okay. If cost auditor, cost accountant, company secretary in practice is not complying with what? With 143 subsection 12 reporting of fraud. If they are not reporting fraud, then listed company will have to pay a penalty of 5 lakh rupees. Other companies shall pay 1 lakh rupees fine, and maximum fine can be 25 lakh rupees. Clear? So rights and duties, these are the rights which we have seen, and these are the duties. And duty to report fraud, section 143 subsection 12 talks about the fraud should be disclosed, and subsection 13 talks that if it is in good faith, it is protected by law. And this penalty, fine ranges from minimum 1 lakh to maximum 25 lakh rupees. This subsection 15 is important. Reporting requirements should be done within 2 days of knowing. The report must specify these. Disclosure in board's report should be given if it is reported to the board. Clear till now? What? Contents of fraud. What contents of fraud reporting? Yeah, that is nothing but here. Disclosure in the board's report. What they'll disclose, whatever there are contents in the report which has been given by the cost auditor, that they will have to be in the board's report. Nature of fraud, approximate amount, parties involved, remedial actions taken. Everything has to be there in this board's report. How these will be given in the board's report? Cost auditor will give a report to the board. That report will be given in the board's report. Okay? Clear till now? Do you have any doubts? No. Coming to the strategic positions of cost accountants. After you are qualified as a cost accountant, what are all the positions which you can handle? This is nothing but this, okay? A cost accountant can be a key managerial person as per section 203. Sections are not important, don't invest more time in it, okay? He can be appointed as a key managerial personnel. He can be appointed as an independent director, technical member of tribunal, technical member of appellate tribunal, company liquidator, administrator, expert, registered valuer, appearance before tribunal in case of mergers or acquisitions between company and company. Then cost auditor can appear in the court like tribunal, mediation and conciliation. These are the positions which can be handled by the cost accountant. What? Not as a lawyer, but as to state about the facts. Like company cannot go there and management directors cannot go and stand there. There should be a lawyer. But to keep the facts and to disclose about the facts and all, cost auditor can appear before the tribunal. He can go and talk on behalf of our company. Now, key managerial person. Who will be a key managerial personnel? Managing director, CEO, manager, whole-time director, company secretary. If you are qualified enough to be any of these, you can be appointed as a KMP. Independent director. If you are complying or if you are coming under the independent director qualifications, or if this independent director, whatever the provision which we have, if you are complying with that provision, you can be appointed as an independent director. Technical member. To become a technical member in tribunal, cost accountant in practice should have at least 15 years of service. 15 years of service, not in any corporate world. Should be in practice for 15 years. Should be in service of practice for 15 years. As an appellate tribunal, he should have a practice in employment or in practice. To be appearing as a tribunal, it could be employment or in practice. The experience should be at least of 25 years. For a company liquidator, CA can be appointed, advocates can be appointed, CMA can be appointed, CS can be appointed. Now we are talking about CMA. So CMA can be appointed as a company liquidator after having 10 years of experience in panel maintained by central government. This 10 years experience is not in cost accountant as practice, but he has to work in a panel maintained by central government for 10 years. After that, he can be a company liquidator. Appointed by tribunal from data bank maintained by central government, any institute, agency authorized by central government. Central government will maintain a data bank. If in that data bank, the name of that person who is going to be appointed as a cost and management accountant, as administrator is there, he can be appointed as a administrator. He can work as an administrator. Expert. Who will be called as an expert? If he is working under an organization like Serious Fraud Investigation Office, then that officer is called as an expert. Who will be appointed as Serious Fraud Investigation Officer? That will be taken care by the central government. Okay. Now, registered valuer. appointed by audit committee or board of directors to value property shares or stock. You're working under a particular company and the board of directors and audit committee decides that you will be the registered valuer. Then you can be a registered valuer. Appearance before tribunal, NCLT or NCLAT in matters of merger, amalgamation, winding up, revival of sick companies. Under any of the cases, cost auditor can appear before the tribunal on behalf of the company. So these are the opportunities or strategic positions for cost accountants. Is this important? Yes, it is important. A question has been asked like whether a KMP or independent director can be a cost auditor. Like cost accountant in practice can work under the KMP or independent director. This question has been asked. So question can be asked. So concept 11 is important. Okay. And coming to mediation and conciliation, I have missed one point. Okay. Mediation and conciliation. What is this mediation and conciliation? To be more precise is the matters which is being handled inside the court, if it is being handled outside the court, under the purview of the court only. It is also a court, but whatever the cases which has to be handled inside the court are being handled outside the court, just to have a conclusion for it. They are trying to close that particular case. So government itself are trying to bring a mediator and conciliator panel. Okay, in that panel there will be certain experts who will act as a mediator and conciliator between two parties. They'll try to come in terms with both the parties and try to resolve the problem outside the court, not inside the court. Okay. Mediator, what he'll do, he'll try to communicate and negotiate to reach the voluntary agreement. He'll make both the parties to enter into a voluntary agreement and close that particular case. He will not give any solutions. He will say that just you two both sit and talk, and according to your terms, your thing, you can get into an agreement. He'll just be a mediator between two. But conciliator, he himself will give a solution for that. He himself will talk to both. This is your problem, and this is my solution. And if you're okay with the solution, we'll try to close the case. That is the difference between mediator and conciliator. Mediator will not give conclusions. Conciliator will give conclusion. Okay. So there will be a mediator and conciliator panel. So these are the strategic positions which a cost and management accountant can hold. Now coming to the liabilities of cost auditor. What are the liabilities which are there as a cost auditor? Statutory liabilities, contractual liabilities. Statutory liabilities are nothing but the liabilities which has been arised by statute, by law, by regulation. There are certain liabilities. Under Companies Act 2013, under other acts. Under Companies Act 2013, we have civil liabilities and criminal liabilities. Under civil liabilities, we have misstatement in prospectus. If any cost auditor is doing any misstatements in prospectus, then that will be considered as a civil liability. If he is having a liability for misfeasance, then that will be a civil liability. Coming to criminal liability, misstatement in prospectus is both a civil and a criminal liability based on the public loss. If public are lost on a huge amount, then that will be a criminal liability. If public aren't affected much, but only the company itself is affected, that is a civil liability. Okay. Punishment for non-compliance by auditor. If auditor is not complying with any of the sections, section 139, 144, 145. 139 regarding appointment, 144 regarding prohibited services, 145 regarding duty to sign report. If he is not complying with any of these things, then he will be punished under this. General punishment will be 25,000 to maximum 5 lakh rupees, can be 4 times of his remuneration. Willful fraud. If he is not complying with any of these things willfully, then jail can be for 1 year, minimum 50,000 to maximum 25 lakhs or 8 times of his remuneration, whichever is lower, not whichever is higher, whichever is lower. refund of remuneration. If he is not complying with any of these provisions and he is still working in the organization and taking the remuneration, then he shall be give that remuneration back. He shall refund the remuneration which has been taken. And if audit firm is there, only the partners or the members in that particular audit firm are appointed as the cost accountants. So if imprisonment is there, only the cost accountants who are working under that firm, they will be imprisoned, because firm cannot go to jail, isn't it? So only the persons who are working will be sent to jail. If it is fine, then audit firm will take the liability for fine. Okay, so this is regarding punishment for non-compliance by auditor. Punishment for refusal or failure to produce documents. If he is refusing or failing to produce any documents, then 6 months of imprisonment, fine will be up to 25,000 to 1 lakh rupees, further 2,000 rupees per day for continuation. So this is a penalty for refusing to produce documents. Fraud in relation to company in winding up. Already the company is in winding up stage. In winding up stage also this cost auditor is committing a fraud. In that case, the minimum imprisonment will be 3 years, maximum imprisonment will be 5 years, fine will be 1 lakh to 3 lakhs. Fraud for false statements. If there is a misstatement in prospectus and fraud for false statements, the punishment will be according to 447. What is this punishment regarding 447? I'll tell you. Okay. Punishment for false evidence, imprisonment for 3 years, maximum for 7 years, and fine can be up to 10 lakh rupees. If he is providing any false evidence willfully, then this will be. These are the penalties which we have, which are important. Okay. Try to remember it. If you are unable to remember it, then leave it. Okay. But as much as possible, try to remember it. Now, coming to 447. This is very important. You have to remember it. Section 447, try to remember. Okay. Punishment for fraud. Section 447 of Companies Act 2013. Section 447 tells that there is a fraud, and if fraud involved is at least 10 lakh rupees or 1% of turnover, whichever is lower, then in that case, see, for example, the fraud amount is 10 lakhs and the turnover is something like 100 lakhs and 10% is 10 lakhs. So the fraud amount is 10 lakhs or more than 10 lakhs, whichever is lower. Like 1% of turnover. What is the 1% of turnover we have to calculate? From that 10 lakhs or 1% of turnover, whichever is lower. If the fraud amount is less than that, then this will be the imprisonment. If it is more than that, this will be the imprisonment. Okay. No, if it is less than that, this will be the imprisonment. More, it means imprisonment will be minimum of 6 months, maximum of 10 years. Fraud involves public interest, then minimum imprisonment will be 3 years, maximum will be 10 years. Okay. And fine will be not less than amount involved, maximum up to 3 times of amount involved. If it is less than the amount which we have discussed, imprisonment will be 5 years, fine will be 50 lakhs or both. Okay, this is 447 section, which is important. Clear till now? Clear? Now, so we have discussed the criminal liabilities, and coming to under other acts, Income Tax Act, Cost Accountants Act, Life Insurance Act, Banking Regulation Act. If they are not complying with any of the provisions which are there in this particular act, then that will be statutory liability. If in Income Tax Act there is a provision and cost auditor is not complying with that provision, it will be a statutory liability. Similarly to other acts also. If in any of these acts there is a provision and cost auditor have to comply with it, is not complying with it, that is a statutory liability. Coming to contractual liability. Contractual liability is nothing but between a company and a cost auditor. Cost auditor is working under that particular company. So directly or indirectly there is a contract between company and that particular auditor. So whatever work done by that particular auditor is against the objective vision and mission of the company, then he will be liable for it. How? That is a contractual liability. There need not be direct contract between parties. But even if cost auditor is being able or he is being held liable for any of the work done under the company, then company will be held as a liable. Company will make auditor as a liable. So that is nothing but a contractual liability. So these are the liabilities which we have. Now, to make you understand liabilities, we have statutory liabilities and contractual liabilities. In statutory liabilities, we have under Companies Act, under other acts. Under Companies Act, we have civil liabilities and criminal liabilities. And these are all the criminal liabilities which we have discussed. Okay. Under other acts, these are the other acts. Okay. So this is a contractual liability. If he have to perform a full audit, there need not be a direct contract between a company and the auditor saying that you have to perform full audit. When he is getting into audit, his work is to do a audit. If he is just doing a partial audit and telling that no, there is an written contract between company and auditor, that's not possible. That is an indirect contract. That is a contractual liability. You have to perform full audit. Disclose confidential information. No one told me to disclose not to disclose confidential information. So I have disclosed the confidential information. Can cost auditor tell that? No. Even no one is telling him, it is a contractual liability between the company and cost auditor. He shouldn't disclose any confidential information regarding that particular entity. So these are some kinds of contractual liabilities between company and an auditor. Clear? Now, coming to the other concept which is also important concept, professional ethics. Regarding this professional ethics also question has been asked. Okay. In this professional ethics, we have certain objectives of accounting profession. What are the objectives of accounting profession? Credibility. Credibility is nothing but trust in information and information system. When anyone is coming to you and asking about any such cost information or any such cost details, data, and it is only because he's trusting you because you're an accounting professional. Other than that, he doesn't have any idea. Because you are an accounting professional, he's trusting you and coming to you and asking about the cost data or cost information. That is nothing but credibility. Professionalism, going recognition from employers. If any employer is coming to you and asking to do any work, he's assigning any work to you, then it is indirectly saying that you are a professional and your work should be in a professional way. Quality of service. Provide high standards of performance. Whatever work done by the cost auditor should be in high standards. Confidence and ethics. Establish trust through a framework of ethical standards. What are these ethical standards? Nothing but fundamental principles. You have to follow all these fundamental principles to be in confidence with the ethics. What are the fundamental principles? We have 5. Integrity, objectivity, competence, confidentiality, and professional behavior. What is integrity? Integrity is nothing but being straightforward, being honest, being fair enough. So, truthfulness, honest, and straightforward is nothing but integrity. Objectivity is ensuring that whatever information or whatever work done by that particular cost auditor is unbiased, is not being biased, or the work is not by influential of other. It is free from any influence. It is unbiased. Every information is given as a true and fair. That is objectivity. Competence. If any cost accountant in practice is not competent to do any work, then he have to say that I'm not able to doing it. Even he doesn't know about work, he cannot come and do that work. If he is competent enough, he can come. If he is not competent enough, he shouldn't get into it. So if needed, he can seek advice and assistance to ensure quality and satisfaction. If he is not satisfied with the work or if he is not able to tackle anything, then he can take the assistance from the others also, and those others should be a cost accountant in practice. Okay. So that is nothing but competence. Confidentiality. He has to maintain confidentiality about his work, about company details, each and everything. There should be a confidentiality. And professional behavior. Whatever act done by that cost auditor should maintain and enhance the reputation of the institute. It should not be in such a way to deceive the institute's name. So these are the professional standards which cost auditor has. Okay. Fundamental principles and accounting profession objectives. This is important. Clear till now? This is the punishment for fraud which we have discussed. Concept number 14, section 447. What 50 lakhs and 5 lakhs? That 447 is given as a separate concept, but it is involved in penalties in this topic. Okay, penalty is given here. Regarding 447 in detail is given in that concept. Okay. Clear everything till now? So these are the professional ethics. This is punishment of fraud. And coming to the major important part of our unit 3 is professional and other misconduct. This is very, very important. Try to pay attention. Question from this is compulsory question. Your second question will be from this. Okay. Professional and other misconduct. Cost and Work Accountants Act 1959 gave us two schedules. There is a Schedules of Act which talks about professional and other misconduct. We have two schedules in it. First schedule and second schedule. Okay. This is regarding Act. Now, schedules, we have first schedule and second schedule. In first schedule, we have 4 parts. That 4 parts deals with relation to cost accountants in practice, professional misconduct relating to cost accountants in practice. So, whoever is a person is working as a cost accountant in practice. If he does any of the acts, it will be a professional misconduct. Now, part 2 talks about members of institute in service. Whoever members are there, who are just as a member of institute in service. For them, what are the acts which can be talked as professional misconduct? Members of institute generally, they are not in service, they are not in practice, but they are member of institute. They are working in any other organization. Then what is the professional misconduct? Other misconduct, members of institute generally. What are the other misconduct? This other misconduct is nothing but a criminal offense. Okay. In this we'll talk about the imprisonment. Part 4, other misconduct, members of institute generally. And in second schedule, we have 3 parts. Part 1 talks about relation to cost accountant in practice. Part 2 talks about relation to members in institute generally. Part 3 talks about other misconduct in relation to members of institute generally. What is the other misconduct? These are professional misconducts. And part 3 talks about other misconduct. Okay. Don't get confused. Yes. First schedule, part 1 talks about professional misconduct in relation to cost accountant in practice. So if he is a cost accountant, if he is in practice, then what will be the professional misconduct? A cost accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he practicing in name. A cost accountant cannot allow anyone to practice in their name unless other than he is a partner, he is also a cost accountant in practice. Unless otherwise these two persons, no cost accountant can give his name to work under his name. If he is his partner, if he is his employee, if he is any other cost accountant, then he can give his name. Other than that, he cannot give anyone to practice in his own name. Okay. Sharing fees or profits. He cannot share his fees, profit as a commission or as a pay to anyone unless otherwise he is a member of institute, a partner, a retired partner or legal representative of a deceased partner. Accepting profits from non-members. Cannot accept profits for any of the work from non-members. Even if it is related to accounting, even if it's related to company, he cannot accept profits. Entering into partnerships. No cost accountant can enter into partnership with other than cost accountant in practice or members of recognized professional bodies, including those with recognized qualification or those residing abroad, if they would otherwise qualify to be members. Even not with in India, not outside India. Only cost accountants in practice can be appointed, can be partners. Okay. Securing business. No cost accountant can run any business which is in unauthorized means of non-employees, like any unauthorized means, which is illegal businesses, cannot do any illegal businesses. Soliciting clients. Soliciting clients is indirect or direct, telling about his professional work. He's advertising about his work. He's telling that I'm this much, I'm that much, I can do this, I can do that. No, he cannot do it. He cannot ask clients to come to him for work. If they are coming, they can come. But he cannot give pamphlets and tell that I'm a cost accountant, please come to me and take service. No, he cannot do that. He cannot call for clients. That is nothing but soliciting clients. Direct or indirectly tell about his professional work through advertisements, circulars, interviews, or personal communication. Everything is prohibited. He cannot tell about his work unless otherwise they are coming and inquiring about him. If they are coming for an inquiry and asking about what is your experience, what is your work, we are going to give your work. So before that, we want to know about your experience. In that case, he can tell. Without asking, he himself cannot go and tell about his work. That is soliciting clients. And advertising professional attainments unless otherwise than cost and management accounting CMA. If it isn't any other professional degree, he cannot keep it with his name. Okay, it should be a professional degree given by a recognized institution. In that case, he can keep CMA and that other profession before his name. Unless otherwise, he cannot keep. Okay. Advertising professional attainments. He can only keep before his name as a cost accountant. Other than that, he can keep before his name any recognized university degree or membership title from a recognized institution. If it is a recognized degree from any other institution or from any other recognized institution, he is getting that membership title, then in that case, he can attach it to that name. Unless otherwise that, he cannot attach anything other than CMA before his. Okay. That is part 1. In part 1, we have 7 points. Is remembering the points also very, very important? Yes, very, very important. They'll directly ask, giving that is this a professional misconduct or not? And you cannot just write, yes, this is the professional misconduct. You have to write that from which schedule and which part. This is from first schedule, part 2. This is from second schedule, part 1. You have to write that. Okay. Part 2, professional misconduct in relation to members of institute in service. Sharing emoluments, sharing any profits, sharing any fees, sharing any commissions is not allowed. Okay. While employed by a company, firm or person pays or agrees to pay directly or indirectly any share of salary, he cannot share even if he is in a company, even if he is in a firm, even if he is a separate person or he is in employment, whatever it could be. If he is a member of institute, he cannot share his profits with anyone. Okay. Accepting commissions or gratifications, he cannot share, he cannot accept. He cannot receive any commission or gratification for any of the work. He cannot pay the profits also. These are the 2 points which we have in part 2. As a portion of lawyer, cost accountant, broker engaged by the company, firm or person, he cannot share the commission if he is acting for a lawyer. If he is working as a employee under the lawyer, or he's coordinating with any lawyer, and if he's receiving the commission, then he cannot do it. Okay. Cost accountant, if he is working under other cost accountant also, he cannot share the profits. As a broker engaged by the company, firm or person. An agent or the customer of firm or person by way of commission or gratification, they would be deemed guilty of professional misconduct. As an agent or as a customer of company also, they cannot receive any commission. Coming to part 3, professional misconduct in relation to members of institute generally. Pretending to be a fellow. What is fellow member? If after 3 years of experience he'll become a member, after 10 years of experience he'll become a fellow member. Okay, even if he isn't having any 10 years of experience, even before getting the fellow membership, if he is pretending to be a fellow and telling everyone that I am fellow member of the institute, then that will be in part 3, professional misconduct. Non-compliance with information request. If any of these authorities are coming to that particular person and asking to give the information and he is refusing to give information, then that is a professional misconduct. It could be board of discipline, director, council, disciplinary committee, quality review board, Institute of Cost Accountants of India, whoever the authority can be. If they are coming and asking for information and is telling that no, I'll not provide information, then that is a professional misconduct. And providing false information. If member provides false information knowingly when inviting professional work from another cost accountant, responding to tenders or inquiries, advertising their services through write-up or similar means. Under any of these 3 cases, if he is providing false information about himself, like he hasn't done any work related to that particular entity till now, but he is telling that no, I have experience in it, and getting into that work, then that is a professional misconduct. Okay. And part 4 talks that conviction by court. If a member is convicted by any civil or criminal court for an offence that is punishable by imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, less than 6 months is dealt in first schedule, part 4. More than 6 months, part 3, second schedule. Okay. They will be deemed to guilty of misconduct. This includes any offence regardless of its connection with professional work. Not only regarding professional work. If he is doing murder, if he is doing theft, if he is doing any other kind of criminal activity and going to jail for less than 6 months also, if it is a petty case also, that will be professional misconduct. Bringing disrepute to the profession. If he is acting in any way that brings disrepute to the profession, he is degrading the profession, which is affecting the institute, in that case also that is a professional misconduct. So this is regarding first schedule. Clear about first schedule? You have to remember the points, you have no other way. Okay. Don't think that this is very tough, how will be able to remember everything. Just write the side heading points only. Okay, just keep a note of it. Just write the headings in a separate notebook, like 7 points which we have, and in second part we have around 11 points, I guess. No, 2 points, 7 points and 2 points, and in this we have 3 points, and at last we have 2 points. Just try to write 1-line sentences about everything and try to revise it. That will be enough. Okay. Now, second schedule, part 1 talks about professional misconduct in relation to cost accountant in practice. Unauthorized disclosures. If without client's consent or unless otherwise required by law, if he is disclosing anything without authorization, then that is a professional misconduct. Certification of reports. Unless otherwise given by the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, if any person is stating that they are a separate institute and giving a certification for reports, the cost accountant, without the work done by him, but the work done by other person, he is taking that work and giving a certification on that report that I have done this work, but without analyzing it, without checking that work. If he is giving the attestation that I have done that work, then that is a professional misconduct. Use of name and estimates. Whenever cost auditor's name is being displayed on any of that, that should be in a accurate one. it should not be on estimates, because estimates can go wrong also. So cost accountant should never be wrong. That is our institute perspective. Okay. So use of name and estimates. No cost accountant should give his name in estimates. He cannot give any name in estimates. Estimates of cost, earning based on future transactions in any way that could lead the belief that they guarantee the accuracy of such forecast. Okay. If it's not done, then they will come and blame the cost accountant. After cost accounting blaming, they'll try to blame the institute. So that shouldn't be done. Conflict of interest in expressing opinion. You'll have a concept of, if any cost accountant or any accountant is having interest on that particular company, then they have to disclose that interest. In law, you'll have this. If he is not disclosing the interest which he is having on any particular contract or any particular work which is being done in that particular company, that is a professional misconduct. Failure to disclose material facts which are important in decision making perspective. Those facts are not disclosed in any of these records, then that is a professional misconduct. Failure to report misstatements. If there is any misstatements willfully or unintentionally done by that particular cost auditor, and he have come to knowledge about the misstatements, he is not reporting about it, it is also a professional misconduct. Lack of due diligence or gross negligence. If he is working as a negligent in his work, then that is a professional misconduct. Insufficient information for opinion. Always when a cost accountant is giving opinion, that should be on basis of any record. Without having a proof of his opinion, he cannot give his opinion. If there is any proof, if there is any valid thing to state that this is my opinion, then he can give his opinion. Without that, he cannot give. Okay. Failure to report departures from accepted procedures. There will be certain procedures which has to be accepted by a cost auditor. If he is not complying with those standards, then he have to give a disclosure that I am not complying with this particular procedure. If he is not disclosing about the departure also, then it is a professional misconduct. Mishandling clients' funds. When he is handling with clients, clients will give certain funds to that particular cost auditor. It could be through money, it could be through kind, whatever it could be. Other than fees, this is not fees, but they are giving the money to hold. But he is using it misappropriately without the client's permission. If he is misusing the funds, then that will be a professional misconduct. Okay. Now coming to part 2, other misconduct in relation to members of institute generally. Contravening provisions of acts or guidelines. Whatever acts, guidelines which we have, if they are contravening it, that is a professional misconduct. Disclosure of confidential information as an employee. This is nothing but what? That if they are disclosing confidential if they are working as an employee and giving unpublished sensitive information to the outside world, that is a professional misconduct. Providing false information to any institute, council, if authority is coming to us and they are asking for information and not giving, or giving a false information, that is a professional misconduct. Defalcation or embezzlement. Trying to take funds without authorization, doing theft or mishandling the funds of the company, that is professional misconduct. And coming to part 3 of misconducts, a member of institute, whether in practice or not, shall be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct if he is held guilty by any civil or criminal court for an offence which is punishable with imprisonment for a term exceeding 6 months. Less than 6 months first schedule, more than 6 months second schedule. Clear? So these are the professional misconducts which we have. Remembering everything is important. Okay. Regarding these penalties, these are not that much important for your examination. Okay. These are in our syllabus, but these are not important for our examination. You can't able to remember all these penalties. Till now, whatever penalties which we have discussed, try to remember them. Unless otherwise, these are not important. Okay. So yes, that is regarding our unit 3. Yes, that is regarding our unit 3. And what you have to learn in examination perspective, professional misconduct is very, very, very important. And cost auditor's appointment, important. Qualifications and disqualifications, important. Other than that, resignation, removal, that are not important. Rotation concepts, that are not important. Try to revise it now and leave it. Before examination, day before examination, you have to remember professional misconduct. You have to first start with professional misconduct, then go for qualifications, disqualifications. Appointment of cost auditor, section 148. That's sufficient from unit 3. So yes, now we are going to start with our unit 4, which deals with overview of cost accounting standards and GASAP. GASAP is nothing but generally accepted cost accounting principles. Okay. What is cost accounting standards which we have? What are principles which we have? And how we are going to learn about the standards. Why following the standards are important. If any cost accountant is trying to do this cost accounting, then what are all the cost accounting standards which has to be followed? While following that particular standard, what are the measurement requirements of cost, how they have to measure that particular cost, how they have to assign that cost to any cost object or cost center, what are the disclosure requirements, everything are there in this particular cost accounting standards. Okay. Now, cost accounting standards serve as important guidelines for companies, especially in managing their cost accounting practices. So whenever about these cost accounting practices are there, to manage them, will follow cost accounting standards. These standards are designed to ensure that there is a uniformity in it, there is a consistency, and helping the organization to be transparent enough and to be able to compare, and so that there is a complete cost records. So for all this will follow cost accounting standards. Who issued this cost accounting standards? First, Institute of Cost Accountants of India has established a board which is called a Cost Accounting Standards Board, and this board has issued cost accounting standards. The primary objective of this board is to formulate these standards which act as a benchmark for various stakeholders, including user organization, government bodies, regulators, research agencies, and academic institutions. So whoever wants to know about our cost information, they can know it through our cost information. If they are analyzing our cost information, then they'll know why we are reporting each and everything in cost information and which accounting standard which we have complied with. So to know, to make understand for everyone, we'll follow certain standards. Okay. Key objectives of cost accounting standards include. So this is the handwritten notes which we have for unit 4. What is standard, what is principle, that is not relevant for now. So who is Institute of Cost Accountants of India established cost accounting standard board, and they have issued cost accounting standards. We have around 1 to 24. And cost accounting standards are issued to have consistency, comparability, transparency. In what? In financial data and concerning about the cost information. Now, what are the advantages? Better cost management. By following cost accounting standards, we'll have a better cost management. Improve internal controls, whether there are any weaknesses in internal controls, whether our internal controls are not adequate, then we can improve those internal controls. Enhanced quality of cost information. With the use of information, better decision can be taken. Compliance with statutory requirements. So these are the advantages by following cost accounting standards. Whether all companies have to comply with cost accounting standards? No. We have rule 3 and rule 4 only for that. So whatever companies come under the perspective of rule 3, maintenance of cost records, they have to comply with cost accounting standards while maintaining cost records. These are the regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors, stable products and services. Okay. Telecommunication, electricity, healthcare, service sector, fertilizers, pharmaceutical, cement and steel. These companies come under the purview of rule 3. Coming to objectives of CAS. What are the objectives which we have? Uniformity in cost accounting practices, transparency and disclosure, guidance for cost measurement, adapting to legal and industrial changes. So these are the main objectives of cost accounting standards. What is the structure of cost accounting standards? These are the advantages of cost accounting standards which we have discussed. This advantages has been asked in December 2019 for 4 marks. Okay, only once a theoretical question from unit 4 has been asked. Till now no theory question has been asked, only practical questions from cost accounting standards. Theoretical question will ask from cost accounting standards. Other than that, like basic of cost accounting standard, no question has been asked. Only in December 2019 for 4 marks, advantages of cost accounting standards are asked. Okay, now coming to the next, this is the chart. In this, we have 1 to 24 cost accounting standard names. Just try to remember 5 cost accounting standard names per day. Okay. Today, try to remember 5. Tomorrow, 10. Third day, full 10. Like 1 to 10. Today 5, tomorrow 5. Third day, all 10. Then again 5. Then again 15. Then 5, then 20, then 5, then 24. So in 1 week, 24 should be in your mind. Okay. Just take 1 week time, 5, 5, 5, 5, try to remember it. Okay. Remembering the names of cost accounting standards are very, very important. Okay. Now, which cost accounting standards are very, very important? CAS2 capacity determination, practical question can be asked. CAS4 cost of production or acquisition or supply of goods or provision of services, practical question can be asked. CAS6 material cost, practical question. CAS7 employee cost, practical question. CAS8 cost of utilities, practical question. CAS10 direct expenses, practical question. And repairs and maintenance, theoretical question can be asked. Quality control, we have a question. CAS21 quality control cost, we have a question. And regarding CAS19 joint cost, theoretical question can be asked. Okay. And packing material cost, CAS9 theoretical question can be asked. CAS9. Okay. So yes, these are the standards which we have to prepare. Only these will be asked in your examination. Other than that, just have a quick recap of everything. Just read it and leave it. But mainly concentrate on these standards. Okay. Coming to CAS1, CAS1 is not important. But what does the CAS1 basically deal with? CAS1 just tells us about the cost classification. Like cost is nothing but having a monetary value for everything. And cost can be normal cost or abnormal cost. What is normal cost and abnormal cost? You know about it. And regarding conversion cost, when raw material is transformed into finished good, then whatever cost will be incurred in between will be a conversion cost. Classification of cost will be done according to by nature and by purpose. By nature, material, labor. By purpose, is it related to production, administration, that all. Okay. And regarding cost center, cost object, cost unit, we have already discussed. So these are the definitions which we have. Okay. Definitions are not much important. Now, similarly, classification, how they are being classified based on nature, attributes and relationship. Cost should be identified and placed with similar items based on share features. Based on that, the cost has to be assigned for that particular product. This is not that so important. Okay. Factors of classification, these are the factors which we utilize for classifying the cost. What is the nature of expense? If it is direct or indirect, what is the relation of that particular cost with activity or function? What is the relation with the production process? If it is fixed, semi-variable or variable. This is the classification of cost. Okay. So that is regarding CAS 1. CAS 1 talks about only classification of cost, which is not that important. Coming to CAS 2, capacity determination, which is majorly important. Okay. Now, introduction. Introduction for all cost accounting standards is that this cost accounting standard gives certain principles and methods to classify, to identify, to measure, to define, to present and to disclose those particular standard which is being dealt with in cost statements. Okay. So wherever we are trying to identify and measure the cost, and for that we are following certain principles and methods for that particular standard, that is nothing but introduction. Okay. We are following certain principles and methods for determining capacity, which is the introduction of capacity determination. Objective, the same objective of cost accounting standards, uniformity, consistency to determine capacity across entities, ensuring accuracy in fraud. Scope applies to cost statements wherever capacity is being determined. In cost statements, wherever we are determining the capacity, in that place will apply CAS 2 principles. And coming to definition, which are important. Okay. Try to see this because this will be helpful in your practical problems. Okay. Now, what is capacity? Capacity is nothing but maximum level of output or production which a facility can give, can achieve over a specific period under normal conditions. So under normal conditions, that facility, that plant or that particular production unit is being able to give 100% of its output. That is nothing but capacity. Now, what is normal capacity? To understand normal capacity, we'll take the analysis. Like, we'll take around 5 years of past performance, how this company is being produced. The production for past 5 years will be taken, and if we do the average for past 5 years, we'll get the normal capacity. Now, actual capacity utilization. How will we utilize the actual capacity? Actual capacity is nothing but, actual capacity will always be expressed as a percentage of installed capacity. Actual capacity is what in this particular year, how much is the production which has been got. What is the actual which we received? That is the actual capacity utilization. Coming to installed capacity. What is the installed capacity? The maximum 100% whatever that company can produce will be the installed capacity. Now, available or practical capacity. Achievable or practical capacity is none other than, if a company can give 100%, will in situation also, like in present also, will that company give 100%? No, there will be time gaps. That could be due to machine breakdown. That could be due to lunch breaks. The labor will not work. Machine will be stoppaged. And due to any other reasons, like due to preventive maintenance, due to repairs, due to setups, due to normal delays, due to weekly off, holidays, due to any of these reasons, there is an interruption in the process. That interruption, if we eliminate from the installed capacity, the capacity which we get is the practical capacity. Installed capacity is the 100% capacity which we derive. From that, if we eliminate all the interruptions which we have, we'll get the practical capacity. Now, ideal capacity. Ideal capacity is nothing but installed capacity minus actual capacity. Actual capacity not available or practical capacity. Okay. Actual capacity which has been derived in this particular year, and 100% utilization of the entity. Installed capacity minus actual capacity will be the ideal capacity. Now, abnormal ideal capacity. In questions, we'll have abnormal ideal capacity also. If from installed capacity eliminating available capacity which we have, then that will be abnormal ideal capacity. Okay. Excess capacity. What is excess capacity? The 100% utilization is installed capacity. If actual capacity is more than 100%, that is excess capacity utilization. Bottleneck, you already know bottleneck. If due to any uncertain reasons there is any stoppage in the entire process, the stoppage is called as bottleneck. Okay. Due to that particular field, the entire process is getting delayed. That is nothing but bottleneck. Licensed capacity. If any authorized officers or any authorized entity is giving a license to any entity stating that this is the maximum capacity which you can work for, that is a licensed capacity. So they are only licensed to work till that particular capacity, that is licensed capacity. Clear? Now, how we are going to determine the capacity? Determination of capacity will be done as a measurement of capacity based on units of production, services provided, equivalent machine or man hours. This will be how we are going to measure the capacity. And determining installed capacity. How we are going to determine installed capacity, which is 100% capacity, based on technical specifications, based on expert evaluation, based on capacity of production centers, based on constraints from critical machines or equipments, which is called as bottleneck. Based on that bottleneck and based on shifts, machine hours and man hour. By considering all these, we'll get installed capacity, isn't it? Will not eliminate anything, will include everything. We'll get installed capacity. Now, practical capacity is nothing but we'll eliminate all this from the installed capacity. We'll get maximum practical capacity. If there are any changes due to addition, deletion, modification of facilities, then the installed capacity which we have calculated above should be recalculated again, because that is 100%. Now we have added something, we have deleted something. Now we have to calculate again the 100% capacity which we'll get. Normal capacity is nothing but if we are taking the average of 3 to 5 years capacity, actual capacity, then that is a normal capacity. Now presentation, how we have to present? Everything should be presented, like all the capacities will be presented in terms, but actual capacity will be presented in percentage of installed capacity. Okay. Disclosures. What all disclosures should be given? The basis of how we are determining the capacity. The reasons, if there is any lower capacity utilization, what are the reasons for it? If there is any changes in accounting policies, the changes in capacity due to outsourcing, those changes, details about actual production, abnormal cost if any incurred. Each and everything disclosure should be given. Okay, so this is regarding CAS 2. So in the CAS 2, you have to mainly remember the definitions which I have told you. Based on the definition only, you are going to calculate the practical problem. Okay. Yes. Till now we have completed CAS 2. CAS 3 is not important. Try to see it on your own from the concept book. Okay. Coming to CAS 4, cost of production or acquisition or supply of goods or provision of services. This CAS 4 is important. Okay. Now, CAS 4, cost of production, acquisition, supply of goods or provision of services. Before, we used to have CAS 4 as cost of production for captive consumption, old provision. But it has been replaced with cost of production, acquisition, supply of goods or provision of services. Why it has been replaced? When it has been replaced, it has been revised in 2018. Why? Because in 2017, we got GST. On the basis of goods and service tax, how cost should be maintained. For that, we should have certain standards, isn't it? So for that, CAS 4 has been revised and brought as a cost of production, acquisition, supply of goods or provision of services. Okay. So Introduction, objective are very similar. Now, cost of production or manufacturing has a major in factor determining value of supply of goods or services. To determine the value of goods or services, the major factor is cost of production. What is the cost of production? On the basis of that only will determine the value of supply. In GST, will determine in CGST Act 2017, the value of supply will be determined based on transaction value, which is dealt in section 15 subsection 1. As per section 15 subsection 1, value of supply is nothing but transaction value. What is transaction value? Whenever there are two unrelated parties involved in a transaction, and when the price between those two unrelated parties is an arm's length basis, that value is called as transaction value, and that will be value of supply. Now, section 15 subsection 4 tells if transaction value cannot be determined. If transaction value is there, that will be value of supply. But if transaction value is not there, then what will be value of supply? In what cases transaction value cannot be there? When the sale is not between two unrelated parties. When the sale is not the sole consideration itself. When there is both cash and kind at the same time. When the cash is not the sole consideration, or when the transaction is between principal and agent, between two related parties, then how we have to determine the transaction value? That has been dealt in section 15 subsection 4. We have rules. Rule 27, Rule 28, Rule 29. In Rule 27, we'll see supplies where consideration is not entirely in money. So in this, both cash and kind both are present. Not entirely in money. For example, there is a purchase of machinery by exchange of machinery. There is an old machinery, we are purchasing a new machinery and we are exchanging it for an old machinery. The old machinery cost is around 20,000 rupees. The new machinery cost is around 1 lakh rupees. How much cost or how much price will the company pay for that new machinery? Only 80,000 rupees. 20,000 rupees will be old machinery cost. So the cash or the price consideration is not entirely in money. We are exchanging it for an old machinery. So in that case, how the transaction value should be determined? If there is any open market value for such product, the open market value will be the transaction value. Or else, total monetary consideration plus non-monetary consideration. 80,000 plus 20,000 value of that particular product. Liked kind of quality. If there is no open market value, there is a like kind and quality product in the outside world, and this is the price of that particular product, then that price will be for this product. So in these three ways we can determine the transaction value. Clear till now? Now, Rule 28. Transaction between related parties or distinct persons. In that case, value will be open market value or value of like kind or quality. But when goods are intended for sale by the recipient to unrelated party, the transaction is between related parties, but this second party who is a related party is only getting into this transaction for selling this to unrelated party. In that case, the value will be 90% of price charged to recipient's customer. For example, A and B both are related parties, and B is purchasing a machinery from A only with an intention to sell it to C. Then whatever price charged by B to C, in that 90% will be transaction value. Clear? Now, Rule 29. If supplies are between principal and agent, is principal selling any goods to agent? No, he is just transferring the goods to agent. Then in that case, what will be the transaction value? When this agent is selling the goods to the outside world, then whatever price charged by that agent, in that 90% will be the value, or else the open market value will be the value of that particular transaction. So that will be considered as transaction value. Till now clear? Rule 27, 28 and 29. If due to any reasons all the three rules 27, 28 and 29 cannot be followed, we cannot determine the transaction value even with these rules, Then we'll go for another two rules. Rule 30, Rule 31. This is important. From this only we'll get practical question. Okay. Rule 30, Rule 31. What is Rule 30? According to Rule 30, transaction value will be 110% of cost of production, acquisition or provision of services. So first we'll try to calculate what is the cost of production. From that cost of production, 110% will be the transaction value. That is Rule 30. Coming to Rule 31, residual method. For example, company doesn't want to follow any of the methods or rules which are here, and they want to take a residual method. They can follow the residual method only in three conditions. When the method, after following that method, the cost or the transaction value will give a true market value, then they can follow it. If it is consistent with the general industrial practices, then they can follow it. If it is transparent and defensible, then they can follow it. If it is complying with all the GST principles, then they can follow it. If the method which are going to be followed by that entity are under all these conditions, then they can follow the own method of their will. Okay. So that is regarding rules which we have. Remembering these rules is important. Question from CGST rules can be asked. Okay. And from Rule 30 only, we have practical question. Coming to principles of measurement. How we are going to measure cost of production, acquisition of goods, provision of services should be measured as each type separately. Everything should be measured separately. Cost should be aggregated of direct cost and indirect cost. Whatever I have given here, everything should be measured separately. See, material cost, it should be measured separately based on indigenous, imported, bought out, processed, self-manufactured, accessories. What is the type of material? According to the type of material, we have to calculate the cost. Employee and utility cost should be measured separately. Packing cost before sale or dispatch of the product should be considered, included in the total cost of products. Before selling, whatever packaging cost is there, that will be included. Regarding this packaging cost, we'll discuss more clearly in packaging cost. Till now, what I'll tell is packaging cost is of two kinds. One is primary packaging cost and the other is secondary packaging cost. Primary packaging cost is before sale or dispatch of that primary packaging which we are doing for that particular good to preserve it, to hold it in one place. For example, if I'm buying this phone, how will this be given to me? They will pack it in the box of this particular mobile phone with the charger, not iPhone, normal phone, okay? With the charger, they'll keep it in that particular box and they'll sell me. This is the primary packaging. But if I'm ordering it to any e-commerce website like Amazon or something, then there will be a box or carton outside of that particular box also. That is secondary packaging. That is done by outside person, not by this particular selling person. The primary packaging which is done for this product for selling is the primary packaging. The secondary packaging for transportation which is done is secondary packaging. Okay. So primary packaging before dispatch of goods. So primary packaging will be included in the cost. Secondary packaging will not be included. Direct cost should be measured separately. High value spare parts should be treated as assets and depreciated over time. If used immediately, include in inventory value. If there are any high value spare parts and if it is related or defined as per PPE, plant, property and equipment definition, if that high value spare part is considered as PPE, then they will be depreciated accordingly. But if it is not PPE, then that will be considered as inventory and the inventory cost will be recorded in our books when we are using that high value spare part. Clear till now? Now, everything, maintenance cost, depreciation cost, R&D cost will be measured separately. Joint cost. Regarding joint cost, we'll discuss in joint cost. Okay. Till now, what I'll say is joint cost is nothing but if we are taking any product and from that product, if we are deriving or we are getting different products, that is nothing but a joint product. For example, there is a crude oil. If we extract crude oil, we'll get kerosene, we'll get petrol, we'll get diesel. All these are called as joint products. The cost which is incurred for extracting the crude oil, how that will be assigned to all these joint products, we are going to see in joint products cost accounting standard. Okay. Now, these everything are normal. Okay. Capacity utilization should be based on normal capacity or actual capacity, whichever is higher. Now, what are the common points in all cost accounting standards? I'll tell you that. Any abnormal cost will not be included in any cost. Any subsidiary, grant or incentive received from government or any other authority for incurring that particular cost, that will not be included in cost. And if we have taken any foreign exchange or we have incurred any foreign exchange for that particular cost, then there will be a foreign exchange fluctuation. If that fluctuation is regarding of normal reasons, that will be considered. If it is due to any abnormal reasons, that fluctuation will not be considered in the cost. Okay. And coming to the next points, finance cost will not be considered. If there are any losses, that will not be considered. And if any cost is being derived as a standard costing basis, if you are following any standard costing method for determining that cost, then there will be a variation between standard cost and actual cost. Variance. If that variance is due to normal reasons, that will be included in the cost. If it is not due to normal reasons, it is due to abnormal reasons, then that will not be considered in cost. These are the common points which we have for all cost accounting standards. Okay, clear till now? So that is regarding presentation. Assignment of cost. Cost should be determined based on normal operations. Ignore abnormal or non-recurring cost. As I have told you, only normal will be considered, abnormal will not be considered. Cost that can be tracked to specific product or service will be assigned directly. If I am incurring a cost only regarding production, then I'll assign it to the production. If I am incurring cost only for administration purpose, I'll assign it to administration. If cost cannot be assigned directly, if I'm incurring a cost which is related to both production and administration at the same time, then for which I'll assign the cost to production or administration. In that case, we'll follow two principles. One, cause and effect. Two, benefits received. By incurring this cost, what is the cause and effect? For which purpose I'm incurring this cost? Mostly. Is it related to production mostly? It is related to administration mostly. Other than that, benefits received. By incurring this cost, whatever benefit which I have derived, is it most from production? Is it most from administration? Based on this principle, we'll assign the cost. Clear till now? Now, overheads will be classified as fixed overheads or variable overheads. Joint products, as I have told you, process creates more than one product. Whatever shared costs are there will be allocated based on fair method. Like before extracting the crude oil, before getting this kerosene, petrol and diesel, whatever cost incurred for extracting that will be assigned to three products equally on the fair method basis. Whatever cost incurred after extraction, like to again refine those petrol, diesel or kerosene, that will be assigned to that particular purpose. Okay. Yes, that is regarding assignment of cost. And coming to presentation. For presentation, we have appendix. Appendix is nothing but for each thing we have applicable formats. So we have around 4 formats. So for which thing we have to comply with, that have to be looked after for us. See, for example, Appendix 1 deals with statement of cost of production of taxable goods. If we are producing any taxable goods, then we have to follow this statement. If we are following supply of taxable goods or provisions, then we have to follow this statement. If you are producing it, this statement. If you are supplying it, this statement. If you are acquiring or acquisition of supply of goods, then this statement. If we are statement of open market value or value of goods as per like, kind and quality. If we are getting the value as per like, kind and quality goods, then we have to follow this statement. Which statement have to be followed will be according to that particular industry. Okay. Yes, that's it. These are not so important. You can just go through with this. I'll send you the notes. Okay. If company not covered under the rules, they have to comply with cost records. These are the points which you already know. Okay. So this you can just revise it. Okay. This is regarding composite supply which you have in your tax. Like if composite supply is there, then they will issue a certified cost statements which should be issued for 6 months period. And regarding that, after issuing the certified cost statements, the annual certified cost statements will be given. Based on that, audit will be done for accounting. Okay, this is regarding CAS 4. Yes. Coming to CAS 5, determination of average equalized cost of transportation. So this standard talks about transportation cost. From the standard, we don't have from the standard we don't have any practical question, but yes, theory question can be asked from CAS 5. And what theory question will be asked regarding the transportation cost? Transportation cost is of two kinds. One, to procure the material from the raw material, like where we are purchasing that raw material, from that place to our place of use, we have to incur some transportation cost. And after finished goods are made, from that our depot or from our manufacturing unit place of use to market, we'll have a transportation. So procurement of materials for production, we have to incur transportation. Distributing finished goods for sale, for both we have separate transportation cost. So for both the things we have to measure transportation cost separately. Transportation cost should be shown separately in cost accounting records apart from material procurement or product sale. These two will be recorded separately only. But the common transportation cost which we will incur, that have to be shown separately in cost accounting records. And one more thing, from Finance Act 2003, it has been told that determination or calculation of transportation cost is important. Why is it important? We'll calculate the assessable value for excisable goods. Excisable goods are goods for which we have to pay excise duty. So for determining the value of this excisable goods, while determining it, transportation cost can be claimed as a deduction. So for that, we have to first calculate the transportation cost. And not only that, we have to obtain a certificate for that transportation cost. If we are calculating transportation cost and if we are getting a certificate of transportation cost, then we can claim transportation cost as deduction while calculating the assessable value for excisable goods. Okay. This question is asked as an MCQ. And coming to objectives: uniformity, transparency, systematic record keeping. What is systematic record keeping? I have given here. Just try to refer it. Nothing but to have a track of what all transportation cost incurred in that particular organization. So uniformity, systematic record keeping and transparency. Now coming to scope. What are the different scopes which are there for transportation cost? If we calculate transportation cost, then that will be helpful while calculating the assessable value for excisable goods. In case of damage or loss during transportation, to claim the insurance, will that will help in claiming transportation cost insurance claim. In case of fertilizer industries, government will give subsidies for fertilizing industries. So to claim that subsidy, they have to show the records. In that records, transportation cost related information should be there. Certain industries will operate under the administration of administrated pricing system, which is nothing but for that particular kind of industries, the cost will be decided by the government itself. They are under the control of government. So when any company or industry is under the control of government, they have to prepare proper records and maintain it. In that records, they have to include the cost determination of transportation cost. While calculating inward freight cost. While calculating inward freight cost, this inward freight cost will be part of cost of purchase and to be included in the acquisition of cost of materials. So while acquiring materials or while doing the cost of purchase will include inward freight cost. So for this inward freight cost, freight is also nothing but a transportation cost. So when we determine this transportation cost, we'll be able to calculate the freight cost, which can be used in cost of materials. And also while calculating the inventory valuation, how this inventory valuation is related to transportation cost. For example, we have any inventory which we are using it as a collateral for taking loans or advances from the financial institution, then in that case we have to provide the inventory related details to them. In that inventory related details, there should be a transportation cost which has been incurred for that inventory to bring it to the factory also. So for all these, we need calculation of transportation cost. Clear till now? Now, transportation cost will include all these: freight, cartage, transit insurance, operating fleet cost. Operating fleet cost is nothing but if a company is having a own transportation vehicle, they are using every transportation purpose, they are using it for own vehicle, then it is called as operating fleet cost. Whatever cost incurred for own vehicle for which they are using transportation, for that own vehicle cost, it will be called as operating fleet cost. Incidental charges, if there are any loading charges, unloading charges, toll charges, those will be called as incidental charges. So all combinedly will be called as cost of transportation. Now, transportation will exclude the detention charges and demurrage charges. What are these detention charges? If any penalty is paid for a transportation vehicle beyond scheduled time for loading or unloading. It could be a port, it could be any depot, or it could be any place of loading or unloading. If there is any delay and due to the delay if they are paying any penalty, that are called as detention charges. Demurrage charges, fees charged when goods stay longer than the allowed at terminal. This is at a port, train station, or any bus depot or something like that. Like transportation places, if it is there and it is causing a delay, and this fees is paid to reasonable authorities. Like for port also there will be have some authorities. So for them we are paying any penalty, then that is called as demurrage charges. Both detention and demurrage charges will not be included in cost of transportation. Transportation cost is of two types: inward transportation cost, outward transportation cost. Inward transportation cost is incurred when bringing raw materials into the place of use. Outward transportation cost, when we are dispatching the goods for sale, if we are incurring any transportation, that is outward transportation cost. Okay. Depot is a premises for storing the materials or goods for dispatch. Equalized transportation cost and equalized freight is nothing but average cost incurred during a specified period. If you are doing an average of any cost, then that is called as equalized cost of transportation or freight. So these are the definitions which we have. In this you have to remember mainly these part, the scope of cost audit which we have, and in definitions you have to remember inward and outward transportation. Okay. Now maintenance of records. Keep a detail regarding each type of transportation. It is freight, it is cartage, it is insurance. What is it? For what subcategory that cost has been incurred, that has to be mentioned clearly. If company has own fleet, these 2 points are important. This only will be asked as a theoretical. Okay. If company has a own fleet, then how they will determine the cost? Record all expenses including salaries for drivers, cleaners, fuel, grease, maintenance, tires, batteries, trips made, distance covered, etc. Every related information will be recorded while calculating the cost of transportation. But if the company has a hired transportation vehicle, we are hiring it, so we have to pay certain charges. Those charges will be included. Other than that, date of dispatch. What is the date of dispatch? What is the type of transportation? Is it road? Is it through rail? Is it through water? Is it through air? Description of goods, destination to be reached, challan, number, quantity, amount paid and distance covered. All information will be there in that particular record. Okay, this is the own fleet and hired transportation vehicle. For everything, a separate record shall be maintained. If we have incurred any transportation cost from factory to depot, that has to be recorded separately. If we are incurring any transportation cost for a job worker, for example, we have a machinery and we have to have certain repairs for it. We are sending this machinery to be repaired to a job worker. We are not selling it. We are only giving it for a repairing. And after 30 days or 6 months, we'll bring that machinery back. And for that, we'll have to incur certain transportation cost. That transportation cost will also be included, but that has to be maintained as a separate record. Okay, maintain distinct records for transportation costs made exclusively for trading activities. If only for trading activities any transportation cost has been incurred, that also has to be recorded separately. Now, if there is any shared transportation cost, then what has to be done? What is this shared transportation cost? In one transportation itself, we have many other products. Okay, or else there is a company which is manufacturing a furniture and it needs a wood. So what does this, how do they acquire this good? There is a supplier in another city and they want this wood from a supplier who is there in another city. Have to incur transportation cost through own fleet or hired vehicle. Fuel, labor, vehicle maintenance, toll charges, everything will be included. Okay. So, if there is any shared cost or of transportation, then that will be based on apportionment. We have to apportion it based on how it has been assigned or how it has been utilized. If the transportation is for majorly of one product, then that will be assigned to that particular product. If it is equal, then that will be apportioned equally. So, based on the apportionment, that will be done. Okay. For exempt goods and exported goods, separate records shall be maintained. Now, treatment of cost. For inward transportation cost, it will be sorry. For inward transportation cost, it will be treated as cost of procurement of materials, because we are incurring that for procuring materials will include in cost of procurement. Outward transportation cost will be included in cost of sales. Now, this question has been asked as a theoretical question. Okay. What are the basis of apportionment of outward transportation cost? This is your question in your examination. Okay. What are the basis of apportionment? According to weight of goods, according to volume of goods, ton per kilometers, units or equivalent of units, value of goods, percentage of use of space in vehicles. Under or on the basis of all these, we'll try to apportion transportation cost, that too outward transportation cost. So this is a theoretical question which has been asked in your examination. Once what method or once what basis is chosen, that has to be followed in a consistent basis. And while determining the transportation cost, then distance each unit travels to be considered, and also that distance calculation can be done using weighted average cost approach. Okay. So these are the common points. Abnormal cost, non-recurring cost should not be included. Penalties will not be included. Detention charges, demurrage charges will not be included. Abnormal background expenses will not be included. So this is the cost sheet preparation. Okay. Cost as per own fleet. Then cost should be directly allocated to the specific product. Assign that cost to that specific product as per Appendix 3. Appendix 3 talks about both own fleet and hired fleet for different products. If we have different products and a cost can be assigned for one particular product, then assign it to the particular product based on given in this statement. Okay. If common transportation costs are there, then total should be apportioned to various products as per Appendix 3. Basis of apportionment should be this. Weight, value, ton, the basis we have to follow it. Okay. For these all, we should have a additional column in cost sheet. Like sale at specific rates, sale of waste or scrap, returns from customer, goods sent for job work, goods received back from job work. For all these, we should have a additional columns when we are recording in the cost statements. Okay. That's it. That's regarding transportation cost. And in this, what you have to and in this, what you have to see is company if having own transportation fleet, how it have to measure cost. If having higher transportation, how it has to measure cost. And coming to assign treatment of cost, how inward transportation cost will be treated as part of cost of procurement of materials. Outward transportation cost will be cost of sale of goods and basis of apportionment. These are the 3 questions which can be asked in your examination as a theoretical from CAS 5. Clear? Now coming to CAS 6, material cost. Clear till now? CAS 2, 4 and 5. Now CAS 6, material cost. Now this CAS 6 material cost talks about what? Principles and methods while determining material cost. What can be included in material cost and what should not be included. Material cost includes raw materials, process materials, additives, components or sub-assemblies, accessories, semi-finished goods, consumable stores and spares. Everything will be included in what? In material cost. But only one will not be included in material cost, which is packing material cost. Why it is not included? Because we have a separate standard for it. Okay. So these all are included in material cost. Are these included in material cost always? No. Only while determining material cost as per CAS 6 in material cost, these are included and this is excluded. Okay. So what does the standard basically deals with? It deals with the principle of valuation of materials. Value when we are receiving the materials. Principle of valuation of issuing of materials. When we are issuing the materials, what is the measurement principle? Assignment of material cost to various cost object. How we have to assign the cost to cost object. Everything is dealt in with CAS 6 material cost. Clear? Now, objective and scope are similar. Definitions are similar. Only 2 definitions are different. Intermediate product. What is intermediate product? Suppose a material is into production and during the process stage, we are getting a product from it. And this product has to be further processed to get a final product. The product which we got in the middle is called as intermediate product. Okay. For example, we are putting a sugar cane into a machine. We'll get a pulp first. After that, we'll get juice. Juice is the final product. But the pulp which we are getting is the intermediate product. Okay. Plant property and equipment. PPE is a tangible asset. You know what is tangible asset, which can be physically touched, seen, felt. That is tangible asset. PPE is a tangible asset and are used for production of goods or supply of services, rental to others, for administrative purposes, for selling and distribution purposes, for whatever purpose it could be. That is PPE. Are expected to have useful life beyond one accounting period. So this is the definition for PPE. We have discussed regarding high value spares. If high value spares are under this definition, then we have to depreciate it. If it is not under this definition, we'll treat it as an inventory. Okay, and cost will be recorded when we are utilizing the high value spare. That is your theoretical question. Try to remember it. Okay. Now, how we have to value receipt of materials. Valuation of material receipt. How we'll value? We are purchasing it from outside. Purchase price will be included. Cost directly linked to procurement. Till getting it to our place of use, whatever cost in between which we have incurred, everything will be added to it. Duties, taxes, freight inwards, insurance, other expenses, all are incurred. Why? To bring that material into place of use. Then that will be included in the cost of material. If we have taken any trade discounts, that will be reduced. If we are paying taxes in between, if we are getting any refund of these taxes, then that will be reduced. The average or the total will be the material cost. Okay. Finance cost will not be included. Self-manufactured materials. If materials are not procured from outside but self-manufactured, then what should be the cost? All direct cost will be included in it. And factory overheads, administrative overheads related to production only will be included. Administrative overheads not related to production will not be included. Sorry. Finance cost will be excluded. Marketing overheads for captive consumption will be excluded if it is for self-manufactured materials. Clear? And if there are spare parts, similar, which we have discussed already, if it is into PPE, depreciate it. If not, then classify it as inventory. Normal loss and spoilage before reaching into factory. Before getting into factory itself, we have a normal loss. Can we consider normal loss in cost? Yes, we can consider it. But how we are going to consider it? Whatever the cost of that normal loss is there, we will include that normal loss cost in the balance materials. For example, in transportation, we have 10 products. And due to some loss, there is a normal loss of 2 products. And the normal loss of 2 products cost is around 2000 rupees. And we have 8 products in our normal. Like 8 products are balance. So this 2000 rupees cost of normal loss will be included in the cost of this 8 products. Okay. So normal loss spoilage will be included in the cost of remaining materials. But if we have received any insurance amount or if we have recovered any amount of that normal loss, that will be excluded. If there is any shrinkage or evaporation loss, then if it is normal, adjust it with the cost. If it is abnormal, don't take it into consideration. If there is any foreign exchange of imported components, value at the rate of date of transaction. This is important. Okay. If we are calculating any இது இப்போ வரைக்கும் நம்ம டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணது so yes, foreign exchange of imported components, value at the rate of date of transaction. Later, if there are any changes in the foreign exchange fluctuation, that will not be considered. Later, if there is any rate change, that will not be considered. Okay. Demurrage detention penalty will not be included. Subsidy grant will not be included. So that is regarding transport material cost. Okay. And material cost will be valued using 3. FIFO, LIFO, weighted average. Okay. If valued using standard cost, price variances, normal will be considered, abnormal will not be considered. And this we have already seen, valuation of self-manufactured components. Assignment, if it is directly related to any cost object, assign it. If it is not related, then Assign based on materials consumed. If not traced, take it as estimates. Okay. For direct expenses and indirect materials, this not important. We'll only go with material cost as per CA 6. Okay. Presentation, everything has to be presented separately. Raw material separately, components separately, semi-finished goods separately, sub-assemblies separately. Similar to direct materials purchased. If it is indigenous, imported, self-manufactured, everything should be presented separately. Indirect materials, if there are any stores and spares, consumable stores, according to that heading, we have to present it separately. Okay. This is regarding CAS 6. Coming to what you have in your material. Okay. This is the thing which you have, isn't it? So yes, this is enough if any theoretical question has been asked from material cost. If any theoretical question is asked from CAS 6, then writing only principles of measurement and assignment cost and disclosure will be more than sufficient. You don't have to write everything. And if you want to write, you can include the introduction and objectives. What is the basic introduction? It will give about principles and methods of it. What is the objective? Uniformity, consistency and accuracy of cost. If theoretical question has been asked, just this much is enough for your answer. Clear? Now we are moving on to CAS 7, employee cost. Okay. So in this employee cost, what you have to know? Employee cost is direct employee cost, ideal time, overtime premium, indirect employee cost. So what is direct employee cost? Any cost which is directly related to employees, which is wages, it could be any other payment like salaries or anything. That is direct employee cost. What is employee cost? Including benefits given to the employees. If there are any benefits given like bonuses, retirement benefits, insurance payment, everything combinedly is called as employee cost. But only wages or any other payment given for production activity or work done by him is direct employee cost. Ideal time, the time in which employee do not work, such as during lunch breaks or holidays, that is ideal. Overtime premium, working overtime. Given the working time is only for 8 hours, but he is working for 15 hours just in office, that is overtime. For that he'll get a pay, overtime premium. Indirect employee cost, not related to production, but he is working. For example, supervisor will not be in the production, but will pay employee cost for him just for supervising the work done by other employees. That is indirect employee cost. For directors, for managers, whatever we pay employee cost is indirect employee cost. Now coming to principles of measurement. Employee cost includes what? Gross pay, bonuses, managerial remuneration and separation cost. What are the separation costs? If there are any voluntary retirement payments, if there are any PF payments, everything will be separation cost. Employee cost do not include imputed cost, non-cash items or penalties. Okay. Imputed cost means non-cash items. For non-cash items, if we are incurring any cost, that is nothing but imputed cost. Any benefits provided to employees such as housing or conveyance should include the total resources consumed in providing them. For example, for that employee itself, they are giving some perquisites. The housing facility is giving to him. The car facility is providing to him. Then, in that employee cost, whatever cost incurred to give that particular perquisite to that employee, every cost will be included in the employee cost. Okay. Employee cost should be reduced by any subsidies, grants or incentives. And whenever the employee is returning the perquisites, the house will be given to that particular employee. And when house is given, whatever cost has been incurred to give that house for that employee is included in employee cost. But after employee is retiring from his office, he have to return that house to us. And in that case, whatever the present value of that house is there, will reduce it from the employee cost. In our books, not in his pockets. In our books, we'll reduce it. Okay. Coming to assignments of cost. When employee services can be directly traced to cost object, cost should be assigned based on time consumed or number of employees engaged. If costs are indirect, they may be allocated based on estimates. Separation cost, voluntary retirement, retrenchment, termination should be amortized over the benefit period and treated as indirect cost. This can be asked in your MCQs. How separation cost can be measured or assigned? Okay, it will be assigned as amortization over the period of benefit. Overtime, ideal time cost can be directly assigned to cost object or treated as overheads depending on the situation. Whether the overtime is a normal cost object, is it related to particular activity or not? Is it related to overheads? That will be assigned to that particular overheads. Presentation, direct employee cost should be shown in a separate cost statements. Indirect employee cost should be shown as a part of overheads. These are the disclosures which has to be given. If there is any grant subsidy which has been reduced, regarding that, if costs are excluded, abnormal costs are excluded, regarding that, employee cost allocated to capital work, separation cost whatever there are, employee cost paid to related parties, employee costs and foreign exchange. Regarding all these disclosures should be given. So this is regarding CAS 7. In my notes, I have given it in most clarity. Okay. Like what is employee cost first. Then we have in employee cost, what you have to remember is employee cost can be of three kinds: temporary, part-time, contractual employees. Regarding this contractual employees, we have two kinds. If there is a contractual employee who is working in the production department as a contract, in a contract basis is coming and working, he is also a labor. The employment cost which we are incurring for that labor is also considered as employee cost. But if we are taking a work from a contractor, the contractor is working for our company and there are certain employees for that particular contractor. Whatever payment is paid for the employees of contractor will not be included in the employee cost. Okay. So whatever employment cost paid for contractual labors will be included. Paid to employers of contractor will not be included. Okay. If a question has been asked, in your question there will be a contractual labor adjustment. So you have to write this point. Okay. If they have given contractual labor, then this will be included because contractual labor are also a labor. That employee cost will be included in the cost of employee. But if employees of contractor, we are paying employee cost, then that cost will not be included. Okay. And if any past period cost has been incurred current period, will that be included in the cost? No, because that is not related to current period, that is related to past period, that will not be included. And these are forms of payments: regular payment, contributions, welfare expenses, other benefits, future employee benefits, general benefits. This you already know what are the kinds of payments for employee cost. Employee cost can be direct or indirect. Ideal time we have seen, overtime premium we have seen. And these are all included and these are all excluded. Similar one, standard cost, normal variances will be included, abnormal variances will not be included. If any cost of benefit as a free housing or conveyance is given, then total cost of resources used to provide that particular housing or conveyance will be included in the employee cost. Recovery from employees, it will be deducted from employee cost. This we have discussed. Clear? So that is regarding CAS 7. How separation cost should be done? Separation cost should be amortized over the period, and amortized separation cost will be treated as indirect cost assigned to cost object accordingly. If there is any unamortized separation cost, then that should be related to discontinued operations, will not form part of employee cost. Okay. So yes, if any recruitment training costs are there, that will be treated as overheads. Presentation, everything has to be recorded in a separate cost head. Indirect employee cost, if it is for which overhead, indirect cost is nothing but any overhead cost is nothing but indirect cost. Okay, which means we are not directly incurring any cost for certain thing. That is a indirect cost. Overhead is nothing but indirect cost. If we are having any indirect employee cost, that is related to overhead. For which head of overhead it is related? Is it related to production? Is it related to manufacturing? Is it related to administration? Is it related to selling and distribution? That has to be presented accordingly in cost statements. And cost statements, finish or account employee cost as per category wise, whether the employee is permanent employee, temporary employee, part-time employee, whether he is contractual employee, is he working as a overtime employment, or he is working for ideal time, what everything, each and everything categorization should be given in cost statements. Clear? That is regarding CAS 7. Now coming to CAS 8, cost of utilities. What are utilities basically? Utilities are inputs such as power, steam, water, compressed air used in the production process but not forming part of final product. Whatever we use to bring that raw materials into final products as such as these are called as utilities. Standby utilities are nothing but we'll have utilities, but if in case there is any failure in these utilities, we'll have certain backup utilities. That backup utilities will be called as standby utilities. And committed cost, to maintain the standby utilities, if we are incurring any cost, that is called as committed cost. Imputed cost, notional cost not involving cash outlay. If it is not related to cash outlay, that is called as imputed cost. Normal capacity, we already know average. Abnormal, we already know unusual cost. Now, cost of utilities, everything has to be separately, each type of utility should be treated as a separate cost object. Purchased utilities, if we are purchasing utilities from outside, then purchase cost will be included, taxes will be included, transportation cost will be included, other attributable costs, whichever costs are there connected to that will be included. Self-generated utilities will not have purchase cost. Direct material cost will be included, direct employee cost will be included, direct expenses will be included, and factory overheads, only factory overheads, remember it. Okay, only factory overheads will be included. Distribution cost for utilities, either for inter-unit or external sales, are added to the cost. Finance costs are excluded. Standard cost variances treated as part of utility cost, with variances due to normal reasons will be considered, abnormal reasons will not be considered. Subsidies, incentives deducted. Normal capacity, cost of production distribution is based on normal capacity, and any abnormal cost will not be treated. Penalties and damages excluded. This is regarding principles of measurement. Okay. And regarding one point, transfer of utilities. If we are transferring any utilities, that could be of two kinds: inter-unit transfer or inter-company transfer. If we are transferring it in inter-unit, then including of distribution cost, everything will be included. All direct costs will be included, distribution cost will be included, and if we are taking intercompany transfers, then direct material cost, fixed overheads, administrative overheads, and distribution cost will be included. I have not given this in your material, I guess. Try to write this down. Transfer of utilities. Yes, I have not given that. Regarding this point, you have a practical question, okay? Inter-unit transfer and intercompany transfer. In case of inter-unit transfer, direct cost will be included, distribution cost will be taken while calculation of cost of utilities. But in intercompany transfer, direct material cost will be taken, fixed overhead cost will be taken, administrative overhead cost will be taken. And if utilities are sold to outside parties, then all costs will be included. Direct cost, indirect cost, fixed overheads, administrative overheads, manufacturing overheads, distribution cost, sale value, profit margin, everything will be included. So these 1, 2 and 3, these 3 points you have to write now. Factory overheads, administrative overheads, MOH is marketing overheads, sorry, manufacturing overheads. Fixed overheads, administrative overheads, manufacturing overheads. DM is direct material, DL is direct labor, DE is direct expenses. Done? Next, these are the same points. Finance cost, imputed cost will not be included. If it is of normal reasons, include, abnormal, exclude. Subsidies, grants will be deducted. Utility cost, normal capacity or actual capacity, whichever is higher. For determining capacity of utility cost, we'll take it as normal capacity or actual capacity, whichever is higher. If there is any change in principles, that could be done only if it is required by law or to improve accuracy of cost statements. This is also a common point in all. Only change in principles can be done in these 2 cases. Okay. And assignment, if utility cost can be directly assigned, assign it directly, or else use parameters like consumption levels, operating hours, capacity usage, etc. Okay. Directly traceable, they should be assigned using appropriate basis such as usage parameters. And a presentation should be given in a separate cost head. Distinguish between purchased self-generated utilities regarding transfer, is it inter-unit transfer, inter-company transfer, regarding that separate statements should be prepared. Disclosures for about everything, disclosures should be given. So this is regarding CAS 8 cost of utilities. These are the disclosures and this is regarding presentation. Okay. So that is regarding CAS 8 cost of utilities. Clear? Now coming to CAS 9 packing material cost. What you have to learn from this packing material cost is only the differentiation between primary packing materials and secondary packing materials. What are primary packing materials? Essential for product preservation and use. Secondary packing materials, non-essential but aid to transport and marketing. Reusable, if there are any packing materials which are reused again, those will be considered as reusable packing materials. Mostly these reusable packing materials will be secondary packing materials. Packing material cost, whatever cost which has been incurred for material packing, that is packing material cost. And valuation of receipts. The cost of packing materials will include purchase price. If we are getting packing materials from outside, if we are purchasing them, then valuation will be purchase price, taxes, freight, insurance, directly attributable cost. If taxes are refundable, we should exclude it. And if we are self-manufacturing packing materials, then all direct costs will be included. Share of factory overheads will be included. Job charges will be included. Administrative overheads related to production will be included. Finance costs, demurrage charges, detention charges, subsidies, grants, incentives exclude. Normal loss absorbed into the cost of balance materials after considering recoveries, but abnormal losses are excluded. We have already discussed normal loss, that cost will be included in the cost of balance materials. The cost of imported packing material is converted using the exchange rate on the date of transaction. We can value packing materials based on FIFO, LIFO and weighted average. Imputed cost, abnormal cost, credits and recoveries will be excluded. If packing materials are valued at standard cost, normal price will be price variance are considered as part of packing material cost. But usage variances due to normal reasons are considered, abnormal reasons are not considered. Only for packing materials you have to see as price variance and usage variance. Okay. And coming to assignment, if it is feasible or if any cost can be directly related to any cost object, assign it to that particular cost object. If it is not done, then assign it based on consumption quantities or estimates. The packing material cost of reusable packing shall be assigned to the cost object taking into account the number of times or period of how much accurately we are using it. Primary packing cost will be treated as cost of production. Secondary packing will be distribution cost. These 2 points important. Only this has been asked as a question. Okay. How primary packing material cost and secondary packing material cost will be assigned. Primary packing materials cost should be assigned as a cost of production. Secondary packing materials should be assigned as a distribution overheads. Now coming to CAS 10, direct expenses. Direct expenses must be traced in a cost effective manner. How they have to find out about the direct expenses in a cost effective manner. Direct expenses from purchased resources. If we are incurring the direct expenses for purchasing the resources, then purchase price, taxes, duties, transportation, other procurement cost after reducing the discounts and rebates should be taken. If direct materials cost from self-manufacturing tools or dies, then all cost, direct cost will be included. Like whatever cost to manufacture that particular procurement or that particular tools or dies is there, that will be considered as direct material cost. If there are any lump sum expenses, paying for any royalty or something, that should be amortized over a period, because if you are paying any lump sum expenses, the benefit which you are deriving from that payment is not only for this accounting period, that will be over an accounting period. So it should be amortized over the benefit period. If direct expenses is immaterial, it can be treated as a part of overheads. That is not related to any decision making part, that can be treated as a overheads. Direct expenses should exclude finance cost and imputed cost. Variances, normal reasons include, abnormal exclude. Subsidies, grants exclude. Penalties exclude. Assignment, direct expenses should be directly assigned to cost object. If indirect costs are there, that will be assigned based on quantity consumed. So that is regarding direct expenses. Clear till now, CAS 10? So that is regarding CAS 10. Now, what we are going to see next? We have completed CAS 10. Now, what is important? We'll go to joint cost and quality control. Okay, CAS 19 and CAS 21. CAS 11 is not that important. Try to see it today. Like just revise it, what is there in it, what is contents regarding it, try to look it. Okay. Regarding repairs and maintenance cost, also not so important. Cost of service cost center, pollution control cost, selling and distribution overheads, depreciation and amortization. Regarding depreciation and amortization, one question has been asked. Regarding what is the principle of measurement of depreciation and amortization? What all you know regarding depreciation and amortization, similar only this is that. What is depreciation? Depreciable amount and useful life of asset. Based on these two, depreciable amount and useful life of asset will calculate depreciation and will amortize it. The residual value of intangible assets and property, plant and equipment will always be 0 unless otherwise satisfied with 3 conditions. When the useful life has been come to an end, there is a third party who is ready to accept our depreciated machinery or that particular equipment. If he is ready to purchase our equipment even after the useful life, then there will be a certain value for it. What is that value of purchasing? That will be the residual value. If there is any active market existence, if at least there is a scrap value in the market for that particular machinery, that scrap value will be the residual value. Or else if there is any will likely exist at the asset's end life. So if there is any active market or if there is any commitment by the third party that we will purchase. Under these two circumstances, the residual value will not be 0. What will be the value? The value in these two will be the value as a residual value. What will be considered as factors? Physical wear and tear, obsolescence, legal limits, estimating useful life. Useful life of intangible assets. For this you have to remember, intangible assets useful life should not exceed 10 years. Okay. And method of depreciation, straight line, diminishing balance, units of products. Depreciation arising from revaluation of assets should be assigned to the cost object. Impairment loss will be excluded. Spare parts, standby equipment, servicing equipment are classified as plant, property and equipment and they will be depreciated accordingly. If it is not PPE, will be taken to inventory. If depreciation is directly linked to any cost object, assign it or else take it in two principles, cause and effect and benefits received. If any question regarding CAS 16, depreciation and amortization is asked, write everything what you know about depreciation. How you will calculate it, how you will know, what do you know about depreciation and amortization, write it. Okay. Interest and financing charges, research and development cost, joint cost. In this joint cost, what you have to know is CAS 19, how we are going to measure joint cost. The principle for measuring joint cost up to split off point are consistent with other cost accounting standards. So, we have taken the example of crude oil. To extract petrol, diesel and kerosene from crude oil, will incur all the costs which we have discussed till now. Material cost, employee cost, overhead cost, depreciation cost, everything will be incurred. So, till the split off point, everything will be calculated according to the cost accounting standards which we have. Okay. Cost incurred after split off point for products that are separately identified should be measured for the resources consumed for each product. So whatever cost incurred after split off point, it will be measured only for that particular product. Okay. Further processing cost. If you are incurring any further processing cost, total direct and indirect cost incurred for further processing of joint products or byproducts. Both direct and indirect cost will be combined. Outside processing cost. If we are not doing the processing, we are giving it for outsourcing. Then outside parties determined at agreed price. There will be a price for doing the processing. That processing cost, including duties, taxes, net of discounts, refundable taxes. Exclude scrap or waste, subsidies, grants, penalties and damages. Assignment of cost. Joint cost should be assigned to joint products based on benefits received using one of the following methods. Physical units method, net realizable value at split off point, adjusted for post split off point cost. Technical estimates, if we couldn't take anything, then we'll go for technical estimates. By product value estimation, we'll go for NRV or technical estimates. If we are calculating the value of any byproduct, we'll go for NRV. If you are calculating it for joint product, we'll go for physical units method or NRV at split off point minus post split off point cost. Okay, that is regarding joint cost. For this joint cost, you have to remember these points. Joint cost measurement before split off point and after split off point, and assigning cost as per joint cost and byproduct cost. That's it. Clear? Royalty and technical know-how fee. Quality control cost. Okay. For this quality control cost, we have in-house quality control cost and cost of produced from outside. If we have taken any in-house control cost, then total of resources consumed in quality control activities will be considered. If cost for produced resources are there, then invoice or agreed price, because we are taking it from outside. So we'll have certain agreed price, direct expenditure, applicable duties and taxes, net of discounts. Cost composition should include cost of confirmation like preventive cost, appraisal cost, internal control cost, external control cost. You have all this in costing. Everything will be included. Identification. Quality control cost should be traced in economic feasible manner. Exclusions, we already know this. If it is directly related to any cost object, assign it, or else go with benefits received principle. That is related to quality control cost. Okay. So that is regarding CAS 21. From this, there is a practical question and a theory question can also be asked. And from CAS 22, we have a theory question stating about material cost. What is the measurement principle for material cost? That has been asked as a question. And in that you have to write it is measured as indigenous material, imported material, bought out material, self-manufactured material. Like what are the different kind of material calculations, you have to write it down. And if it is provided for free or concessional inputs, if there is any normal scrap or defectives, abnormal scrap or defectives excluded, everything has to be written. Only regarding this material cost, principles of measurement has been asked in CAS 22. Try to learn and go through with this CAS cost accounting standards, which we have not discussed. Okay, don't entirely skip, but try to just go through with that once. If question has been if question is being asked, it can be asked. Till now it hasn't been asked. So what all questions asked till now, try to keep more concentration on that. But what questions haven't asked, try to give less importance and just refer it once. Okay. Now, coming to the next point, GASAP, generally accepted cost accounting principles. Both standards and principles are same. But why we have different standards and different principles? Standards are mandatory requirements which has to be complied with. But principles are not mandatorily should be complied with. If they want to comply with, they can comply it. But complying both standards and principles will have a better quality of costing. That's it. Okay. The generally accepted cost accounting principles are, as complied by Institute of Cost Accountants of India, mark a significant step in formalizing cost accounting principles and practices. This codification is designed to ensure that there is a consistency, clarity, transparency in cost accounting across industries. So to have that clarity, consistency and transparency, they have what? Generally accepted cost accounting principles. What are the key aspects to recognize what are the uncodified practices which we have till now? So Ministry of Corporate Affairs constituted an expert group to analyze about this uncodified practices, and to recognize them and to codify them, they have what? These principles. Recommendation for codification. This expert group has given a formal codification for these generally accepted cost accounting principles to provide a structured foundation for practicing cost accounting. So to have a basis of doing it, to be able to follow certain principles, they have given a recommendation. Implementation through companies cost records and audit rules 2014. First, expert group has been appointed to analyze about the uncodified practices. Then they have given recommendation about the codification. Then that has been implemented through companies cost records and audit rules 2014. And after that, in 2014, they have got a mandatory requirement for cost records. And if cost records are formed, these records are prepared according to GASAP and cost accounting standards. Who whoever have to mandatorily follow cost records, they have to follow both principles and cost accounting standards. Alignment of GASAP and CAS. GASAP along with cost accounting standards provides a structured and harmonized framework for maintaining cost records. This will give a measurement, classification and reporting of cost according to specific standards. Clear till now? So this is regarding the key aspects which we have, like how we have to do, why this GASAP has bottom. That are the regarding key aspects. What are the benefits? Similar to cost accounting standards, to have uniformity, clarity, transparency, to comply with regulatory requirements, attestation and for auditing. For everything what we'll do, we have to comply with GASAP principles. What are the objectives? To codify the principles, this has been brought up. Reduce the differences between cost accounting standards and principles. Provide a reference if any company cannot go with all cost accounting standards. Like we have a plenty of 24 cost accounting standards, and the things which we have in that standards are very huge. In our syllabus, we only have 1 hour page of 1, 2, 3 pages of cost accounting standards, but actual standard is huge. If company want to comply with any of the standard or follow any of the standard, they have to know about all the things. But just by referring principles, they'll get to know about the standards. So what is there in standard is there in the principle. But for easy access and reference, principles can be followed. Help stakeholders understand. Can stakeholders go on with learning all cost accounting standards? No. Just by knowing about principles, just by having idea regarding principles, they can understand cost statements and cost auditing. Track new practices, whether there are any new practices, whether there are any new products, how they have to measure it, how they have to assign it. To know about trends and practices, they can follow GASAP principles. This is the objectives of GASAP. Okay. And scope: to have a clear and formal rules, to prepare and present cost information, and to have a common cost accounting practices. So this is the scope of GASAP. Okay. And this is the conceptual framework of GASAP. It will majorly focus on value drivers, like what is the organization cost, what is its revenue, what are its profits, what is the value. To know about all this, the GASAP will mainly focus on cost for purpose, for helping in external reporting in historical cost data, to know about performance evaluation using data, to know about planning and decision making, we can follow GASAP. To know about reality driven cost models. In trend, what are the cost models which are being followed? To know about company operations, its structure, its competition with other companies, we can follow GASAP principles. Materiality and cost effectiveness. What is materiality, which are majorly important in decision making part. To know about the economic feasibility, like how it is related to system, if it shouldn't be too expensive, and for example, tracking costs for very small, less important products might not be necessary. So for which kind of process or which kind of activity we have to incur cost, unnecessary cost should be avoided. That will be dealt in GASAP. Comparability and consistency, transparency and auditability. For everything what we are doing, we are following GASAP principles. Okay. Nothing but both are similar. Cost accounting standards and GASAP are similar. But GASAP has a smaller scope. Cost accounting standards has a wider scope. And these are the general principles which we have. These are the common points which we have seen till now in cost accounting standards. Standard cost, subsidies, grants, abnormal cost, penalties, imputed cost, finance cost recoveries, measurement standards. These are the common points which we have in cost accounting standards. So same concept, common points we have for GASAP also. I have classified it separately. And these are the things which are there in GASAP. Material cost, employee cost, direct expenses, utilities, repairs and maintenance cost, production overheads, depreciation, administration overheads, selling and distribution, interest and financing, sales, joint cost, common cost, presentation and disclosures. Whatever there in cost accounting standards is also there in GASAP principles. Only one is missing, packing materials. Okay, packing materials is also there in GASAP. What are there in GASAP principles? What is there in cost accounting standards is there in packing GASAP. Okay, so by learning perfectly cost accounting standards, if any question regarding GASAP is asked, you can attempt it. Okay, so that is regarding our unit. Which unit? 4. What is unit 4? Overview of cost accounting standards and GASAP. Okay, so that is our unit 4. So we have come with an end of 4 units. Okay. So good morning everyone. Now we are going to start with unit 5 in our section A, cost audit, which deals with cost auditing and assurance standards. And in this unit, we are going to see the standards which are to be complied with cost auditor when he is doing his cost audit. Like we have 4 standards: cost auditing standard 101, 102, 103, 104. What these standards deals with and what it talks about. What are the things which has to be complied by cost auditor while doing his cost audit. Those are in this standards. Clear? Now, getting into introduction of these standards. Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014 has bought these standards. As we also know, cost accounting standards, GASAP, everything is given in cost auditing and assurance standards and companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014. This has been notified by Ministry of Corporate Affairs under Section 148 of Companies Act 2013. What is Section 148 of Companies Act 2013? We have already seen it. So under Section 148, Ministry of Corporate Affairs notified these standards. Cost auditing standards must be followed by whom? Auditors while conducting cost audit, which was issued by Institute of Cost Accountants of India with central government's approval. So this is the introduction regarding cost auditing and assurance standards. Now regarding an overview of cost auditing standards, like what is it, what should be done, like how it has been brought up, and which is the institute which has bought these auditing standards. Institute of Cost Accountants of India, who is a founder member of International Federation of Accountants. So this International Federation of Accountants has constituted or established a board called as International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, and they issued certain standards according to international perspective, like what they have to do auditing, how they have to comply it, and what are the procedures will be followed in their auditing perspective. So first we had international standards on auditing. Now, our institute could not adopt the international standards of auditing directly because their standards were different, our auditing standards were different, and the procedures which are followed in India in companies which are registered in India is different from companies which are registered outside India, and our industry perspectives are different, their industry perspectives are different. So what we did, we verified the international standards which are there, we made the certain modifications according to our perspectives, and we issued Indian Indian auditing and assurance standards, but made modifications since international standards on auditing primarily focus on financial audits. These international standards mainly focuses on financial audits, but we need cost auditing standards which are to be complied with cost records and cost statements. So we made modifications for financial audit to cost audit. Auditing functions, similarity. The core function of audit is the same in both financial and cost audit. What we do both, we verify the financial statements in financial audit, cost statements in cost audit. Only the records of verifying is different, but the entire scope of doing the work is similar. Difference only in the scope and target clientele. What is the scope? This works for financial statements, this work for cost statements. And target clienteles, who will do this? Financials. Only the companies or certain entities will do the financial statements auditing. But cost auditing will done by certain industries or entities which come under the perspective of cost records and audit rules, which we have seen yesterday's class. So rule 3 and rule 4, who will comply under that? They will maintain cost records and they have to do cost auditing. So target clienteles and the scope will differ, but the major part of both financial auditing and cost auditing is same. Rights, duties, obligations of cost auditor are similar to those of financial auditor. So what financial auditor do, what cost auditor will do? Both rights, duties and obligations are similar, but the scope of work for both of them is different. Standards are based on international standards on auditing. What are we have as standards on cost auditing are different, are based on what? International standards on cost auditing, with some modifications in the framework and content wherever it is necessary to suit our cost audit. Government has approved. Above we have seen that Ministry of Corporate Affairs will govern these standards. So they have granted the approval via a letter dated 10th of September of 2015, and from this date we got this cost auditing standards. We have 4 cost auditing standards. CAS 101 regarding planning and audit of cost statements. CAS 102 deals with cost audit documentation. 103 overall objectives of independent cost auditor and the conduct of audit in accordance with cost auditing standards. 104 deals with knowledge of business, its process and the business environment. So mainly 101 deals with how cost auditor have to make a plan. What will be his audit plan? What are the contents to be included in the audit plan? What are the risk statements that are to be included in the audit plan? How he have to plan the entire procedure in the audit. That is the standard regarding 101. And 102, after doing the planning and after conducting the cost audit, he have to maintain a record of that particular cost audit. That is nothing but cost audit documentation. What all to be included in that particular documentation? What all to be attached to it? What information should be recorded in the cost audit documentation? That is 102. And 103, now cost planning is done, cost audit documentation is done, but there are certain objectives which are to be followed by the independent cost auditor. We have seen that cost auditor have to work in an independent perspective. He shouldn't be in any biased form in his work, or his work shouldn't be influenced by others. The work done by cost auditor should be independent. So how that independent cost auditor should work, and whatever conduct done by that auditor in the audit should be in accordance with the cost auditing standards. Like what the standards should be followed while doing the cost audit. That is dealt in 103. And coming to 104, before conducting audit itself, there are certain things which has to be complied by the cost auditor, like getting to know about the business, to know about the competitiveness of that particular business. What are the major scope and objective of that particular business? Under which circumstances or what is the work done by that particular entity? What are the products produced by that entity? What is the profit of it? What is the past performance of that particular entity? Everything has to be analyzed by cost auditor before getting into cost audit. That is nothing but standards 104. So these are the 4 standards which we have, and we are going to see that in detail now. Okay. Now coming to cost auditing standard 101. So this is our handwritten notes. 101 deals with standards on planning and audit of cost statements. Like what is the planning? Requirement. What cost auditor have to do? First, he have to ensure that the appointment is proper by compliance with legal requirement. First, before getting into plan only, what they have to do, cost auditor have to ensure that the appointment which is done to him is according to the rules and regulations. Before we have seen when cost auditor should be appointed, he will give his consent letter. Letter from him, compliance letter and the consent letter should be obtained that he is qualified to be appointed. There are no disqualifications and he is satisfied with section 141 rules. So everything has to be complied and checked and verified by whom? Should be ensured by cost auditor that they have done their work, that management has complied with everything, and confirm that all the regulations have been complied with. Understand the terms of scope, units of products, services to be covered. What is the work to be done by that particular cost auditor when he is getting into that particular entity? What is his scope of work? Under which products he is going to work? Under which person he is going to work? To which he have to give the report to? Everything has to be ensured by whom? Cost auditor before getting into cost audit. Now, second thing, audit partner and key members. When auditor is getting into a entity to do the cost audit, he will not take entire work on his head. He will have a audit team under him. There will be audit partners with him. There will be key members who will work under that particular audit. Equally should be participated in planning and documentation. What all work should be done by the partners? Everything has to be assigned properly. Everything has to be given properly. Like this will be the work done by you. This will be work done by you. Everyone has to take responsibility and their own work should be taken care of by them. Whatever mistakes are done in that particular planning or documentation will be under their liability. They have to be responsible to take liability to their own work. Now, third, develop a audit strategy. Now he has been appointed. He has ensured that appointment is proper. He had maintained a proper audit plan, audit partners. Every audit partners who are working under that team is ensured properly. He also started a audit team. Now, getting into a audit strategy. Now we have to develop a audit strategy. Audit strategy is nothing but what will be the scope of his work. Like under what products he is going to work. These are the things which I am going to deal in this particular audit. And what is the timing of audit? When the audit is going to start? When the audit is going to end? What are the directions which has to be given to the audit team members? Which kind of work will be handled by team members? Which kind of work will be handled by partners? And myself, what will be the work handled by me of the audit? Everything will be dealt in what? Audit strategy. And should be based on what? Previous audits knowledge. This audit strategy should be made on the basis of previous audits knowledge, business understanding, statutory deadlines like when this audit report should be submitted, when the forms should be submitted, when the forms should be attached, everything, when the meetings should be conducted, everything has a statutory deadline. So what are those deadlines under which we have to comply with? Nature, timing and resources to be required in that particular audit. Nature and scope of audit. Results of preliminary activities. Preliminary activities are nothing but this, whether he has ensured or not about his particular appointment, whether the partners and key members are involved in planning and decisions or not. About that results also should be mentioned in audit strategy. Now, audit strategy is done. Now the main part is you have to create a audit plan. Audit plan is nothing but covering aspects of risk assessment, like what will be the risk in this particular audit. Audit procedures. What are the procedures will be followed in this particular audit? Resource allocation. How resources will be allocated. In audit strategy, we'll see about the resources required in that particular audit. In audit plan, how these resources will be utilized in optimum way will be given. So this is nothing but a audit plan. Now, plan how audit team members will be directed, supervised and their work reviewed. how it will be reviewed, what are the work will be assigned to that particular team members, and who will supervise that. Everything has to be dealt in next. Can update audit plan and strategy if needed. Audit strategy is prepared, audit plan is prepared, and in the middle of the audit, auditor thinks that no, I have assessed something wrongly, I have to rechange it. Can he do so? Yes, he can do so. The audit strategy and audit plan can be revised again. Initial audit procedures. Initial audit procedures are nothing but these. Before getting into audit, what are the procedures will be done? That are initial audit procedures. Verify client's acceptance, that client is accepting you as a auditor, and whatever audit strategy and audit plan prepared by you is accepted by the client. Communicate with the previous auditors. They have to communicate with the previous auditors, like what is the performance of this entity? Is this entity involved in any kind of fraud? Is there any compliance, non-compliance on this particular entity? Everything has to be verified and communicated with the previous auditor. So this is regarding the requirements when he is doing this audit plan. Everything has to be done in his particular audit plan. Now, application guidance. What are the application guidance for the auditor when doing his auditing plan? Planning activities vary based on size and complexity of the entity's operations. For example, it is a micro and small entity. Yes, I know cost records and cost audit is not mandatory. But if it is a smaller entity which is conducting a cost audit for their own benefit, they want to know how the company is performing. Now, they need a big audit plan or what? No, because the entity is small, the operations will also be small. The products which we dealt in that particular entity are also very minimal. So, audit plan will be only for a certain period, not a long audit plan or strategy. So, audit plan and audit strategy is based on size and complexity of the business. And second thing, auditor's prior experience with the entity. Like for example, a auditor is there who has been already audited for a particular entity, and he know regarding that entity that till now entity is running very well. It has every true and fair statements, everything. Now, what will be the audit plan? The audit plan will be like to check whether there are any material deficiencies or not, to check whether the true and fair statements are there for this particular year or not. This will only be regarding this audit plan. Now, if we change the example again, the auditor has worked to that particular entity previously, and in that auditing, when he is done in the previous years, he had understood regarding a fraud which has done in that particular entity. Now we know that this particular entity is already involved in the material misstatements and fraud. How his audit plan will be? He'll first start with whether there is any fraud in this material misstatements or not, whether the cost statements are prepared in true and fair or not. Like it will be a detailed audit plan. He'll check from the start to end everything. So, regarding auditor's prior experience with the entity also depends upon the audit strategy and audit plan. Changes in circumstances during audit. Now, audit has been started, audit plan is done, audit strategy is done. But in the middle of the audit, the circumstances of the that entity is being changed. Like entity is trying to bring a new products into that particular entity, or they have taken up a merger, big merger, they are planning to get with a merger or amalgamation with the other company. Now, the audit plan should also include the merger requirements also, whether this company and that company can be merged together or not, whether the company is into the same business of this entity or not. Everything has to be revised again. So, the audit plan will be based on 3. 1. Size and complexity of the entity. 2. Auditor's prior experience with the entity. And 3. Changes in circumstances during the audit. Planning is not a one-time process. It is an ongoing process. As we have seen, audit plan and audit strategy can be revised again. So, audit is a ongoing process. Prioritize and sequence audit procedures. Early risk assessment. We will do the risk assessment in the audit strategy itself. So, what are the higher risk chances in which particular product or in which particular department there is a higher risk. That should be prioritized in the audit, and that should be in the first sequence. And what is the least risk? That should be in the last. So higher risk should be assessed and sequenced first, and after that it should be sequenced accordingly. Auditor have to ensure that there are no conflict of interest. When this audit is being started till the end, the interest of the auditor should always match with the entity's objectives, vision and mission. There should be any conflict of interest. If there is any conflict of interest, that should be intimated or communicated with the management, and he have to try to rectify it. The interest should be reported to the management. Management integrity issues arise after accepting the audit. If there is any conflict between the management and auditor in the audit or during the audit, that should be communicated and try to resolve it. Maintain arm's length relationship with the entity. Always cost auditor should have maintain an arm's length relationship. Audit partners and team members give insights regarding the improvement of audit efficiency. Like audit partners and audit team members should always be involved in planning, giving strategies to how to get on with this process, to how to do the work. They have to always be involved with. Okay. Now, factors to be considered with formulating audit strategy. When we are getting into audit strategy, what are the factors to be considered? Cost reporting framework. We have to reconcile with the financial reports and legal framework. Whether the financial reports has been matching with the legal framework, the MOA, AOA of the particular entity or not. Industry regulations. Whether all the features of that financial statements are in line with the industry regulations or not. Reliance on other auditors. If cost auditor wants, they can take the support of internal auditor or statutory auditor to know about the company's performance. IT system. If there is any ERP system or other systems which are running in that particular entity or they are making use of it, then we will have a data in the electronic format also. If cost auditor wants that electronic form of audit to get into his audit work, then he can make use of it also. Statutory timelines, reporting deadlines and board or audit committee meetings. Like what are the deadlines for reporting, what are the deadlines for meetings, everything has to be assessed with. Resources, available manpower and equipment resources. These are the factors to be considered while formulating an audit strategy. We have already seen that first itself. Like what are the resources should be, but in this I have added some points. IT system, the statutory timelines, resources and cost reporting framework are there in first page itself. Industry regulations, reliance on other auditors, IT system can also be the factors of audit strategy. Detailed audit plan includes specific procedures, timing and risk assessment outcomes. We already know that planning includes risk assessment, what will be the timing and what will be the outcome, what are the specific requirements to be followed with. Extent of supervision and review depends upon the size and complexity of audit. Now audit plan is dependent on size and complexity. So samely supervising and reviewing of the work will also depend on the size and complexity of the business. About the risk assessment and competence of audit team. If audit team are very well expertised with their work, supervision and reviewing is not to be done very frequently because they already know, they are experienced with their work. No one has to come and guide them to do their work. Now audit team is a fresher audit team. They don't know regarding work to be done, how to be done, and after completion of one work, which work have to be taken then. They will not know about it. So cost auditor have to guide them to do their work. So regarding the competence of audit team also, how that supervision and reviewing of audit work will depend on. Adjustments during audit. If any auditor wants to make any adjustments during the audit, they can do so. Initial audit engagements. We have seen initial audit engagements are nothing but consult with previous auditor and review the past records, scrutiny of previous year transactions and cost related issues, procedures to validate opening balances, whether the opening balances of the whether the closing balances of the previous year are taken as opening balance or not, whether there is any differentiation between closing balance and opening balance. Additional quality control measures, whether there are any quality control measures or not. Everything has to be checked as a initial audit engagement. For smaller entities, audit plan need not be elaborative but should include all the factors which are important to be included in the audit plan. That is regarding 101. So in this 101, we have seen that audit, there is an audit strategy first. Before getting into audit, there are certain factors and components which has to be considered by the auditor. Like he have to check whether the appointment is done in proper or not. And he have to get into the preliminary stages, like he have to do the initial audit engagement. Then he have to know that audit team members and audit partners are equally aligned into the planning and all. Then he have to prepare a audit strategy. We have seen what are the factors to be considered in audit strategy. After completion of audit strategy, he have to prepare a audit plan. What is audit plan? We have seen what should be included in the audit plan. He have to do regarding the risk assessment, audit procedures, what are the resources which have to be allocated, that has to be done in audit plan. If you want, audit strategy and audit plan can be revised again. For smaller entities, audit plan can be minimal but should include the major factors which are important. Planning of activities will be based on size and complexity, auditor's prior experience with entity, change in circumstances during the audit. Planning is a continuous process and auditor should ensure these things. There shouldn't be any conflict of interest with the entity, and he has to maintain an arm's length relationship with the entity. That's it regarding audit plan. These are initial audit engagements. Okay, this is 101 standard. So these are the requirements and the things which has to be done when he is getting into the audit plan. Clear till now? So this is what I have given here. In your concept book, I have given regarding the introduction. Introduction is nothing but planning phase to the cost audit. So planning phase is crucial for ensuring the audit objectives are met. It promotes coordination with the auditee. Auditee is nothing but for the company who that auditor is working, and optimizes the use of resources. To optimize the use of resources, to know about the objectives of the auditee, there needs to have an audit plan. Now, what are the objectives? How to effectively plan the audit of cost statement. So, what is the objective of audit plan? How these procedures to be followed? For that, we need a audit plan. That is the major objective. What is the scope? The standard outlines regarding the auditor's responsibilities, how the cost records, how the cost statements and other related documents to be analyzed, that has to be planned. That is the scope. And how this has to be presented and documented regarding the overall audit strategy and audit plan. That is the scope. And these are the definitions which we have. You already know regarding what is audit partner, audit plan, audit risk. Now, coming to audit, you already know it is an independent examination of statements. Audit partner is nothing but a partner responsible for the audit and its performance, who is the member of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Audit plan is nothing but documented outline of planned nature of how the audit is going to be conducted. Audit risk. This is very, very important. Regarding this, question is being asked. So audit risk is nothing but risk of cost auditor expressing an inappropriate opinion. Cost auditor, what he'll do? He'll verify and identify whether there are any material misstatements in the cost statements or not. Not only verifying and analyzing, he has to express an opinion there on the particular records. Now, if he is expressing an inappropriate opinion, that is nothing but an audit risk. On materiality misstated cost statements, consisting of audit risk can be of three: inherent risk, control risk. These inherent risk and control risk are related to material misstatements of cost statements. Detention risk is nothing but failure to detect about that particular cost auditor. So regarding the work of material misstatements, there are two kinds of risk: inherent risk and control risk. Inherent risk is nothing but if misstatements before considering of controls. If they are not suspecting regarding the material misstatements which are in the cost statements, before considering the internal controls of the organization, before getting into the internal controls of organization, if no one or the auditor he himself couldn't suspect or detect any error in the cost statements, that is nothing but inherent risk. If control risk is nothing but after considering internal controls also, internal controls itself is not able to detect there are any errors or frauds in the cost statements. That is nothing but control risk. The risk that the misstatement could occur and not be prevented or detected by the internal controls. Detection risk is nothing but the risk that the auditor's procedure will fail to detect the existing misstatements. The audit strategy which is prepared by that particular auditor cannot detect or prevent any error. That is nothing but detection risks. So these are the three risks which we have, which is very important in your examination. Okay. Now, audit team is nothing but personnel involved in the audit engagement procedures. Auditee is nothing but the company or entity who is undergoing the cost audit. Cost audit, we have already discussed regarding the definition. Cost auditor, who is a qualified cost accountant in practice. What is overall audit strategy? The framework that sets about scope, timing and the direction of audit is nothing but overall audit strategy. Risk assessments are nothing but procedures performed to understand the entity, its environment and to identify the risks of material misstatements. To know about the entity, what is regarding entity, to understand it, what is its environment and to identify whether there are any risks of material misstatements or not. That is nothing but risk assessment. So these are the definitions which we have. And coming to requirements, we have seen pre-planning responsibilities of the auditor, involvement in audit, nothing but all the members and team members should be involved in the audit, formulating audit strategy. Then he have to see what are the factors to be developed in audit strategy. Then have to develop a audit plan, update the strategy and plan, initial audit considerations. These are the requirements which we have seen just now. And coming to application guidance, the nature and extent of planning depends upon the size and complexity. Planning is a continuous process. Before performing key audit activities, auditor must ensure that there are no conflict of interest or integrity issues with the management. Key audit team members should contribute about their insights with the audit plan. These are the things which has to be done. And these we have seen what are the audit strategy factors to be considered, matters that are relevant in formulating overall audit strategy, cost reporting framework under applicable laws, industry specific regulations and features, reliance on financial or internal auditors, IT system reliance, statutory management imposed timelines, availability and assignment of resources. These are the factors of overall audit strategy. This has been asked as a question in your examination. What are the factors or matters to be considered in preparing a overall audit strategy? This is the question which has been asked in the previous attempt. And regarding detailed audit plan, supervision and review, adjustments can be made, initial audit engagements and small entities. This is nothing but CAS 101. Clear with CAS 101? Having any doubts? No. Can we move on to CAS 102? Now, CAS 102 deals with cost auditing standard on cost audit documentation. Now, cost auditor has a clear audit strategy with him and a clear audit plan with him. Now, he has to maintain a proper documentation for everything. What are the factors to be considered while doing the documentation? How he have to do the documentation? Everything is dealt in cost auditing standard 102. Now, 102 standard on cost audit documentation. What is the main purpose of this cost audit documentation? That the basis for cost auditor's conclusion. Audit documentation is nothing but a conclusion of the auditor, the opinion on the audit which is given by the cost auditor, whether the overall objectives were achieved or not. Serves as a proof that cost audit was conducted in line with the standards and legal requirements. This is the major purpose for doing the cost audit documentation. When there is a proper documentation, it will act as a evidence for the cost auditor that this is the work done by me and these are the basis on which I am giving this particular opinion regarding the statements. What are the functions of audit documentation? Helps audit team to plan and carry out cost audit effectively. So it is a proper plan. It will help the audit team members to work on that particular audit. Assist supervisors in guiding and reviewing the audit team work. Always the cost auditor cannot come and check about the audit team members work. So he will assign certain managers, supervisors to monitor their work, to guide with their team members work. Ensure audit team is accountable for work performed. Accountable is nothing but they have to take responsibility for their liability. If any mistake is done by that audit team members, they have to be accountable for their own work. Keep records of matters that are relevant for future audit. If any auditor want to conduct a future audit for that particular entity, what are the review documents which can just be reviewed and get to know about the company's performance can be maintained. Internal review by quality control team as per Audit Quality Guidance Manual, Quality Review Board. So there will be a quality auditors in that particular entity. How that particular quality is there in that particular entity? Is there any preventive maintenance or not? Is there any internal failure costs being incurred by that particular entity? Is there any external failure cost incurred? What is the basic quality control measures which are maintained by that particular entity? That has to be seen as a function of audit documentation. And external inspections should also be done. He has to inspect regarding the external matters also, like what is the competition, whether the pricing of products are proper or not, whether the quality of products are maintained properly or not, whether the profit is manipulated or misstated, everything. These are the external things have to be checked by the auditor beside on the cost statements and cost records. So these are the functions of audit documentation. Now, what are the requirements of audit documentation? What are the requirements to be followed by the cost auditor while preparing that audit documentation? Cost auditor shall maintain a record of the audit procedures performed. Like what are the performance till now happened, up to date. He have to record everything in that particular document. Relevant evidence obtained regarding if there are any material misstatements or if there are any fraud involved, or if the amount or the money matter things are not recorded properly in the cost statements, if closing balance is not matching with the opening balance, if past year records are not matching with the current year's records. In past years there are no bad debts at all, but this year there are many bad debts. They are showing us it is past 5 years bad debts. To match that, they have to check past year records and current year records, whether the both are matching or not. If there any evidence for them to take up about the opinion, they have to obtain that evidence. Conclusions reached. Everything has to be there in the audit documentation. Documentation should be clear enough. It should be understandable by another competent person. So any person who know about the company's business, he is a competent person. Any person who know about the auditing procedures, he will be called as a competent person. If any competent person is coming and checking about that particular documentation, he need to understand how the audit plan is done, how the audit strategy is done, what are the material factors which are considered in that particular plan. Till now, how much work has been performed. Everything should be understood just by looking into this document of that audit documentation. Documentation is a legal and regulatory requirement. Adherence to the standards, results of procedures, including audit evidence, is significant professional judgments made. This all is nothing but audit documentation. Audit documentation is nothing but they are complying with legal and regulatory requirements. It is in line with the standards, results of procedures, what is the evidence obtained by the auditor, and whether there is any professional judgment or not. Professional judgment means whatever judgment given by the auditor is true and fair, not under any bias or not under any influence. That is nothing but professional judgment. All these are just the factors of documentation. Nothing but audit documentation means everything is complied with. Record discussions with the clients and parties about significant matters during audit. If there are any matters to be discussed with the clients or the parties which are involved in that cost audit, they have to discuss. Document if there are any departures from requirement from standards. If they are not complying, that particular entity is not complying with any standards, they are following their own methods and principles, then they have to report it, disclose those informations in the cost statements. The auditor should ensure that whether the method followed is in align with the laws and regulations or not, whether they have documented it or not, whether they have disclosed it in the cost statements or not. Regarding that information also should be there in audit documentation. Include details regarding the nature, timing, extent of procedures, what was tested, who performed and who reviewed. Everything regarding the details should be there in audit documentation. Audit documentation should be prepared on timely basis, not like audit documentation should be done after completion of every audit, like whole audit is completed, after that only audit documentation will be done. No, whenever it is done timely basis, they have to do the audit documentation. After audit report is issued, additional procedures performed or new conclusions drawn, document along with reasons. After audit report is given by that particular auditor, but there are new evidences which has collected by that cost auditor, then also he can give a documentation about it and record the reasons that this was missed out by me, and or whether the company hasn't given the certain information, but now I have got that information and this is the evidence for my audit. He can give us a document. Audit documentation should be organized and assembled into a audit file. Regarding audit file, audit working papers, audit engagement letter, we'll see in internal audit. Till now, what is audit file is? Each and everything regarding the documents, regarding information, this audit documentation, audit working papers, everything involved in a audit file. It is a file, okay, in which everything regarding audit will be there in a paper format or in a document format. Everything will be there. Audit plan will be there, audit strategy will be there, audit engagement letter will be there, audit documentation will be there, other related information regarding audit will be there. Everything combinedly called as audit file. So audit documentation should be organized and assembled into audit file. So that is regarding requirements. Now coming into application guidance of audit documentation. Typical components of cost audit documentation. What are the typical components in the cost audit documentation? There has to be a proper checklist. You know what checklist is. So regarding each and everything, we'll have a checklist. Like question marks, we'll keep question marks and give the checklist for everything. Audit program. Plan for cost elements. Material cost, employee cost, labor cost. Each cost element should be analyzed differently and it should be in a audit program. Analysis, have to review each and everything. Audit query list. During the audit, if there are any queries, if there are any doubts, then that has to be maintained as a separate list. What are the queries in the particular audit? Abstract of contracts, like what are the contracts that affect the costs and revenue or that directly affects the audit which is conducted by that particular auditor. If there are any certain kinds of contracts, that should be abstracted, that should be analyzed and verified in the audit documentation. Letter of communication. Stock of materials with contractors. What are stock of materials? In hand stock. What are bought out stock? What are self manufactured stock? Is there any stock still balanced with the contractor which we have to get? What are the consent letters? Letter of communication. Regarding the materials and all, there should be a letter of communication which has to be attached in the audit documentation. Letter of representation, managerial regarding matters, like what are the matters to be reported to the management, what are the matters which have to be known by the management, that is the letter of representation. These are the components which are included in the cost audit documentation. Form of documentation, similar to the audit plan, depends upon the size and complexity, computerization level of the cost records, assessed risk of material misstatements, audit methodology, tools used. Based on all these, audit documentation will depend upon. Document what material consumption norms, related party transactions, oral explanations cannot replace documentation. So everything should be documented how much materials consumed and if there are any related party transactions or not, that should be documented. During the audit, if auditor is giving a oral explanation regarding anything, that will not replace the documentation, even if it is not material enough. Also, if it should be documented to be understood by the competent person, then that information should be documented. Oral explanation cannot replace the documentation. Documented, what all should be documented? Audit plan, appointment letter, meeting minutes is essential. Regarding meetings, regarding audit plan, audit strategy, appointment letter, everything has to be documented. Document risk of material misstatements and significant judgments. Include minutes of discussions, management, government bodies, third parties. Everything should be documented. If there are any small entities, then only regarding the description of entities products can be given. Organization chart regarding how that organization is working, what is the business of that particular entity, manufacturing process flow chart, internal control and risk assessment, significant audit findings and conclusions. Only these are more than sufficient for smaller entities. Document, what all should be documented? Documented timely basis should be done. If facts discovered after audit report, that should also be documented. Basis of test checks, select documents based on value. The timely there will be some test checks. That test checks should also be documented. Alternative procedures deviated from standard requirements. Everything should be documented. Document who prepared audit materials and their responsibilities. Like what is the material which is analyzed by that particular auditor, who prepared that, is it prepared by management or another auditor? Everything has to be documented. Document is a property of cost auditor, must be retained for at least 10 years from the audit report date. So this is regarding cost audit documentation. So what all should be included, what are the requirements, what are the functions of audit documentation? These are the requirements which has to be followed, and these are the application guidance. Now, in the material, I have given you the introduction, which is audit documentation for cost statements, records, related documents. Everything should be documented. Cost audit documentation is a evidence for the performance of the auditor that the audit is in standards, legal and regulatory requirements. It helps in providing accountability, supporting the auditor's conclusions and assisting in future audits. This we have seen. And nature and purpose of cost audit documentation. Documentation provides as an evidence for the basis of auditor's conclusion. Cost auditing standards and regulations are complied with. It serves additional purposes like assisting audit teams in planning, performing, supervising and being accountable for their work. What is the objective? That is sufficient and appropriate record for the evidence. Scope is nothing but to prepare documentation for cost statements, records and related documents. Specific documentations are required and additional documentations, if they are needed, then they can be documented. So this is regarding the scope. And what are the requirements? Recording audit procedures. The cost auditor must record all the audit procedures, evidence obtained and conclusions reached. Sufficient documentation should be there, that it should be able to be understood by the another competent person. legal and regulatory requirements are complied with, cost auditing standards are complied with, results of audit procedures, evidence obtained, significant matters, conclusions, and professional judgments. Everything has to be given in what? Documentation. Significant matters, if there are any, should be discussed with the clients and outsiders. If there are any departures from standards, that should also be documented. What are the specific timelines regarding that proper audit that should be given? New or additional procedures are obtained after giving the audit report, then that also should be documented, and the reason for not documenting it in the previous document should also be given. These are regarding the application guidance, contents, checklist, audit program, analysis, audit queries, contracts and letters. And form of documentation depends upon the smaller of entity or bigger of entity. It could be in paper format or electronic format. Oral representation cannot be a documentation, but it can be in paper format or electronic format. Documentation factors depend on the form and content, size, complexity, level of computerization of cost records. We have discussed it. Sufficiency and appropriations, it support as a conclusion of the audit which has been conducted by the cost auditor. What are the significant matters to be considered? Whether there is any risk of material misstatements, whether there is any significant difficulties in audit procedures, whether there is any revisions in the previous auditor's risk assessments, that has to be taken as a significant matters while preparing the audit documentation. For smaller entities, only entities description regarding internal controls, strategy and significant audit matters can only be in audit documentation. Audit documentation is a property of cost auditor. Unless otherwise specified by laws and regulations, he may at his discretion make portions of extracts from the audit documentation available to the clients. Retention document should be retained for at least 10 years from the date of audit report. Clear till now? That is cost auditing standard 1 or 2, standard on audit documentation. Clear? First he is doing audit plan, next he is doing audit documentation. Now coming to 103, overall objectives of independent cost auditor. What are the overall objectives of independent cost auditor and how he have to conduct his audit in accordance with cost auditing standard 103. What is given in 103? We are going to see it now. Now this is regarding 103. Standard on overall objectives of independent cost auditor and conduct of an audit in accordance with the standards. What is the requirement? Ethical requirements, guidelines maintaining independence of the cost auditor. What are these ethical requirements? We have seen the principles of auditor. He should be integrity, competent enough, he should have objectivity, he should be in a professional behavior. We have 5 principles, isn't it? So cost auditor have to comply with those principles while doing his cost audit. That is nothing but ethical requirements. Compliance with cost auditing standards and cost accounting standards. Understand regarding the standards, entire understanding application guidance and correct implementation. Not only understanding it, correctly implementing it is also necessary. Full compliance with standards. All applicable standards follow fully. If necessary to depart, can follow alternative procedures to achieve objectives. Standards have to be complied with, but if cost auditor want to deviate from the standards, then he can do so only if the objectives are being met with the other standards. Professional skepticism. What is professional skepticism? Professional skepticism is nothing but always having a doubtful mindset. Always questioning mindset should be there to that particular auditor. He should not get into conclusions very easily. He have to be doubtful enough to analyze all the things and verify all the things. After getting into everything, he can give us opinion. Without considering any of the factors, he cannot go into opinions. So professional skepticism is nothing but having a questioning mindset, doubtful mindset. Sorry. Consider all material misstatements and cost statements. He have to consider all the material factors regarding the cost statements. Gather sufficient information and evidence, professional judgment, that he has to be true and fair, unbiased, and the opinion should not be influenced opinion. Evaluate cost reporting framework. These are regarding the independent cost auditor introduction requirements. Okay. Application guidance for the cost audit. Audit and ethics. Auditor must follow code of ethics issued by ICAI. What are code of ethics? He should be independent, integrity, he should be honest enough, he should be fair enough, not unbiased, professional competence and due care. His work shouldn't be negligent enough. He always have to be in a due diligence. Confidentiality. Always the work should be in a confidential. Professional conduct. The work should be in a professional conduct. So these are the code of ethics which has to be followed by auditor when doing his work. Conduct of audit. He has to apply, he has to do the work by applying the standards, compliance with legal and regulatory requirements, departure from standard requirements. If he is departing it, then it should be only when he is meeting with his objectives. Okay. So conduct of audit should be according to these three. Now, professional skepticism. What is professional skepticism? A separate question regarding professional skepticism is asked in your examination. Okay. Critical assessment. Maintain a questioning mindset throughout audit. Evaluate validity and reliability of audit evidence. Always while doing the audit, the auditor should have a questioning mindset throughout his audit, and he has to evaluate regarding the validity of that particular audit. Reasonable assurance. Obtain sufficient evidence that everything is proper. Audit limitations. Professional judgment. Even if he is having a questioning mindset, he should not be against his professional judgment. Professional judgment should also be there. If someone is coming in asking you to check that I have doubt in that, cost auditor should not do that. Even if he is having a questioning mindset, the work should be as a professional judgment. Transactions with related parties. Whether there are any transactions with related parties or not have to be analyzed. And if there are any transactions with related parties, those transactions should be in arm's length basis. Audit not guarantee. Future validity of entity or efficiency of management should not be guaranteed. What if, even if now everything is proper, auditor should not give an opinion that future also this entity will work properly. It should not be guaranteed by the auditor. So these are regarding the professional skepticism. Audit risk and materiality. Regarding this question is also asked in your examination. Audit risk and business risk. What are the audit risks and business risk? Auditor focus only on risk that affect the statements. He will not consider the business risk. Only the risk which is related to the cost statements, which is reflecting the cost statements, that will be only analyzed by the auditor. Audit risk. What is the audit risk? Inappropriate opinion due to material misstatements and cost statements. We have seen what is the audit risk. Inherent risk, content risk, detention risk. The auditor reduce risk by obtaining sufficient evidence and conclusion. This is regarding audit risk. Components of audit risk. Risk of material misstatements, detention risk, assertion levels of risk, nothing but evaluation risk at both cost statements level and cost heads level. Like, is it risk related to material, employee, overhead? What is it? That will be also analyzed. Inherent risk, complex calculations, uncertain estimates. Inherent risk is nothing but having a complex of calculations. Control risk. Internal controls cannot control the risk or prevent the risk is controlled risks. So these are the components of risk. You have to write regarding, if any question has been asked as audit risk and materiality, you have to write first what is audit risk, and you have to write the auditor only focuses on the risk which is affecting the statements, and you have to write regarding the components of risk: detention risk, control risk, inherent risk, assertion level risk. All types of risks has to be written as your answer. What are the responsibilities of cost statements? Prepare and present the cost statements as a management responsibility. What is the management responsibility? They will prepare the cost statements and they will give to cost auditor, and cost auditor will verify and analyze it. Cost auditor responsibility is to analyze the cost statements are giving true and fair view or not and giving an opinion thereon. This we already know. Non-compliance, management representation on non-compliance. If cost auditor obtain written representation from management regarding the non-compliance with laws and regulations. If while preparing the cost statements, management is not complying with any of the laws and regulations, then cost auditor have to obtain a written consent from the management that why the standards are not properly complied with. This regarding professional skepticism, I have given you again in detail. Auditor's mindset should remain alert of possible errors, frauds and unusual circumstances with this nothing but questioning mindset during an engagement. These are the fundamentals to having a successful auditing. Allow auditor to discharge responsibilities in an effective manner, critically assess audit evidence, ensure that the reliability of documents are there. To comply all this or to get all this, there needs to have a professional skepticism. Professional skepticism helps auditors to identify and respond to fraud risk. Where fraud risks are higher, it will help to modify audit procedures, to gather evidence, to seek confirmation from the third parties and specialists, apply forensic audit and techniques. Regarding this forensic audit, we already have a separate unit. We'll see about that there. Okay. Professional skepticism will help auditor in doing all this. Elements of professional skepticism. Auditors' attributes, skills and knowledges that enable thinking. Questioning and critical approach of evidence. Always questioning mindset will be there. Always he will think about what are the skills and knowledge that he have to develop to have this professional skepticism. Appropriate responses to changing audit conditions and pressures. Always if new auditing procedures have to be rechanged, audit plan has to be rechanged, audit strategy has to be rechanged, he has to be competent enough to comply with all those. So this is nothing but professional skepticism. In 1 or 3, you have to mainly remember regarding the professional skepticism, and you have to remember regarding this audit and ethics. These are the code of ethics which we have. Regarding code of ethics, question can be asked. Regarding professional skepticism, question can be asked. And regarding the risk, audit risk and materiality, question can be asked. So these are the 3 questions which can be asked from cost auditing standard 103. So this is the concept book of 103. Introduction is that code of ethics. Okay, integrity, competent enough, that code of ethics. It's an application guidance first point. Okay. So yes, we have seen regarding this, objective is to check whether there are check regarding the cost statements are free from material misstatements, ensuring that it is complied with CAS and GASAP, ensuring that the opinion is also true and fair, reporting on the findings. Everything is the responsibility of whom? Cost auditor. What are the requirements which we have seen? To follow ethical standards, which are nothing but integrity, independence, objectivity, professional competence, due care, confidentiality and professional conduct. Comply with all relevant standards, perform audits with critical mindset to detect material misstatements, gather sufficient evidence to support audit findings, ensure that cost reporting framework aligns with Companies Act, use alternative procedures if standard requirements cannot be met. These are the requirements of the cost audit. And application guidance we have seen regarding code of ethics. Independence is vital for forming an unbiased opinion. Conduct of audit should be done with complying all this. Professional skepticism, regarding professional skepticism, audit risk and materiality. Responsibilities of cost statements should form and express an opinion. Designing internal controls, selecting cost accounting policies and making cost statements are the responsibility of management. This is the responsibility of cost auditor and this is the responsibility of management. If management is not complying, then cost auditor have to obtain a written letter from the management that why they are not complying with the standards. Clear? So this is regarding 103. Overall objective of independent cost auditor and conduct of audit in accordance with cost auditing standards. Clear? 103 clear? Now, getting into 104. 104 is nothing but cost auditing standards on knowledge of business, its process and the business environment. Before getting into audit itself, cost auditor should know about the business. He should have a entire knowledge regarding the business. Only when he will be doing the audit effectively and efficiently. Okay. So this is regarding 104. What are the requirements of cost auditor? Understanding business and process, understanding entity and its environment, the nature of entity, industry and regulatory factors, cost accounting policies, performance measurement, everything regarding entity and its environment should be understood by whom? Cost auditor. Understand entities' internal controls. What are the internal controls with management established in that particular entity? What are the control environment? What are the risk assessment procedures which are being followed? Cost information, management information system report, whether they are giving that particular report timely basis or not. Regarding this MIS report, we'll see in management audit. Okay. Control activities, monitoring controls, each and everything has to be understood by auditor. IT environment and control. IT architecture, systems, programs, what are the control which are there in that particular IT system, data changing controls, are there any data changing controls, whether there is any proper data unit or not, information integrity and data security, whether data securities are properly maintained or not, whether information is integrate enough or not, whether the information given is honest and fair enough or not. Everything should be understood by the cost auditor. Identifying and assessing risk of material misstatements. You have to identify the risk by understanding regarding the entity, assess economic and accounting developments, whether there are any develops or they are still focusing on the past procedures or not. Related party transactions, whether there are any related party transactions. Subjectivity in measurement, whether there are any proper measurement procedures followed or not, whether the measurement procedures, even if it is a failure measurement procedure, they are continuously following or not. Revising risk assessments, whatever the risk assessments which has analyzed before should be revised again. So this is regarding identifying and assessing risk of material misstatements. Documentation. Identified material misstatements should be documented in both cost statement level and cost head level. Risk and related controls. Regarding the internal controls, if there are any risks, that also should be documented. So these are the requirements which has to be followed by the cost auditor. And regarding application guidance, dynamic understanding. He should have a proper understanding regarding the entity, and the understanding is also not a one-time process. Like before getting into audit, only the cost auditor need to understand regarding entity. No, understanding regarding entity is an ongoing process, because newly products will be introduced, newly meetings will be conducted, they will have a new things in the entity. Every entity will not be a standard entity for the entire period. There will be new changes coming timely, so they have to understand in a ongoing process regarding the entity. Industry factors considered, external factors like what is the competition, what is the market conditions, and what are the regulatory changes impacting the entity. Everything has to be understood by the cost auditor. Cost accounting policies. Review whether there are any significant accounting policies or not. If this accounting policy is having any effect on cost reporting, if there are any changes between the accounting policies and cost reporting, that changes also have to be understood by the auditor. Performance measurement. Understand regarding the performance of the particular entity. What are the performance metrics? Whether it is performing in profits, whether it is performing break even, whether it is performing in losses. Control evaluation, design and implementation of internal controls. If cost auditor is not satisfied with the internal controls, if he thinks that internal controls are not proper, then he can go to the management and ask to design and implement the internal controls which will have the positive effect in the entity. Risk assessment process. If risks are identified that management hasn't detected, then the auditor should assess the adequacy of risk assessment procedures. That will be said to the management and they have to correct it accordingly. IT risk. Identify the risk associated with the IT systems such as unauthorized access and data integrity issues. Whether there are any hacking issues, whether there are any loopholes in our IT system so that easily can be hacked, whether the data can be manipulated easily, whether there is any unauthorized access, everything has to be assessed and understood by the auditor. If he is thinking that there will be any unauthorized access in the future, if he is thinking the data can be manipulated or it can be hacked or something, then he have to tell it to the management and they have to change it by improving the internal controls. Material misstatement risk. Understand that risks at cost statement level can stem from broader issues within the organization. Always the risk related to entity will be within the organization, not external factors only will have risk in the business. Internal risks also will be there. First, the cost auditor should assess what are the internal risks within the organization. Then he have to go to the assessment of external risk. So this is the application guidance of cost auditor. So clear till now? So this I have given you entirely in that. In requirements I have told you regarding the understanding of business and entities internal controls. So introduction is nothing but understanding regarding the client's business and assessing the cost statements and forming a valid opinion. Objective is to understand regarding the events and transactions about the business, and scope is to have a thorough understanding of client's business process and environment factors. Do you want to like in the examination perspective, do you all have to see this introduction, objective and scope? No, just know about what is 101, 102, 103 and 104. That is enough. Don't try to learn everything of introduction, objective and scope. What are the major things you have to learn is requirement and application guidance. That is more than enough. And if any effective date has been asked in your examination, remember September 11, 2015 is for all cost auditing standards, which you have discussed in the notes also at the start, not notes. In the introduction only I have given you. See, 10th of September 2015. So next day 11th of September 2015 is the date for all cost auditing standards. Okay. So if you want, you can remember that 11th of September can be asked in your examination as a MCQ. That's not very important MCQ, but can be questioned. 10th is that MCA gave the granted approval. From 11th of September, it has been implemented. Okay. So this is regarding 101, 102, 103 and 104. So from 101, you have to mainly remember about the audit risk. Audit risk is both there in 101 and 103 also. Okay. And regarding the requirements, you have to majorly focus on factors in developing audit strategy and try to remember it in a sequence manner. Okay. Try to just highlight the side headings and try to remember that. First, you have to plan the prerequisite appointment requirements have to be followed. After then, you have to maintain an audit strategy, then audit plan, then develop the audit plan, update and initial audit considerations. Remember it as a process. Okay. And regarding application guidance, just see once that what are the application guidance of planning. Okay. Majorly you have to remember the audit risk and factors in developing audit strategy. Okay. And coming to 102. In 102 you have to remember regarding cost audit documentation. They will directly ask what is cost audit. Sorry. They will directly ask you what is cost audit documentation. Okay. Thank you. And the next thing you have to remember here is requirements, like how cost audit documentation should be done, what all should be considered, that should be taken, and majorly audit documentation contents. What are the contents of audit documentation? That is most important. And coming to 103, remember mainly regarding this ethical standards and code of ethics. Okay, ethical standards and code of ethics is a separate question which has been asked in the previous terms. So you have to write regarding each and every point with the lines. Write it as a heading like integrity. Integrity is nothing but having a honest and fair view. Objectivity, cost auditor should work as an objective manner. Professionalism, work should be professionalism. He has to be competent with the standards and principles. He has to be in a due diligence, should not be negligent in his work. He has to maintain confidentiality. Professional conduct, professional behavior should be there. With headings, with one line for every heading should be written if separate question has been asked for ethical standards and code of ethics. Clear? Now, the next you have to learn regarding the professional skepticism. Separate question has been asked in the examination. Okay. Regarding the standards, direct question asking state the standard of 101, 102 hasn't been asked. Okay. Like this only the questions will be asked. State regarding audit risk. If audit risk is asked, you have to go to this. 103, you have to write according to 103 standard, cost auditing standard. This is regarding audit risk and materiality. You have to answer like that. Professional skepticism also regarding 103. Like you have to answer like that. Okay. Directly state regarding 103, state regarding 104 question hasn't been asked till now. Okay. So these are the kind of questions which will be asked from Unit 5, Cost Audit, Cost Auditing and Assurance Standards. Clear? So that is regarding our Unit 5. Now we are going to start with our Unit 6, which deals with Cost Audit Program. In this Cost Audit Program, we are going to see regarding cost audit assignment. Like what is cost audit assignment? While planning of cost audit, what are the factors to be considered? We have seen the factors of cost audit in 101 also. But here we are going to see that factors to be considered in audit plan in detail. Okay. And coming to next, we are going to see regarding what is cost audit program. Cost audit program is nothing but having a checklist. What are those checklists which has to be followed by the cost auditor? While conducting a cost audit, what are the things which has to be verified by him? What are the checkings which has to be done by that particular cost auditor? That is nothing but cost audit program. So we have different kind of checklists. We have around 16 checklists. What are those checklists and what we are going to verify? Like what cost auditor is going to check with those things we are going to see in this particular unit. Now coming to introduction regarding cost audit program. A cost accountant in practice should observe certain principles in planning and performing the cost audit in hand. So he should have a proper plan and a procedure when conducting his cost audit, that we already know. The work should be planned in a professional care, recognizing that circumstances may exist to cause the cost statements to be materially misstated. Always the professional judgment should be in his mind. Always he should be in a due care. He shouldn't be negligent enough. He should always think that the cost statements can be at any time materially misstated. He have to constantly be aware of it. Therefore, the audit assignment should be so programmed to provide reasonable assurance that the cost information provided is free from material misstatements. So the audit assignment should be in such a way so that it can say that cost information is free from material misstatements. So that is regarding cost audit program. Now what are the factors in planning cost audit assignment? This is a question of our previous attempt. A direct question stating what is the factors in planning cost audit assignment has been asked. So what are the factors? We have around 3 factors in planning cost audit assignment. What are the 3 factors? First, it audit personnel for the assignment. Before getting into audit, what is regarding audit personnel himself? What all the analysis have to do? with himself before getting into assignment. That is the first factor. Coming to second, documentation of audit procedures and evidence. What are the documentation requirements which has to be followed in the audit procedure and evidence? That is the second factor. And coming to third factor, to understanding about the quality control over performance of the assignment. Regarding performance also, how the quality control should be there. That is the third factor. These are the three factors which we have. Coming to the first factor, audit personnel for the assignment. Consider the relevant industry experience and training of the audit personnel. Whoever the cost auditor is getting into, whoever the team or audit partners they are getting into a group of conducting a audit, they should have a similar industry experience and training under which they are going to do the cost auditing. They should have a relevant experience and training. That is regarding first point. And they have to follow a two-pronged approach. What does this two-pronged approach mean? First, they have to study regarding the industry and they have to analyze the auditing company's annual reports for at least 5 past years. This is a two-pronged approach. First approach is they have to understand regarding the entity. Second, analyze regarding 5 past years previous reports, annual reports. That is the two-pronged approach. Then the audit team needs a proper guidance from the auditor to perform all these tasks. What are those tasks? Physical inspection, identifying individual responsible for activities and maintaining cost records, to identify what are the responsibilities for doing their activities and to know regarding cost records, to review cost accounting records, related documents, analyze statements relating to budgets, plans and strategies, to understand regarding cost accounting system and to comply with the relevant cost accounting standards. To conduct all these work by the audit team members, they should have a guidance. Someone has to come and guide them to know about their work in these all fields. Who will guide them? Cost auditor will guide them. So that is the third point. And at last, audit personnel should gather and file the relevant documentary evidence for future references. This all combinedly called as audit personnel for the assignment. So this is nothing but first factor is nothing but related to cost auditor. What cost auditor have to do? Firstly, he should have a experience and training. Then he have to follow two-pronged approach, which is nothing but he have to study the industry and have to analyze the past 5 years annual reports. Then he have to train the audit team accordingly. He have to give guidance to the audit team and at last he have to collect the evidence. This is a first factor which is considering for planning cost audit assignment. And second factor, documentation of audit procedures and evidence. Document all important matters that provide evidence to support the auditor's opinion. Prepare working papers that record evidence resulting from the audit. Whatever evidence is there in the audit will be recorded in the audit working papers. You have to maintain those audit working papers, including not only accounting data but also production schedules, quantitative data and statistical analysis. So everything combinedly will be recorded in audit working papers, are not only related to accounting data but also regarding statistical data, regarding production schedules and quantitative data. In such a way they have to prepare audit working papers. Then they have to keep record of queries raised, decisions held and resolutions. What are the discussions held, how the meetings are conducted, what is regarding minutes of meetings and what are the queries raised and how those are resolved. Everything should be documented and recorded. Utilize checklist. What are these checklists? We'll see further as a audit program checklist. Utilize checklist and standard forms to enhance efficiency in preparing and reviewing working papers. To have this audit documentation, they have to follow certain checklist which is called as audit program. Regarding that we are going to see now. Organize the working paper file for easy retrieval and maintain confidentiality. Audit working papers should be in such a state that whenever they want, they can have a easy access to it, and everything has to be maintained in a confidential manner. Adhere to legal and professional requirements for record retention. Always the record should be maintained for how many years? 10 years. We have seen cost audit documentation should be for 10 years. So this is regarding documentation of audit procedures and evidence. First, everything should be documented, the evidence should be documented, and the next point is they have to prepare working papers. Working papers are nothing but having both accounting data and also statistical data. Keep records of queries, discussions rates, and regarding the resolutions which has been done. They have to use checklist for preparing this working papers, and always the working papers should be in a state to have a easy access and easy retrieval. And after that, those working papers and documents which are prepared, those have to be in a state and those has to be preserved for a quiet period. Record should be retained for a quiet period. That is the second factor for cost planning assignment. Now, third factor, quality control over performance of the assignment. Ensure proper direction, review, monitoring of the audit assignment. So, not only preparing the audit assignment is important, it should be frequently be directed, reviewed, and monitored. What is audit assignment? Audit assignment is nothing but whatever we have seen till now. Doing an audit plan, audit strategy, inquiring about the auditing requirements and getting the audit team ready, guiding them, everything combinedly is called as audit engagement. Track the preparation and maintenance of cost accounting records. They have to prepare and maintain the cost accounting records. Access skill and competence of audit assistants in understanding systems and procedures. Not only cost auditors should be experienced and trained enough, the audit team members also should be trained enough and experienced enough and skillful in doing and understanding the procedures. Stay informed about the cost accounting and auditing questions that arise during the audit. Whatever questions which are arised during the audit, that should be known and stayed informed by the cost auditor. Adjust the audit plan and program based on significant issues identified. If any issues are identified during the process of cost audit, the audit plan and audit strategy can be revised again. Address differences in professional judgment among personnel and determine appropriate reference levels. Whether there are any differences with the professional judgment, whether there is any influenced decisions, in that case that has to be revised again. He have to think that no, this is an influenced decision. I have to recheck it, I have to re-verify it, and after that it should be a independent judgment. So these are the three factors in planning cost audit assignment. Is it clear? So this is a 7 marks question in your past term paper. Okay. Now coming to cost audit program. What is cost audit program? We have seen till now. Everything combinedly is a cost audit program. So cost audit program is having a various cost elements checklist. What are those checklists? We are going to see. Checklist regarding production, product wise, raw material cost, key raw material inventory status, electricity cost, cost of electricity generated by DG set, demineralized water cost, steam cost, stores and spares cost, repairs and maintenance cost, employee cost, insurance cost, depreciation cost, administrative overheads cost, selling and distribution overheads cost, packing materials cost, sales value. We have around 16 checklists which should be in audit program to have a proper audit plan assignment. To have a proper audit assignment, we shall have an audit program which involves with 16 checklists. What? 14th one question. No, not entire question will be asked. They will ask us a state regarding the checklist of repairs and maintenance asked in previous attempt. checklist, audit checklist regarding repairs and maintenance cost has been asked in the examination. Audit checklist of cost of electricity generated by DG set question has been asked. This type of questions will be asked as a 7 marks question. Now how you have to answer it? Don't try to remember all the points for everything. Like for this I have given you 10 points. You can remember it. But if any question like this has been asked, where I have given you audit of repairs and maintenance similar to stores and spares, these are only for 6 points. Then how you have to answer it in the examination? You have to write first regarding the cost audit, regarding cost audit documentation, cost audit program, and in cost audit program you have to write, we have to follow certain checklists. We have around 16 checklists which has to be analyzed and done by the cost auditor. Then you have to write regarding the audit checklist of repairs and maintenance. These are to be analyzed and audited and verified by the auditor as a checklist. You have to write all the points. Okay. So that is how your answer should be presented. Don't directly skip into the answer of the question. Try to write something regarding the question in the first, and after that get to your main answer. Okay. So now getting into first checklist, audit of production product wise. What is the checklist which has to be followed when auditor is doing the audit of production? Also in production and product wise, what all the checklist should be followed? First, you have to verify the inventory status. How the inventory status will be done? By having a proper formula for it. There is an equation to know about the inventory balance. How? Opening stock plus purchases equal to external sales plus internal transfers plus closing stock. By analyzing with this equation, he'll get to know about the inventory balance. Then he have to ensure the previous year closing stock is correctly considered as opening stock in the current year. He have to analyze it. Then he have to check product wise capacity utilization for last 5 years. What is the capacity utilization for product wise? Should be verified for past 5 years. And then investigate abnormal underutilization and obtain explanations from the management. If any product capacity is utilized under, is there any underutilization of any production or product? That has to be analyzed, and if there is underutilization, reasons for such should be obtained from the management. Review management steps to address underutilization and focus on the profitable products. So if there is any underutilization for that particular product, did that affect the entire process? If it is affected, take the control measurements and do the basic analysis of focusing on profitable products. Like this is a profitable product, so this should be corrected just like that. If we correct the most profitable product, then the underutilization of capacity will be reduced. So that should be basically changed by the cost auditor. He have to take the proper steps to change that underutilization to equal utilization. Check if capacity additions match the actual production and investigation discrepancies. If the capacity is higher, the capacity utilization of that particular production is higher, but the product's outcome is lower, then the capacity is not matching with the product's outcome. If there is any differences between the capacity utilization and the output, then what is the basic differences? They have to investigate the reasons about it. Request relevant management information system report to support audit findings. What is management information system report? We'll see that. Okay, they have to obtain that report. In that report, the information regarding production product wise will be given. They have to analyze it and report the audit findings. These are the checklist which has to be followed by the auditor while doing the audit for production product wise. Clear? Now getting into second checklist, audit of raw materials cost. Now when auditor is doing the audit of raw materials cost, then what is the checklist to be followed? Verify inventory balance of the raw materials. How the inventory balance of the raw materials will be checked? By using a opening stock plus purchases less consumption equal to closing stock. So this is the equation which will be followed by the cost auditor while analyzing the inventory balance. Then calculate input or output ratios for key raw materials over 3 to 5 years and benchmark against the lowest ratio. Then he have to analyze the input output ratio for 3 to 5 years on an average to know about the what is the benchmark. Benchmark is nothing but in which period the raw materials consumed in a very low stage which affected the overall production. He has to know regarding the benchmark and try to rectify or increase the input output ratio for this current period. For chemical industries, account for normal loss which is called as evaporation. If chemical industries raw materials are being audited, then evaporation normal loss as part of consumption and allocate to products based on consumption. We have seen in the cost accounting standards, if there is any normal loss, then that normal loss amount will be allocated to the balanced amount of materials. We have seen it. So if there is any normal loss evaporation, then that should form part of consumption. This amount should be matched with the consumption or taken into the consumption and allocate to products based on consumption. Should be allocated to the products based on the consumption of that particular chemical industry. Adjust raw material consumption by the sale value of residue based on products usability. If raw materials consumed, then the value of that raw materials consumed should be matched with the sale value of residue. Residue is nothing but the wastage or the scrap. If there is any scrap value for that raw materials, then the value of raw materials should be matched with the sale value of a residue based on products usability. If our raw materials are in the store and the raw materials are used in production and we'll have some waste raw materials, everything should be combined with the raw materials and should be checked if the starting raw materials are matching with the current raw materials or not. Verify reduction in raw material consumption due to R&D improvement, whether for research and development any raw materials are used or consumed or not, that have to be verified. Ensure raw material costs are charged consistently using FIFO and weighted average method. These are the two bases which we'll use for calculation of raw material consumption. So whether these bases are used or not, whether any other bases are used, if other bases are used, whether they are with the regulatory standards or not, whether they have complied with or not, have to be checked. Confirm raw material consumption across cost center matches the trial balance, whether the raw material consumption for each cost center is matching with the amount recorded in the trial balance or not, that has to be verified. And ensure in-house produced raw materials are valued based on booked cost. So whatever cost recorded in the books should be the raw materials produced cost. Proportionately allocate imported and local material consumption across products. If there are any local materials purchased or in-house imported materials or local materials are there, that should be proportionately assigned across the consumed products. Like if imported products are consumed mostly, that should be assigned to imported products. If local material products are consumed, then the cost or the value should be assigned to the local material. So proportionately it should be assigned. Review raw material rate trends over past 4 years. Past 4 years, what is the raw material trend? That should be reviewed. So this is the checklist which has to be followed by the auditor while doing the audit of raw material cost. Okay, try to mark the points which you think very easy to remember. Okay, the points which I have given as a 10 points are easy, but if you think that no, this point I can't remember so much, so you can cross that down. Try to remember the points which are very easy to you. These are the points which I can easily remember, which will be remembered for me for quite a period. Try to underline that or highlight that. Try to revise it again and again. If any checklist question has been asked, try to write that 5 points. Even if you are writing 5 points, 5 points should be perfect points. Okay, you have to get that 5 marks or 7 marks for it. Writing 1 point also, you have to get 1 mark for that 1 point. Write like that. Okay. Now coming to the third checklist, audit of key raw materials inventory status. Now regarding inventory status we have seen. Now key raw materials are raw materials which are majorly used in the production process. What is the inventory status regarding it? obtain and review information on current stock levels to ensure accurate and up-to-date inventory records. Up-to-date, what are the inventory records and what are the current stock levels that should be obtained and verified. Access alignment between stock levels, consumption patterns to determine if inventory is appropriate for historical and projected usage. Now, what is the stock level? What is the consumed raw materials? Whether these both are matching or not. Whether these are based on historical data or not. Whether it is reflecting in the projected data or not. Whether there is any wastage. Whether there is any skipping of materials. Like material usage is not at all recorded in the books. That should be verified. Check for unnecessary increases in inventory volume to avoid excessive cost and inefficiencies in inventory management. Whether there is any excessive cost in inventory is recorded. Like inventory cost is recorded higher in the books, but actual stock in front of us is very much lesser. Whether these two are matching or not. If inventory volume is higherly recorded and cost is lowerly recorded, then what will happen? We'll have to, if inventory volume is higher, cost should be also higher, but inventory volume is not in the actual stock, but cost is higherly recorded, then profit will be lower. So we have to cross verify it whether the inventory volume is matching to the cost recorded or not. These are the audit checklists to be followed for key raw materials in the inventory status. Now coming to audit of electricity cost. What to be done for the audit of electricity cost? Audit electricity consumption in key cost centers with significant energy usage or critical operations to ensure effective monitoring. Now, what electricity is consumed in key cost centers? Cost center, what is cost center? I have already told you. Like the center which is having a cost implication on that, but that is not directly reflected into the production. For that type of departments also, we are incurring electricity cost for that. So how much electricity cost is being expensed for such type of cost centers with significant energy usage, like how the energy is being used, or critical operations, if there are any critical operations for which we have used electricity to ensure effective monitoring. Like for example, R&D is there. For R&D, we are taking the electricity consumption. If this electricity consumption from R&D is reflecting any development through the entity or not, whether R&D has been given any new product to us just by consuming this electricity or not, whether there is any benefit by electricity consumption or not, that has to be verified. Investigate electricity consumption increases that do not match the output. Electricity is consumed, but the output is not there. Growth to identify inefficiencies and seek management explanation. If electricity is consumed but output is not there, then they have to identify what is the inefficiency or difference, and regarding that they have to seek management explanations. So that is regarding audit of electricity. Now coming to audit of cost of electricity generated by DG set. This question has been asked in your previous attempt. Now, what is DG set? DG set is nothing but a diesel generator set, which means now electricity is being generated by processing of diesel. Like they will process the diesel, they will generate the diesel through the chemicals which they get. They try to generate the electricity. That is nothing but a DG set. So, now cost of electricity generated by DG set. By this DG set usage, they are trying to generate the electricity. Some costs have to be incurred for that generation. Now, how that cost should be audited by the cost auditor? Use the officer's monthly DG set report. For that particular DG set, there will be a officer. That officer will maintain a proper report, like how costs are being implemented or how much cost is expended for that particular DG set. That monthly report should be obtained by the cost auditor. For cost ascertainment, ensuring it includes operational hours, diesel usage, electricity generated. In that report, what all should be there? How many hours the operations are run, how much diesel has been used, and how much electricity generated. This all will be in that particular report. That report should be obtained by the cost auditor, and you have to verify that report. Verify proper meters are installed to measure electricity generated, whether the meters are in proper condition or not, whether they are properly repairing and maintaining that particular meters or not, have to be verified. And allocation to cost centers, ensuring regular calibration. The calibration recordings are properly regularly recorded or not. Check the system for quantifying diesel usage and analyze the kilowatts per hour to diesel ratio over the past 5 years. Check whether the diesel usage is quantifying or not, and check the ratio for around 5 past years. Ensure generated electricity is allocated to cost centers based on their outputs. So how this electricity cost will be allocated or assigned to the outputs based on the electricity consumption and usage of that particular electricity. Verify employee costs are accurately booked and pertain only to those involved in DG set. Whatever employees working in that particular DG set, employee cost only should be assigned to DG set. Confirm that the consumables and repair costs are properly allocated to reflect actual expenditures. So whatever consumables are there, whatever repair cost is there, it should be only recorded for that particular DG set. It should be only utilized for that particular DG set. Check the accuracy of depreciation and insurance cost recorded for the DG set, whether the depreciation cost related to that particular DG set or not. Ensure the DG set is correctly allocated to relevant cost center. Whether the cost related to DG set is related to particular cost center, then that should be assigned to that particular cost center only. Sorry. Review the expense control chart for DG set cost and their allocation across cost centers. Like how the expense control chart are being designed for this DG set cost, how they are allocated to cost centers, that should be verified. Request MIS report for a comprehensive review of DG set operations and costs. How the DG set operations are being done, how costs are being expended, how they are recorded, everything will be there in this MIS report. That should be obtained and verified by cost auditor. So these are the checklist which has to be followed by the cost auditor while doing the audit of cost of electricity generated by DG set. Now, sixth one is audit of demineralized water cost. What all should be the checklist? Ensure the DM water plant is allocated to the correct cost center. Use a monthly DM water plant report for cost ascertainment, including filtered water use, chemicals used, electricity consumed, DM water generated, and allocation to production cost centers or boilers. This all should be there in that monthly report of DM water, and that should be verified by the cost auditor. Verify a system exists to quantify DM water generated and allocated with properly calibrated meters. Like we have meters for electricity also, we have meters for water. Like how much water has been taken, how much it has been utilized, how much demineralized water has been bought. Ensure DM water allocated aligns with the output of production cost centers and boilers. Whether the input which is being put is matching with the output or not. Confirm employee costs related only in the managing of DM water plant. Verify that consumables and repair costs are specific to that particular DM water plant. Check depreciation and insurance cost for that particular DM water plant. Ensure electricity costs align with CMA department's worksheet. For this demineralized water plant, because it is a plant, the CMA department will maintain a worksheet for it, in which they'll record all the cost, expenditures, everything. So this electricity cost should be matched with the CMA department's worksheet. Verify chemical cost match the price stores ledger. So this should be matched with the price stores ledger. Request MIS report to know about the DM water plant operations. So this is regarding the demineralized water cost audit checklist. Now, audit of steam cost. Confirm report include boiler running hours. Steam will be get from a boiler. So there will be a boiler plant for it. Now, how much that boiler is running for hours, how much steam is generated, how much demineralized water is used to produce that steam, how much electricity is consumed, how much fuel is used, how much fuel, how much steam used by auxiliaries, line losses, consumption by production plants. Everything should be confirmed through a report. Then review 5-year trends of steam generation, consumption, line losses, steam per MT and cost per MT. MT is nothing but metric ton. So review for past 5-year trends regarding all this. Ensure proper installation of pipelines to prevent losses. Whether the pipelines are such a way that even a minute losses are also prevented or not. Confirm only boiler house employees are included in the cost. Ensure appropriate booking of consumable repairs. Verify correct depreciation and insurance charges. Review the chart for boiler related expenses. So these are the checklist for audit of steam cost. These 3 points are common. Okay. Regarding employees, regarding consumable stores and spares and repairs, regarding depreciation. These are common points in all checklist. Now, audit of stores and spares cost. Obtain cost center wise and product wise expense data from ERP or CMA department, enterprise resource planning or CMA department. They have to obtain a cost center wise and product wise expenditure data for stores and spares. Monitor high expenditure cost center for savings potential. Which cost center or which cost unit is having a higher expenditure? They have to know that and they have to try to reduce that particular expenditure. Investigate significant product wise expense increases. Significant only particular to that product. If there are any increase in costs, that has to be reduced. Verify that major items are booked against the correct cost center, whether the costs are allocated to that particular cost center or not. Analyze cost per MT. Flag any higher cost due to underutilization. Even due to underutilization of capacity, if stores and spare costs are recorded in a higher amount, then that should be verified. Cross check with the trial balance for accuracy. Whatever stores and spares costs recorded in our like in cost auditor's perspective, is it matching with the trial balance prepared by the management or not? That has to be verified. So this is the checklist for audit of stores and spares cost. Now, audit of repairs and maintenance cost is similar to stores and spare cost. Nothing but they have to obtain cost center wise and product wise data for repairs and maintenance, and they have to monitor if there are any high expenditure for that particular repairs and maintenance for one machinery. If it is only for one machinery, that should be reduced. If it is only for one product, only because of producing that product, that machinery is having a repairs and maintenance cost. In that case also that should be verified. Verify whether there are any major items are booked against the correct cost centers or not. Analyze cost per MT. Flag any higher cost due to underutilization. Cross check with the trial balance. Same points are there for repairs and maintenance cost also. Now, audit of employee cost. Review 5-year trends of employee cost like staffing. Other than that, you can also write regarding training and regarding recruitment, cost per employee. Each and everything should be reviewed for what? For 5 past year trends. Assess allocation to products and efficiency. How this employee cost is being allocated to products. If that employee is working for that particular product, if that employee is working for that particular cost center, for that only that has to be allocated. Compare employee cost per metric ton to identify issues. If it is related to any machinery or product, compare it with that. This employee cost should be compared with that per metric ton to note if there are any issues with that. Ensure payroll updates reflects transfers accurately. If there are any transfer from one department to other department, whether the payroll expenses are also recorded from this department to that department or not, whether the expenditure is also transferred or not. Investigate significant staffing increases and management justifications. Whether there are any sudden staffing increases, whether there are any staff who has been recruited suddenly for this only for this particular production, they have included a staff because the staff has to be again only for that production completion they need extra staff, so they have booked the extra staff. Management has to give the justification that why only for this production process the staff are in higher rates. So this is regarding audit of employee cost. Now, audit of insurance cost. Obtain cost center wise and product wise insurance expenditure. Investigate if there are any differences in the insurance expenditure, whether it is recorded the same in financials and cost or not. Identify higher per metric ton insurance cost due to underutilization. Even the utilization capacity is lower, but the insurance cost is higher, then that has to be verified. That is regarding insurance cost. And coming to depreciation cost, same thing. Obtain cost center wise and product wise depreciation cost. Should investigate that product specific increases ensure correct allocation or not, and check for higher per metric ton depreciation indicating lower utilization. Depreciation will be higher only when the capacity is lower. Okay. Audit of administrative overhead cost. Review year-wise trends of administrative expenditures, which is nothing but day-to-day expenditure. If day-to-day expenditure is higher or lower. Identify significant variances across products. If there are any variances between products, that has to be verified. Compare expenses against budgets, assess allocation, consistency. Whether the administrative overhead cost is there in budgets or not. Whether the budget cost is matching with the actual cost or not. Investigate cost center wise breakdown of increases. If there is an increase in administrative cost, then for which cost center the expenditure is higher, that has to be recorded. Ensure donations, penalties are not charged to products. Now, audit of selling and distribution overhead cost. Review selling and distribution overhead cost expenses per MT. Ensure allocation methods are consistently applied. Whether selling and distribution overheads allocation is properly done. If any one method is followed, whether the method is followed in a consistent basis or not. Investigate cost increases and provide explanation. If there is any cost increase only for selling and distribution overhead for one particular product, why they have to be obtained. Justify significant legal expenditures. If there are any legal expenditures relating to selling and distribution, then they have to justify, take the justification from the management. Confirm cost contribution to pricing and profitability. Like what is pricing, what is profit from it, what is cost from it. That has to be confirmed. Now, audit of packing material cost. Review contractors for packing material pricing. Like what are the contractors involved in this packing material pricing. Assess steps taken to reduce losses and wastage. To reduce losses and wastage, whether there are any actual steps taken or not. Confirm accurate recovery of packing material cost. We have seen a reusable packing material cost. So for that, accurate recovery has been taken or not. Verify consistent use of costing methods like FIFO or weighted average. Which method is used, and if one method is used, is it used consistently or not? That has to be done for audit of packing material cost. Now, at last, audit of sales value. Prioritize high contribution products in the audit. Now, sales variable cost will get the contribution. Only the higher contribution products should be having the higher prioritization. Verify efforts to enhance realization and profitability. Whether the realization, the efforts which you are putting on the particular sale value, is it reflecting in the profit or not? Ensure working capital is not unnecessarily tied up. The working capital should not be used as unnecessarily. Check forecast accuracy and alignment with actual sales. Whether the budgeted sales are matching with the actual sales or not. These are the checklist of the auditor which has to be followed while doing the cost audit program. Okay. So this is nothing but our unit 6 cost audit program. Clear? So the main things which you have to remember is try to look at this concept too. This is a question which has been asked in our examination. Factors in planning cost audit assignment. And coming to audit checklist. Try to remember as many as points you will be able to. Okay. If in the examination you are not able to remember the points, you are not able to recollect the points, then what you have to do? You have to just write the points which are there in the cost accounting standards. Like there are some common points. MIS report should be obtained, verify inventory balance for like product or raw materials. You have to check the inventory balance. MIS report should be obtained for all. Okay, and regarding employees, regarding depreciation, and these are the common points which you have to take. Okay, write a common points in your book as a separate note, like 5 or 6 points will be common points. Write the 5 or 6 common points and write at least 3 points which are related to that particular thing. That's it, that will enough. And the common points should be at last, which is related to that particular thing should be at your first. Okay, don't write common points first, you'll not get your marks. Write the different point for that particular checklist at the starting and write the common points at the ending. Okay, clear? So that is regarding our unit 6 cost audit program. Having any doubts? No. Now, we are going to start with our unit 7, which is cost audit documentation, audit process and execution. In this, we are going to see what is audit documentation, what is audit file, what is audit working papers, what is the process of audit, which is nothing but stages of audit. What are the stages of cost audit and what are the steps to be followed in the cost audit procedure, how it will be executed with a stepwise procedure. What is the stepwise procedure while doing this particular audit? These are the concepts which we have in this particular unit. Now, getting into audit documentation. We already have seen what is audit documentation, audit file, audit working papers, but this is the actual definition or actual meaning of that particular thing. Audit documentation is nothing but a material which is prepared or obtained by the cost auditor during the audit process, which includes working papers. So it is a material which is prepared by whom? By the cost auditor, which will be retained by whom? By the cost auditor. What will be there in that particular? What are the audit process which are performed during the audit will be there in that particular audit documentation. It also includes audit working papers. Now, what is audit working papers? Audit working paper is nothing but a document that captures all audit evidence obtained during the audit. The entire audit evidences which are obtained during the audit will be there in the audit working papers. But these papers does not only comply with the accounting data, but also regarding the statistical data, also regarding the entity perspective also. These papers support the audit work and ensures compliance with the relevant cost accounting and cost auditing and assurance standards. So by having this audit working papers, it will be helpful for the cost auditor to say that my work is in accordance with the standards which are having. That is nothing but audit working papers. Now, combining of both audit documentation, audit working papers and other related documents collectively is called as audit file. Okay, a collection of records either physically or electronically that comprise the audit documentation for a specific audit assignment is called as audit file. Combining of audit documentation, audit working papers, other related documents, whatever information is there in the audit, combinedly collection of records is called as audit file. So this is 3: audit documentation, audit file and audit working papers. Now, stages of cost audit. How many stages do we have? We have 3 stages. Stage 1 is planning. Stage 2 is performing. Stage 3 is reporting of audit. The stages of audit is important as in our previous attempt as a question. Okay. Now, stages of cost audit. First, planning the audit is the first stage. Why the planning is done? To lay the groundwork for effective and efficient audit. So the audit should be done in a proper way. There needs to be a planning. In planning, what all will be done? The auditor will understand regarding the entity and its environment. That is the first point. And then he'll identify whether there are any risks or not in that particular audit. Then he will risk and material assessment. He will do the assessment for that particular risk, and if it is risk related to material misstatements, then he will try to assess that particular material misstatement. At last, he will develop a audit strategy, outline the nature, timing of audit procedures. So this is the activities which are done in audit planning. Now, what is the importance of doing the planning? A well-planned audit optimizes the efficiency, which means it will reduce the time which is being spent in that particular audit. It will minimize the audit risk. There won't be any errors in the particular audit. Ensures sufficient appropriate evidence is collected to reduce the risk of material misstatements. All the evidence regarding the audit will be collected and the risk will be reduced. For that, what the auditor should have? He should have a proper auditing plan. That is the first stage. Coming to the second stage, performing the audit. Executing the audit plan through detailed testing. This is a testing stage. He will try to perform the audit plan according to that particular plan. If the performance is not satisfied, he will revise the plan again and do the performance. If it is not satisfied again, he will revise the plan and do the performance. What are the activities of performance? Testing internal controls. He will first check regarding the internal controls. If relying on the client's internal control system, conduct the test to evaluate their effectiveness. Then substantive testing will be done. Perform detailed test on material consumptions. How much material is being used? What is the cost accumulation? What is allocation, apportionment, absorption of cost? Regarding cost related information, everything will be tested. End of period testing. Conduct a substantive test of record consumptions and balances at the period end. First, he will check regarding the internal controls. Then he will check regarding the cost of all the things, how the cost is accumulated, how is it apportioned, accumulated, allocated, everything will be checked. At last, he will record how much is the consumption balance at the period end. This is the performance testing. Detailed testing provides the necessary evidence to evaluate that the fair presentation of cost statements is there or not. This is regarding performance. Now, at last, conclusion or reporting stage. Now, planning is done, performance is done. At last, you have to give a report on that particular audit. Draw conclusions and form an opinion on the cost statements. He have to evaluate the evidence. Whatever evidence is gathered should be in light with understanding the entity. Forming an opinion, arrive at a conclusion regarding the fair presentation of cost statements. Then he have to express an opinion through a cost auditor's report. The auditor's opinion is based on understanding of the clients, the risks identified and testing of controls and transactions. How this cost auditor report will be prepared? By understanding the entity, by identifying the risk and by testing the controls and identifying the material deficiencies if there are any through the performance stage. So these are three stages of cost audit: planning stage, performing stage and reporting stage. Clear till now? Now coming into audit process. Audit stages and audit process are similar, but the activities which are done in process is different from the stages. So we have here planning phase, performing phase, reporting phase. What will be done in planning phase? Perform preliminary engagement activities. We have already seen what is preliminary engagement activities. Auditor will ensure that the appointment is proper, that the audit engagement letter is in accordance with the requirements or not. Listing of risk factors, independence considerations, audit engagement. What are the independent considerations? What is the engagement letter? Each and everything should be documented. Now, second is planning the audit of cost statements. Develop an overall audit strategy and audit plan. Materiality assessment, audit team discussions, overall audit strategy should be documented. Now, at last, they will perform the audit procedures. Identify whether there are any risks of material misstatements through understanding the entity and its process. What should be documented? If there are any business risk, if there is any fraud risk, including significant risk, and design implementation of relevant internal controls should be documented. So as we have discussed before, planning phase will include first understanding about the preliminary engagement, like if the auditor's appointment is in line with the rules or not. Then he have to develop the audit strategy, audit plan, then identify and assess the risks of material misstatements. That is regarding the planning process. Now, coming to the performing phase, design overall responses and further audit procedures. Develop appropriate responses to assess the risks of material misstatements. Now, they have assessed the material misstatements. Is it properly assessed or not? Whether there are any additional risks which has to be assessed. If additional risk has to be assessed, that has to be performed. What should be documented? Overall strategy and audit plan, links with further audit procedures. Now, audit plan, audit strategy is done. Risks are identified and assessed. Now we have identified new risks which has to be assessed. So audit plan and audit strategy should be revised again. So new audit strategy and new audit plan should be documented. Implement responses to assess the risks of material misstatements. Reduce audit risk to an acceptable low level by again revising the risk audit plan, audit strategy. What are the new risks? By assessing each and everything, we are trying to reduce the overall risks of the entity. What is work performed should be documented. What are the audit findings? What is staff supervision? What are the working papers? Review. Each should be documented. Evaluate the audit evidence obtained. At last, in the performance stage, what they have to do? They have to evaluate whatever audit evidence which are obtained. Determine whether the evidence obtained is sufficient to support audit conclusions or not. If it is not satisfied enough, they have to try to take the evidence again. Risk factors, procedure review, communication of findings, conclusions on audit procedures performed. Everything should be documented. So that is regarding the performance phase. Now coming to reporting phase. Now planning is done, performing is done. Reporting is also done. Now reporting, after reporting also, if there is any additional work to be done to know about the any material misstatements, if there is any additional risk, if there should be again rework should be done or not. If no work should be done, give a cost audit report, final report. But if audit should be againly done, start with the planning stage. Determine if any additional work is needed based on the findings. If yes, go back to the performing phase. If no, proceed to the form the audit report. Prepare the cost audit report. Form an opinion based on cost audit findings, documentation, significant decisions. Give a signed audit opinion through a cost audit report. That is regarding the performance, audit performance. Okay, sorry, audit process. Planning phase, performing phase, reporting phase. Clear? Now, coming to the last concept, which are practical steps of audit process. What are the steps which has to be followed in the audit process? We have 6 steps. Step 1 is objectives of audit and management outlook. Preconditions is step 2. Step 3 is understanding the company's business. Step 4, planning the audit. Step 5, execution of audit. At last, step 6 is audit documentation. So these are the steps which we have in audit process. Now, first is objectives of audit and management outlook. First, to determine what is the statutory compliance or if management has additional expectations, whether the cost audit is being done in that particular entity because management want to know about the performance of the company, or is it done because of statutory compliance? What is the main reason? Is it done because of statutory compliance or because of management? That has to be known. If it is done by the management, then what is the management goal? Whether they want cost reduction, whether they want operation efficiency, whether they want product diversification, whether they want to know whether the new products could be introduced or not, whether they are wanting to identify what is the profit making or loss making product, propose marketing strategies, whether they want additional strategies or recommendations from the auditor to know about their good products, market expansions, diversification, conducting a complete review of business strategy, or they just want a review about the business strategy. What is the main goal if management is recommending for the cost audit? That has to be taken care of. That is the first step in audit process. Now, second step, preconditions. Understand audit specific. what are the objectives of cost audit? So this is the objective, this is the goal of management. Now they have to check regarding the objective of cost audit, like what is the area they are going to cover, what is the nature of audit, what is the scope of audit, how many auditors are appointed for that particular cost audit, applicable reporting standards as industry perspective, reporting period and statutory deadlines. Everything has to be done in step 2. Now, ensure management understanding its responsibilities regarding not only in the step 2, the auditor have to understand audit specific only regarding that particular audited. These are the objectives which auditor should have. Also, he have to ensure that the management know about this, that management has done their work properly or not. That has to be ensured by cost auditor. What is the work to be done by the management? Whether they have maintained and presented the cost records or not, whether they have prepared cost statements as per applicable framework or not, selection and consistent application of cost accounting policies has been done by the management or not, provide access to relevant information and records. When cost auditor is coming to the management and asking regarding the information, whether the management is being able to give the information or not, offering additional information as requested by the auditor, allowing unrestricted access to personnel for cost audit evidence. Who is having the access of cost audit? Who is having the access for the documents, the records? Is there any unauthorized access which is not being identified by the management? Is management internal controls are not proper? Whether they are doing their work properly or not? That has to be ensured by whom? By cost auditor. Providing proper management representation, whether they are representing their proper management duties or not. Now, decide an audit fees, payment schedules, obtain an engagement letter. At last, they will first know about the audit, what the work has to be done by that auditor. Then they will analyze what are the management things, whether the management is in proper things or not. At last, they are okay with the auditing work, they are okay with the management, they will want payment. Without payment, no one will work. So they want payment. What is audit fees? What is payment schedules? Like from which time to which time I have to work and what will be the payment date. Obtain audit engagement letter. Now, third step is understanding the company's business. Auditor have to know about the company's business. This we have already discussed. Gather information about the company's nature of activities, its size, its product, profile, unit locations, ownership, management structure, marketing setup, each and everything. And know about the industry sector in which a company is operating. Applicable regulatory, financial, cost accounting, reporting frameworks, the company's production process, product details, and any outsourcing. This is nothing but information regarding entity. What all that the entity is doing regarding its sales, pricing, inventory management, regarding departments, regarding the information regarding finance department, accounts department, costing department, that information also be obtained by the cost auditor. Whether there are any subsidiaries, associates, joint ventures, and at last regarding management information system report. This is nothing but understanding the detailed information about the business. That is the third step. Now, coming to the fourth step, planning the audit. Now, he had come to knowledge about business. He has got his payment. He has got about what is the scope of work, whether the management has done their work or not. Each and everything is completed. Now, he have to get into the audit. He has to maintain an audit plan. Plan the audit, including timing, duration of audit period, including unit visits. Unit visit is nothing but that particular unit. From this time to this time, which unit is being audited. That also have to be there in that particular audit plan. Level and number of audit personnel to be deployed. Like how many audit team members he is upholding. Overall audit strategy, audit plan as the guide of audit team. What is the overall audit strategy and audit plan? Materiality levels and sampling levels. Like what are the material factors which are majorly prioritized first? Has to be recorded. Appropriate audit procedures including management representation and assertions, test controls and substantive procedures. These are the work done by management. What are the management representations? At starting we have seen Like there is a what is the goal regarding management? Like if they want to know about the profit, if they want to know about a strategy which can be worked for business, so what is the management representation, what they want from us, that should be majorly in the audit procedures. And the test controls, they will have a test controls, they'll first test whether these controls are being applicable properly or not. That test controls and substantive procedures, what are the procedures taken by the management which has failed, so that they are coming for a cost audit. Till now what the work done by management, that also should be included in the audit plan. Risk assessment strategies and methodology, what are the methods which can be followed, what are the risk assessment strategies. Planning discussions with key personnel and previous auditors, if they are discussing any work with the key personnel officers or with the previous auditors, regarding that information should be there in the planning. Document the audit plan and share it with the company. Ensure that the planning is with the guidance manual for audit quality. So this is nothing but step 4, which is audit plan. Now audit plan is done. Coming to the execution part. Step 5 is execution. Perform the audit checks and procedure as planned. Before, we have seen what are the audit procedure checklist. Line by line, he'll start his checking. He'll do first with raw materials. He'll do next with what we have, production overheads, selling and distribution overheads, packing materials, DG set. He'll go with checklist. After performing all the checklist, he will collect the required audit evidence, like is everything is okay or not. He will collect the required evidence to form an opinion, focusing on validity, relevance, reliability of the evidence. Based on the validity of that particular evidence, he will collect that evidence. Accuracy, completeness and sufficiency of information, whether this information is sufficient to say that this is the opinion or not. Source consistency, whether this source is consistent or not, whether this information will change or something like that. So they have to collect the evidence. At last they have to prepare a draft observation, not final observation. A draft observations will be prepared and that will be discussed with the management. That this is my observations, this is my opinion till now. Do you have any changes with it? If management tells that no, we have another things also, consider this also in your audit plan, do again audit and give it an opinion for that. After that he will prepare a final audit report. This is nothing but execution of audit plan in the audit process, step 5. At last, step 6 is nothing but audit documentation. Document the audit plan, audit strategy, maintain working papers, evidence collected during the audit, document draft observations and final report. At last he will give a cost audit final report to the management. Preserve all documents in bound folder or filing system for the prescribed period. Documentation should be shared for 10 years. So that has to be showed in a prescribed bound folder. Okay. So these are the steps which we have in audit process. In this unit, everything is important. Audit documentation, file, working paper is also important. Audit process also important. Steps also important. Stages also important. Okay. We have 4 concepts. 4 concepts are also important. Yes, that is regarding our unit 7, cost audit documentation, audit process and execution. Clear? Having any doubts? So yes, now we are going to start our unit 8, preparation and filing of cost audit report. This is also a very simple unit yet important unit. Unit 8, preparation and filing of cost audit report. How the cost auditor will prepare his cost audit report and how he have to submit that cost audit report. As at start I have told you, cost audit report should be given in an XBRL document. So what this XBRL is, how it should be done, what is XBRL format of converting this cost audit report into XBRL, how it have to be documented, how it had to be shared in MCA portal. The entire process of preparing cost audit report and filing that cost audit report is going to be in that particular unit. So yes, coming to the introduction, submission of cost audit report. Everything we already know. Cost auditor will give his cost audit report in form CRA 3 to the management. The report is based on data and information available in cost accounting records and other relevant data maintained by the company. After receiving Form CRA 3, company will submit it to the central government in Form CRA 4. The report format and annexures are prescribed by company's cost records and audit rules. We already know cost audit report will be done as per section 148 of company's cost records and audit rules 2014. What is the responsibility? The primary responsibility for preparing the annexures to the cost audit report lies within the company. The company must prepare these in consultation with the cost auditor to ensure that there is a conformity with prescribed rules and cost accounting records. So annexures should be prepared by the management along with cost auditor. They both have to discuss about the annexures and give it in the cost audit report. Reporting material deficiencies. As I've already told you, if cost auditor identifies any material deficiencies, then they have to give it in the relevant paragraphs of 1 to 6 in Form CRA 3. Detailed discrepancies noticed should be documented in the report. Basis of report. The report, suggestions, observations, conclusions must be based on the duly verified data, not on estimates or a conclusion. On nothing verified data, he shouldn't give his opinion on. Reference to the verified data should be included in the report. Management response. The company must give an opportunity to comment on any discrepancies or issues raised by the auditor. When cost auditor identifies any material discrepancies or differences, then he have to first report it to the management and ask the justification regarding that. If justification is satisfied, then they can drop that particular issue. If not rectified or satisfied, he can report it in the cost audit report. If auditor is satisfied with management response, they may choose to drop the issue. If not satisfied, the auditor may qualify to report regarding that specific issue. That is regarding the introduction of cost audit report. So this is how cost audit report will be prepared. Now, critical elements of cost audit report and related evidences. Evidence can be physical or digital. So what are the critical elements of cost audit report? This is nothing but cost audit definition. We know it is a detailed evaluation and examination of cost reports. So these are the objectives of cost audit. Can be asked as a question till now. Okay. In past attempts, question has been asked from this objectives of cost audit. What are the basic objectives of cost audit? To verify the accuracy of cost accounting records, to certify that costing principles are followed, to ensure that cost accounting procedures are complied with, detect if there are any unintentional or intentional errors or frauds, validate expenses related to goods manufactured are properly incurred, whether these expenses are related for goods or not. Access the usefulness of cost records in managerial decision making. These cost records will have that effect in decision making. Identify inefficiencies in use of material, labor, machines, whether there are any inefficiencies in using them. Aid external auditors by streamlining their work through the internal cost audit system. If they want, they can take assistance from the financial auditor, statutory auditor, internal auditor, and include them in the cost audit. Enhance efficiency of cost accounting principles, practices. So these are the major objectives of cost audit. We know everything, but everything is in a point wise. Okay. Now, critical elements of cost audit report. What are the elements which will be there in the cost audit report? This is a question which has been asked in the examination. In cost audit report, these are the critical elements which should be 100% included in a report. If there are any ideal machines, ideal labor due to raw material shortage, because of raw material shortage, if there is any ideal machines or ideal labor, regarding that report should be given in that particular auditor report. Identify excess raw material inventory, locking the working capital. If working capital is majorly incurred for excessive raw material, then that should be reported. Assess adequacy of cost records for audit purposes. What is the cost records which are used for this particular audit? Regarding that should be recorded. Ensure compliance with management policies, whether management policies are proper or not, whether this cost audit is complying with management policies or not. Focus on production cost, profitability, comparisons, operational efficiency. Should focus on all these. What is the production cost, what is the profitability, what is the comparability, and what is the operational efficiency. Everything should be focused on. Analyze reasons for any rise in production cost compared to the previous year. Whether there is any production cost in the previous year and this year, is there any differences? That should be analyzed. Report on manufacturing waste and suggestions for cost reduction. Whether there is any wastage, to reduce that wastage, is there any suggestion? Confirm whether the cost statement provides a true and fair view of production costs or not. So these are the critical elements which should be 100% included in the cost auditor's report. These are regarding the inefficiencies, whether there are any wastage, whether there is any ideal machine, ideal labor, regarding the faults in the business. What are the major faults in the business which should be there in the cost audit report? That are the critical elements. Clear? Now, reporting process. For company, it will be reported in Form CRA 3. Then will be reported in Form CRA 2 in MCA portal. Government is nothing but MCA portal in 30 days. Full explanations should be given. This integration aids companies in controlling operations more effectively. Okay, that is regarding that. Now, cost audit report will be given by the cost auditor. In how many ways that can be given? That can be given as two. One, a qualified report can be given. Adverse audit report can be given. What is qualified audit report and what is adverse audit report? A final cost audit report, normal cost audit report, which means he will give the entire there are no faults in the company. The true and fair view is proper. The financial statements are 100% correct. Then he will give a cost audit report. Qualified audit report is given when there are material misstatement in the cost statements, but that does not directly have any pervasive effect on the decision making part. That does not have any effect on the decision making part, but there are material misstatements in the cost statements. Then it will be a qualified audit report. A qualified audit report is issued by the cost auditor when the cost statements are materially misstated due to error in one specific cost statement. Only in that specific cost statement there is a error, or in that one particular transaction there is a error, or due to just one disclosure error there is a misstatement. The misstatement does not have a pervasive effect in the overall cost statements. Only that one disclosure is an error. That does not reflect in the cost statements variability. The cost statements are proper. Only there is a small error due to which there is a material misstatement. The cost auditor cannot obtain sufficient audit evidence regarding the specific cost element, its allocation and apportionment. Even if there is an error, if the cost auditor is getting a proper evidence about that particular error, then he will give the cost audit report. But if he is not able to get the evidence regarding that error in the cost statement or transaction, then he will issue the qualified audit report, which also does not have a pervasive effect. It does not have a pervasive effect, but he cannot get the evidence regarding it. Then he will give a qualified audit report. Clear? Now, what are the conditions for giving a qualified audit report? Non-compliance with GASAP or lack of conformity with the principle outlined in CRA 1. We have in CRA 1 31 headings which we have seen. If any auditor, if any statement is not complying with any of one heading, then it is nothing but a non-conformity with CRA 1. Then in these two cases, qualified audit report can be given by the auditor. Now coming to the adverse audit report. Material misstatements are there and it is having a pervasive effect in the cost statements, and the evidence for that cannot be gathered by the cost auditor. In that case, they will give a adverse audit report. The cost statements are materially misstated and that these misstatements have a pervasive effect on key financial metrics such as cost of production, cost of sales, product margins. On the direct profit it is having an effect. Then adverse audit report will be given. The cost statements do not conform to the GASAP. The misstatements are so significant that they impact the overall reliability and accuracy of cost information. Under these two cases, adverse audit report can be given by the cost auditor. This is also important, will be asked as a question. Okay. Now, coming to XBRL form. Filing of cost audit report to MCA portal will be done in XBRL format. What is this XBRL format? What is the process of filing this form in XBRL document? XBRL is nothing but an extensible business reporting language which is called as an international standard for digital business reporting. So XBRL is nothing but an international standard for business reporting. It is a language for business reporting, allowing for accurate and efficient exchange of business information. Why XBRL is used? For easy exchange of information. We have PDF, we have HTML, we have other documents also, but why we are using XBRL? Because XBRL is safest for the businesses. The business information, if we are sharing with XBRL, that cannot be leaked easily, that cannot be manipulated easily. So business information will be mostly shared through XBRL format. Okay. Now, what are the benefits of XBRL format? One, it will have accuracy, allows unique tags for reporting facts. For each and every fact, there will be a tag. Because of the tag, there will be an accuracy of that particular information. Improving the reliability and correctness of the information. Efficiency facilitates automated processing and reduces errors by enabling users to validate data against predefined rules. Only if there is an error in the cost records or cost statements. If there is a document prepared by the auditor and if he is putting it as an XBRL format, it is an auto-generated XBRL format. No one is manually preparing XBRL document. XBRL is a software-generated format. There will not be any errors. So there will be a efficiency in it. Flexibility, adapted to different languages can be done. Even if PDF format is taken, it is converted into XBRL format, it can be done. Currencies, even with different currencies also, XBRL format can be worked. Reporting style, even reporting styles are different also, XBRL can be formatted. Allowing customized consumption of information. We can customize the information which is there in XBRL as per our requirement. So that is regarding the flexibility. Now, interchangeability. Data prepared in XBRL format can be easily shared and processed across different systems and organizations. It can be easily shared and transferred with the hope that no manipulation or no theft can be done regarding the information. So these are the benefits of XBRL: accuracy, efficiency, flexibility, and interchangeability. Clear? Now, potential uses of XBRL. What are the uses of XBRL? It can be used for reporting. Internal and external financial and costing reporting can be used. Regulatory compliance, business reporting to regulators, tax authorities, governments. If you are giving any reports to government, then XBRL format can be used. For loan applications, if you are filing reports as a proof or as a collateral security for getting the loans, in that case we can give XBRL format of reports. For exchange of information, we can use XBRL. So in 4 cases we can use XBRL formats. One, if we are reporting, we can use. If we are giving the documents to the government, in that case we can do. If we are filing any loan applications, then we can use. If we are exchanging the information, we can use XBRL format documents. Now, what are the advantages of using XBRL document? This has been asked as a question. Okay. One, cost saving. Automates data collection, distribution, processes, enhancing efficiency. As it is an auto-generated document, the cost is very minimal. Integration enables better integration of financial and cost data across organizational areas. Even the information is very huge. The data which is given in XBRL format is perfect. Okay. Stakeholder benefits. All parties involved in financial data supply chain can utilize XBRL. Even shareholders, Stakeholders, whoever want to know about financial information, they can see XBRL document and understand it for improved reporting and analysis. So these are the uses of XBRL document: cost saving, integration, stakeholder benefit. Now, costing taxonomy. We have a word called costing taxonomy in XBRL. What is costing taxonomy? Costing taxonomy is nothing but a structured dictionary containing all cost elements necessary for the cost audit report. Whatever elements which are there in the cost audit report regarding the information and detailed explanation of it will be there in costing taxonomy. It is nothing but a dictionary of everything. Okay. It captures properties, interrelationships of cost elements to facilitate reporting in XBRL format, because our report will be in our language. XBRL document, that software have to understand our language. Through this costing taxonomy, it will get the definitions. Through that, it will understand the information which is there in our report, and it will automatically generate the XBRL format. So costing taxonomy is nothing but a mediator file which will work from our audit report to the XBRL audit report. Clear? That is costing taxonomy. Now, methods for creating XBRL instant document. What are different methods which we have? XBRL enabled software. If there is any software which can be enabled directly, that software can be used. Use a specialized software that supports the creation of cost reports in XBRL format. Now, mapping can be done. Map cost audit report elements to XBRL tax using specialized tools. We can use specialized tools for mapping the documents. We can use integration. Integrate third-party packages into existing accounting systems to generate XBRL statement. We can take any third-party packages also. Like if they have any such kind of documents, if they have any such kind of softwares, we can take from them and we can convert into XBRL statement. Web applications. We can use web-based applications that convert input reports, Microsoft Excel, into XBRL, like Excel, Word, PDF, HTML. We can use them to convert into XBRL format. So these are the methods which we can use for creating XBRL document. Compliance requirement is nothing but in MCA portal, this XBRL format cost audit report should be filed in 30 days. That is compliance requirement. Now, last concept, steps for filing cost audit report. Okay, this is important. Steps for filing cost audit report in XBRL format on MCA portal. What are the steps which we have? First, we have to create the XBRL instant document. By what? By using the methods, tagging and mapping, instant document, document validation. By using this all, we have to create the XBRL instant document. Tagging and mapping is nothing but, first I have told you, when XBRL document is being generated, for each cost element a tag will be given. So verifying the tag elements in cost audit report and mapping it with the costing taxonomy elements. Our cost audit report will be mapped with the costing taxonomy terminologies and will be generated into XBRL document. That is tagging and mapping. Instant document. Create XML file. First, if we create XML file, it will understand the XML file language as a XBRL format. So before XBRL format, we'll try to create a XML file. It is also a family of XBRL, which is nothing but mostly similar one. Okay. Containing business reporting information, this document must not extend the core taxonomy. This XML file will not give the same thing which is given by the costing taxonomy. Even after XML file also, XML file will be taken the definitions from the costing taxonomy, and after that XBRL format will be generated. Directly through XML, XBRL will not be generated. XML through costing taxonomies, XBRL will be generated. Document validation. Ensure the instant document is valid and correctly captures all information using the MCA validation tool. In MCA portal itself, we'll have a MCA validation tool through which we can see the accuracy or validity about the business information. With all these, we'll take our step 1, creation of XBRL instant document. After creation, what we have to do? We have to download the validation tool. Whatever validation tool here we have to download that validation tool from the MCA. Download the MCA XBRL validation tool from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs portal. Proxy settings. We have to change some settings in that particular validation tool. If using a LAN, configure proxy settings to enable internet access for downloading the taxonomy. For downloading the costing taxonomy, we have to change certain settings. After changing the settings, load the instant document. We have to upload the instant document into that particular validation tool. Use the tool to open the instant document. Company details can be found under the general information tag. Now, after uploading, we have to do the validation check. We have to validate. Ensure compliance with the latest taxonomy. All mandatory elements are filled. Adherence to MCA business rules. Whether everything is filled in that particular cost audit report or not. Whether in that particular form everything is reported or not. Whether mandatory fillings are there or not. Everything have to be checked, and that will be linked with the costing taxonomy, and through this validation tool will check about the validity status of that particular form. And after that, pre-scrutiny of instant document. Server side validation will check whether the server is proper or not. Perform pre-scrutiny to validate the instant document against the MCA 21 database, whether in that database also this form is being valid or not. Convert the PDF and verify. Use the tool export to PDF feature to check the readability and accuracy of instant document. XBRL document cannot be in a readable manner. It cannot be read by us. Okay. When XBRL document is generated, that should be converted into PDF format. Then we will be able to learn. In XBRL format, how it would be is like this proxy setting is there. P will be here, R will be here, O will be here, X will be here, Y will be here. Okay. Like that only it will be XBRL document. It will not be in a readable manner. So to be able to be in a readable manner, it should be exported into PDF, and we'll be able to check what is right and wrong. Next, filing form CRA 4. Complete the form and attach the validate instant document. Submit form CRA 4 on MCA portal. Pre-scrutinize the form. Apply a valid digital signature. Upload as per the usual e-form filing process. This is how XBRL document will be uploaded as a cost audit report. This is the process. Okay, clear till now? At last, we have certain errors which are not important for the examination but can be asked. Even if asked, you can easily write. Like what kind of errors can be there while converting the XBRL document? It could be network issues. It could be PDF generation issues. Like PDF not generated properly due to PDF size and all. There could be 0 kilobyte size. Due to the size changes also error could be there. Due to date format errors. Like in MCA portal, the date should be recorded like this. But you have recorded with, it should be recorded on slash, but you have given bars. In that case also there could be error. Boolean data type entry, which means only yes or no should be written. But regarding of yes or no, you have just written Y and N. In that case also there could be error. Percentage field values. Percentage value should be less than 100. But you have written 102 or something. Then percentage cannot be given. Currency code errors. If that particular XBRL document is in some other dollars or something, you have to change it to the rupees. And then you have to give your information. If without changing the currency code, if you are giving your information, it could be a error. Missing mandatory fields. Some mandatory fields should be recorded, but you are missing those. That could be a error. These are common errors. Now coming to interpretation of validation errors. Element names are changing. For example, if any names have to be recorded like this by giving exclamation mark, but you are using any other things, then error could become. Value should be given like this in this brackets, but you are changing the brackets. There could be an error. Explicit members, if we are showing any curvy brackets, this brackets should be given. For any explicit members, if we are giving, this bracket should be used. Access names, if we are giving any access names, then this bracket should be used. Like group access, identification of product access, like access should be given in this. Even if there is any point in like full stop error, comma error, there could be an error. Okay, so these are the common errors and interpretation of validation errors which we have. This hasn't asked in the examination but can be questioned. Okay, so this is regarding our cost audit, our unit 8, preparation and filing of cost audit report. Clear? Having any doubts? No. So we have completed cost audit. Entire 60% of our syllabus is completed. We have done with basics of cost audit, companies, cost records and audit rules. Cost auditor, third unit is cost auditor, and fourth unit is we have done with basics of cost audit, companies, cost records and audit rules 2014, overview of cost accounting standards and GASAP, cost auditor, cost auditing and assurance standards, cost audit program, cost audit documentation, audit process execution. At last, we have done with preparation and filing of cost audit report. This is nothing but entire section of cost audit. 60% syllabus is completed. Clear till now? Having any doubts? No. Okay. So yes. Now we are going to see the workbook questions related to cost audit, like questions how they are being asked in the examination. Now, first unit, basics of cost audit. Scope of cost audit explained. Question has been asked in June 24 for 7 marks. Okay. What is the scope of cost audit? In our basics of cost audit, scope of cost audit is our second concept. Then benefits of cost audit. What are benefits of cost audit? Like note it down in your material. Simultaneously open your concept book and see whether in basics of cost audit you have benefits of cost audit or not. Benefits of cost audit has been asked in December 23 for 7 marks. Now, social objectives. Only regarding social objectives of cost audit in June 23 attempt for 6 marks question has been asked. Okay. General objectives. Only to state about general objectives. 4 mark question has been asked in December 2021. What is genesis of cost audit? This is in our ICMAI material, hasn't been asked till now. Okay. So all scope, benefits, objectives are important in basics of cost audit. Now, coming to next, cost records and audit rules 2014, which is of our second unit. In this, I have categorized into main questions and additional questions. Value addition question. This is also a question for value addition. And this is profit reconciliation question, which has been asked in this June 23, 2022 syllabus, 7 marks. Okay. So any one question can be asked. See this question, it has been asked in December 2019 attempt, value addition question. And a first question has been asked in June 23 attempt and in December 2018 attempt. In both attempts, the same question has been asked. And profit reconciliation, June 24 question. This question has been asked in December 2023 and June 2017. So in all attempts, value addition question or else profit reconciliation question. Any one question will be asked. Before in 2016 syllabus, 8 marks question used to ask. But now we have only 7 marks question. So 7 marks question can be asked. So these are the questions which we have. And coming to theoretical questions. In December 2017, in 2016 syllabus for 8 marks, a question has been asked. What are books of accounts as per Companies Act 2013? Do cost records become part of books of accounts? Well, seeing the definitions, I've told you regarding books of accounts. Books of accounts are also cost records. A question has been asked. So see, question has been asked. Is maintenance of cost accounting records mandatory for a multi-product company where all the products are not covered under the rules? Even if turnover of individual product which are covered under the rules is less than rupees 35 crores. Try to understand the question first. Is cost accounting records mandatory for multi-product company? Do we have any single product or multi-product categorization for cost records maintenance? No. So for now, multi-product company also have to maintain cost records. Now, all products are not covered under the rules. even if the turnover of the individual products which are covered under the loose is less than 35 crores. So what they have told, maintenance of cost records. Is maintenance of cost records rule 3 or rule 4? Rule 3. Now rule 3's turnover limit is what? 35 crores for what? For single product or overall products? For overall products and services should be more than or equal to 35 crores. In question what they have said is individual product turnover is less than 35 crores. So what your answer should be, individual product should not be considered, overall product turnover should be seen. So even if individual product turnover is less than 35, if overall product turnover is more than or equal to 35 crores, cost records have to be maintained. That will be our answer. Clear? Now, coming to question number 8 in December 2018. While accepting the offer of appointment as a cost auditor of a company, what certificate should be given by the cost auditor? We have seen consent letter should be given, certificate should be given. In certificate regarding qualifications should be there, regarding that he is not disqualified, section 141 is satisfied, that the cost auditor appointment is in terms of requirements, laws and regulations, everything has to be given. That is your answer. Is the cost auditor required to give any certificate? Yes. And arm's length relationship with the appointing company. That's your answer. Clear? Now, a company has a unit in SEZ and in non-SEZ areas. What would be the applicability of companies' cost records and audit rules 2014 on such companies with the respect of maintenance of cost accounting records and cost audit? Rule 3 and Rule 4. For what companies Rule 3 is not applicable? SEZ zone? SEZ zone is for Rule 3 or Rule 4? For Rule 3, MSME, and the other is foreign company having liaison office in India and MSME. For that, Rule 3 is not applicable. Rule 4, SEZ company, if turnover is more than 75% of turnover is from foreign exchange, and if it is having a captive consumption, captive generating plant, for that Rule 3 is not applicable. So for SEZ and non-SEZ areas, Rule 4 is not applicable. Rule 3 is applicable. So that will be your answer. Clear? Now, what is the basis adopted to determine normal price with respect to related party transactions? While seeing form CRA1, I have told you there is a heading called related party transactions, and regarding the arm's length thing you have to write as an answer. So that will be your answer. Normal price should be as similar to arm's length price, and these are the methods which we'll take into consideration to calculate the arm's length basis. Comparable, uncontrollable by resale price method. So that will be our answer. This question has been asked in December 2018, June 2024, June 2017. Yes, 7 marks. Now, question number 10. This has been asked in December 2019. Healthcare Equipment Limited is engaged mainly in the production of cardiac stents, catheters, pacemakers, intraocular lenses. Where do we find these in the regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors? Non-regulated sectors, last point I have told you, right? Yeah. There they have told you, state below whether the maintenance of cost records is applicable. Cost records is Rule 3. If the company fulfills turnover criteria is a foreign company having a registered office at Mumbai, do they have to maintain or not? Foreign company having a registered office at Mumbai. Liaison office? No. Registered office, they have to maintain. A company classified as a micro enterprise? No. A foreign company having only liaison offices at Delhi and Mumbai? No. A domestic company where average turnover of 40 crores for last 2 years has dropped to 24 crores in the financial year 2018 and 19? Yes. For this, what you have to write is, even if current year's price, like current year turnover is less than or equal to 35 crores, if one's cost records applicability is on that particular company, it is consistent. Okay, if one's cost records mandatory maintenance has been applicable, it should be mandatory maintained for throughout its life, even if after the years the turnover limit is less than 35 crores. Okay, so that will be your answer. Once maintenance of cost records becomes applicable, it would be maintained as a continuous basis in the subsequent years, even if the turnover of the company in the previous falls below threshold limit. So that will be our answer. Clear? Now on December 22, while accepting an offer of appointment of cost auditor, what certificate should be submitted by the cost auditor to the company? Separately question has been asked. Okay, in 2016 syllabus. This is not for 16 marks. Okay, if you see 16 and 22, it's 2016 syllabus and 2022 syllabus. Now, in June 2018, a company meets the threshold limit for both maintenance of cost records and cost audit in 15-16 and consequently comes under the purview of rules in that year. Now, if the turnover of company gets reduced to the lower than the prescribed threshold limit in 2016 and 17, state whether the rules relating to cost records will be applicable or not. It has come under the purview when the cost records and cost audit in 2016 has maintained and consequently come under the purview of cost records and cost audit mandatory maintenance. But after that, the turnover limit has reduced. It has to follow or not? It has to follow. Once cost records and cost audit mandatory maintenance has been applicable, it has to follow consistently. That will be our answer. Now, in June 2019, during the course of audit as a cost auditor, you have come across some material deficiencies and significant variations in material consumption. State the provisions of the company's cost records and audit rules. When doing the cost audit, if cost auditor come across any material deficiencies, then he have to give under point 1 to point 6 of Form CRA 3. I've told you that you have to write in Form CRA 3 from relevant para of 1 to 6 points, he have to give regarding material deficiencies. That will be our answer. Now, same question, normal capacity versus installed capacity. This we have seen in capacity determination. I've given you in my handwritten notes. So what is normal capacity? What is installed capacity? This has been asked in December 2023 attempt. The cost audit report in CRA 3 is submitted by the cost auditor, contains more of the management audit basics than mere data of production and services. Comment on the same justifying the reason. So, it is majorly the report which has been submitted by the cost auditor contains more of management audit basic, not only production and services. So, what you have to write is, in Form CRA 3, which has been submitted by the cost auditor, the cost accounting system followed in the manufacturing unit is adequate for determination of fair cost of production. So, in cost audit report, not only regarding the cost statements and cost data will be there, but also regarding management information will be there. We have already seen while getting into cost audit, the cost auditor will check whether the management has complied with or not. In the last unit, I have told you, like whether management is doing everything or not. That also will be included in the CRA 3. So the statement here is justifiable. Okay, just see what are there in this. You'll understand it. Okay, so that is regarding unit 2. Did you understand how the questions are being asked? So knowing regulated sectors and non-regulated sectors table also important. Like they will not ask regarding regulated sectors or non-regulated sectors. They will give product names and ask you questions. And regarding forms also you have to learn. Okay. Now these are the additional questions. Just go through with the practical questions. I have classified into main and additional. The same value addition and reconciliation. Now cost auditor. December 2017, a question has been asked. Mr. X, the cost auditor of a company, contributes articles in various papers or journals discussing matters of professional interest. In the course of such discussion, he mentions various data which includes some vital but unpublished data relating to his client's company without its tacit approval, which means without client's approval, he is disclosing unpublished information. State whether this is punishable, if any, of the cost auditor for such contravention. Is this a professional misconduct or not? This is a professional misconduct, which is given in part 1 of second schedule. You have to write regarding part 1 second schedule and you have to write, yes, this is a professional misconduct and he will be punishable. That will be our answer. Okay. Now, a member of institute, whether in practice or not, is liable for disciplinary action if he or she is found guilty of professional and other misconduct. Explain in the term of other misconduct. Part First schedule part 4 about other misconduct. Second schedule part 3 about other misconduct. If it is less than 6 months of imprisonment, schedule 1. If it is more than 6 months of imprisonment, schedule 2. That you have to give your answer here. Okay. If punishable is within the term not exceeding 6 months, first schedule. If it is more than 6 months, second schedule. That will be our answer for other misconduct. Now, in December 2022 and June 2018, explain whether the following activities amount to professional misconduct or not. Mr. Arun. Mr. Arun, a CMA, is working as a manager cost accountants of PQR Limited. He accepts 10% of profits from his friend, Mr. Raju, a lawyer, a legal consultant for PQR Limited. He is doing the job on retainership basis. Can he accept? No. That is professional misconduct, which is given in part 2 of first schedule. Okay. Now, Mr. S, a CMA in practice, certifies a cost and pricing statement of manufacturing of pipes for the supply relating to a contract. He has given a certificate regarding it. The statement is prepared by Mr. T. Mr. S is CMA, but statement is prepared by Mr. T. He is giving certification on that. Who is not a CMA or an employee of Mr. S. Is it a professional misconduct or not? It is a professional misconduct. Okay. Regarding how you have to present your answer, how you have to write it, try to see the suggested answer which is given. Okay. Now, question 3. Mr. Arun Maya, a practicing cost accountant, engaged 2 trainees undergoing training under his guidance for audit job. Since the job was voluminous, he agreed to pay them in addition to stipend an amount of 10% of audit fees. They are employees, but he is trying to pay the profits. He is trying to pay from his audit fees, from his salary. He is trying to give commission. Does the action of Mr. Arun Maya amount to professional misconduct? Yes, because he is not giving any salaries amount to his employees. He is giving from his salary. He is paying just because of doing that work. It is not allowed. Okay. It is a professional misconduct as per part 1 of first schedule. Now, similarly, there are other professional misconducts also. Like from one point, they are asking as a professional misconduct. Okay. All questions are like that only. Try to see it. Now, this is also regarding professional misconduct. All regarding professional misconducts. Now, coming to December 23 question. ABC was appointed as a cost auditor of PQR Limited for previous year 23-24. After 3 months of appointment, for some reasons, a cost auditor becomes disqualified to be appointed as a cost auditor. State the steps to be taken by the company as a consequence of such event. Remove. He has to vacate from his office. After that, what has to be done? New auditor should be appointed. Within 30 days, new auditor should be appointed and file form CRA 3, CRA 2. They have to file form CRA 2 to the central government. So that should be your answer. Okay. When cost auditor is trying to resign from his office, he have to file notice with the company and ROC. Only resignation of cost auditor will get ROC. Okay. Other cases, central government. When cost auditor is not involved, company is doing it is to central government, not to ROC. Okay. Now, state the procedures of appointment and fixing the remuneration of cost auditor asked for 7 marks in December 23 attempt. You just have to write regarding the with audit committee, without audit committee question. Okay. With audit committee will decide, board of directors will accept regarding the appointment. Regarding remuneration, audit committee recommends, board of director accept, ratified with shareholders. Without audit committee, Appointment, Board of Directors directly will decide regarding the appointment. Regarding remuneration, Board of Directors will decide and ratified by shareholders. Simple answer for 7 marks. Okay. Now, can a cost accountant be appointed as a KMP and an independent director? We have seen regarding the opportunities or the places which can be taken by the cost auditor, cost accountant, asked in June 2024 recent attempt. Okay, for 7 marks. Now, in June 23 attempt, write a short note on code of professional ethics. Integrity, objectivity, competence, professional behavior, code of ethics. Regarding code of ethics, there is a question. To be followed in the field of cost and management accountant, cost accountants are bound by certain professional ethics, are requested to be observe some fundamental principles. What are those fundamental principles and what are the code of ethics? You have to write regarding the objectives and you have to write regarding the fundamental principles. Now, in June 2017, Mr. P. Swami, the cost auditor of PQR Limited, was offered an assignment of investment consultant, a subsidiary of PQR Limited, for the same year. Whether the acceptance of the assignment amounts to violation of law and professional misconduct? Mr. P. Swami, cost auditor of PQR Limited, for the financial year 16 and 17, was offered an assignment of investment consultant of RST Limited. Investment consultant, specialized services 144, accruals, actuarial services, accounting, bookkeeping services should not be given, investment services, consultation services. If he is a cost auditor, he should not provide any of these services. You have to write regarding that. Yes, it is a professional misconduct. These are considered as specialized services which shouldn't be done by the cost auditor. If he is doing anything, he will be disqualified to be appointed. You have to write that. Okay. So that is regarding that. Now coming to our unit 4, overview of cost accounting standards and GASAP. Are you getting like how questions are being asked in the examination? Are you being able to recap the concepts which you have discussed? Now, coming to unit 4, overview of cost accounting standards and GASAP. These are practical problems which we have. I'm not going to discuss the practicals now. Try to do it. Okay. We are only going to discuss the theory questions, like how these are being asked. From CAS 4, there is a theoretical question. December 2019, where the supply of goods or services is for consideration not wholly in money. CAS 4 talks about what? Cost of production, acquisition, supply of goods or provision of services. Now in that we have discussed previously CAS 4 is for captive consumption, but now it has been revised in 2018 because of CGST applicability from 2017, and in CGST we have seen section 15 subsection 1, section 15 subsection 3. In section 15 subsection 3 we have rules, rule 27, rule 28 and rule 29, and rule 27 talks about when goods or services is for consideration not wholly in money, then the value should be what? Open market value or monetary consideration plus without monetary consideration or like kind and quality. That should be our answer. Okay. Where goods are intended for further supply as such by the recipient. Rule 28. Okay. So rule 27, rule 28 are being asked as a theoretical question. Now, to determine cost of production for captive consumption, what are the different cost components should be considered? What are the different cost components that should be considered? Consists of material consumed, direct wages, salaries, direct expenses, works overhead, development cost, packing material cost. What all should be considered? You have to write it. Okay. Now, how capacity is determined according to cost accounting standard? This is there in CAS 2. How it will be determined? Installed capacity, normal capacity, determination of capacity. Installed capacity with all this. If there is any addition, deletion, installed capacity should be reassessed. How normal capacity will be determined? You have to write regarding the capacity determination which we have seen. Okay. Now, how to treat inward transportation cost as per CAS 5, cost accounting standard 5. Inward transportation cost. How transportation cost is determined in case of manufacturer is having own transportation fleet. We have seen own transportation fleet means these all costs should be included. Hired transportation means these costs should be included. We have seen in our handwritten notes. So that answer you have to write here. Okay. Now, advantages of cost accounting standards. I've told you advantages utilities only in December 2019 attempt it has been asked. I have given you that advantages. Now, what items of cost shall not be included in the transportation cost? The common points which we have. Abnormal cost should be eliminated. Finance cost, imputed cost. What all common points will be eliminated? Subsidies, grants, incentives. You have to write them. For apportionment of outward transportation cost, what basis should be adopted? I've given you as a chart 5 basis, volume per kilometers. We have that 5 to 6 points that you have to write. Okay. This weight, volume of goods, unit or equivalent units, value of goods, percentage of usage of space. That. Now, as per cost accounting standard 5, on determination of average equalized cost of transportation, what are the records to be maintained for ascertaining transportation cost? What are the records to be maintained? Maintenance of records. This regarding everything has to be maintained. Like what is transportation cost? If he is having own fleet, if he is having any hired transportation charges, then inward transportation, outward transportation. Then from factory to report, that should be, this is nothing but the assignment of cost which we have. The transportation cost after requirements, we have seen certain points. That points you have to write here. Okay. Are you getting? Are you trying to recall? Okay. Now this is regarding material cost, practicals. This is also practical. Now this, see, how do you assign indirect materials? Indirect materials, how they will be assigned? Based on various cost objects, based on suitable basis, actual usage, technical norms are similarly identified measures. Regarding material cost, we have seen how indirect materials will be assigned. Okay. Now employee cost. What items of expenses are to be included as employee cost as per revised CAS 7? What all should be included? Salaries, wages, gratuity, leave encashment. I have told you all, whatever salaries will be included, everything should be included. Okay. Now this is CAS 8 practical. Now primary and secondary packaging material cost. Primary packing material cost will be in cost of production. Secondary will be part of distribution cost. We have seen that point. That point will be asked in your examination. So yes, that is regarding CS 4. And regarding GASAP also theoretical question can be asked. What is GASAP? Asked in December 2021. And regarding packing material cost of GASAP treatment has been asked as a question. Okay. So that is regarding our unit 4. Clear? Now cost auditing and assurance standards. December 2019. Explain risk assessment with reference to cost auditing standards 104. Risk assessment. I have told you regarding the risk assessment. That point you have to write. Identify risk, identify internal controls. Audit and ethics 103. Regarding 103, what is the audit and ethics? You have to write that.